The 8th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by all attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing a meeting. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors, in the event of a fire or emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairways next to the elevator banks. Those in the 3rd and 4th floor balconies, please use the stairways next to the elevator banks. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mokgweetsi Keabetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mokgweetsi Keabetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to you and your country, Hungary, on your election as President of the United Nations General Assembly at its 77th session. I am certain that this august body will benefit greatly from the wealth of knowledge and experience from your illustrious career in the diplomatic service, including your term here in New York as Hungary's permanent representative, where you co-chaired the intergovernmental process and ushered in the 2030 Agenda and its sustainable development goals. Mr. President, I must particularly express gratitude to the outgoing President for his close coordination and collaboration with other principal organs, particularly the Economic and Social Council, which Botswana was honored to lead as its 77th President. I am delighted that the two Presidents worked very cooperatively on addressing vaccine equity, the sustainable development of Africa, financing for sustainable recovery, and the nexus between natural resources and sustainable development, among other priorities. Close collaboration among UN principal organs of the United Nations is beneficial and must be promoted. Mr. President, Botswana endorses your choice of the theme for this session, that is, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. We concur with your observation that the current global challenges, namely the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, humanitarian challenges, and climate change, are complex and interconnected, hence require transformative solutions. Given the interconnectedness of these challenges, it is evident that they can only be effectively addressed in a holistic approach. This further demonstrates the enduring relevance of the United Nations Charter, which 77 years ago established the three founding pillars of the UN system, namely human rights, peace and security, and development, as interrelated and mutually reinforcing. As UN member states, we should look no further for these solutions than in the already existing key multilateral frameworks. Among these, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its SDGs, the Paris Agreement, and the UN's 75th Anniversary Declaration, as well as the outcomes of major UN meetings. This session gives us an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to these solutions. In his comprehensive report on our common agenda, the Secretary General has offered us a boost with concrete ideas and recommendations to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and close the existing gaps in our multilateral frameworks. Mr. President, I wish, therefore, to preface my remarks through which I will share my country's progress in recovering from the COVID-19 and towards a transformative and sustainable development by reminding this auspicious body of Botswana's road to development. Many in this room may only know the Botswana of now, which is an upper middle income country. This is a status that we are proud of, given that when we attained our independence, only 56 years ago, we were among the poorest in the world. However, we were fortunate to discover what has turned out to be the world's largest diamond reserve across the Kimberley Belt. For those less acquainted with the development path we've traveled as a country, this is not the entire reflection of the Botswana story. Our story is based on the humanity, the principled and tenacity that we have as a people, as Botswana. It is a story of the wisdom of our forefathers who avoided the misfortune that often accompanied the discovery and exploitation of minerals in other parts of the world, and electing instead to turn the discovery of diamonds into a story for development. Botswana as a nation would never have been able to realize this development had we not held firmly to our belief in the principles of democracy centered on the rule of law, good governance, and the protection and enjoyment of basic human rights by our people. Mr. President, I must, however, admit that we face an uphill battle in our investment efforts to attract investors to help us diversify our economy away from dependence on diamonds. I stood before this General Assembly and I've engaged at different fora when the opportunity arises to share the Botswana story with a view to encouraging partnerships to augment our efforts towards diversification. I trust that those that are attentive to our call are more in number, and I firmly believe that they too aspire to share a part of our story. In the meantime, diamonds are still the bedrock of our economy. It is in this respect that the words of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the call for a common agenda resonates with me. I liked in particular the call by the Secretary General for a global view whereby power, wealth, and opportunity are shared more broadly and fairly at the international level. For my country, this translates into a fair and equitable opportunity to use the resources that we have to develop our people and give them an equal opportunity to contribute and share in global wealth. As we continue to advocate for the Kimberley process, I wish to remind this august body that Botswana's story is unquestionable proof and living testimony that diamonds with good governance are for development. In fact, diamonds are a serious matter of livelihoods. I'll be hosting a side event on diamonds for development later this evening, through which I hope to further broaden conversations and allow our partners, both within the United Nations, governments, civil society, and the private sector, to join us in ensuring that my country, Botswana, will also be part of the United Nations family espoused around shared power, wealth, and opportunity as we endeavor to realize the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, despite our challenges, my government continues to play its part to contribute to the international agenda and in ensuring that access to medicines by our people is part and parcel of their healthcare, while ensuring that the economy also recovers from the pandemic. Vaccine rollout remains a precondition for a sustainable recovery, yet many countries in the global south, especially Africa, have not met the WHO's target of 70% of their populations being fully vaccinated by mid-2022. This underscores the urgent need to continue promoting vaccine equity through international solidarity, as well as addressing vaccine hesitancy by countering disinformation and raising awareness about the science-backed facts regarding the effectiveness and safety of the vaccines. Despite the challenges we encountered, which were common to many developing countries, Botswana has procured enough vaccines to administer to all eligible groups, thus enabling significant progress, with 64% of our population now fully vaccinated. However, much more needs to be done. It is in this context that Botswana continues to play an active role on this matter and recently also joined other member states in co-sponsoring the General Assembly resolution calling for the convening of a high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response during the 78th session of the General Assembly. We also continue to actively participate in the ongoing process towards a possible elaboration of a pandemic treaty at the World Health Organization in Geneva. We believe that such a legally binding instrument will strengthen existing global mechanisms to address and react more speedily to health emergencies. Mr. President, I am pleased to inform you that as part of overcoming the challenges of global vaccine inequity and in line with our commitment to build back better, and in a transformative manner, the government of Botswana has approved the manufacturing of the patent-free Corbavax COVID-19 vaccine, and the construction of a vaccine manufacturing plant has already commenced. Additionally, the facility will produce cancer treatment and next-generation cell-based immunotherapy. This initiative is being undertaken in partnership with Nantworks, the Texas Children's Hospital Center for Vaccine Development, and the Baylor College of Medicine. This partnership will enhance Botswana's capacity in human vaccine production, contribute to our goal of building a knowledge-based economy, and help in preparations for future pandemics. Botswana's recovery plans include strengthening the country's vast social protection system to ensure the inclusivity of vulnerable groups, persons living with disabilities, which will go a long way in facilitating equal enjoyment of their rights while broadening the accountability framework, as we recently acceded to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In this regard, my government has set a medium to long-term economic recovery and transformation plan intended to fast-track recovery efforts while advancing the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and its goals. In order to achieve sustainable development, adequate financing is needed for the success of our recovery efforts from the pandemic and acceleration of implementation of the 2030 Agenda during this decade of action. Effective mobilization of domestic and international financial resources, as well as their prudent utilization, is therefore imperative. I therefore reiterate calls for development partners to scale up and fulfill our official development assistance commitments and our efforts in attaining long-term development sustainability. Mr. President, in addition to international funding, it should be noted that transformative agendas require the effective implementation by governments and associated stakeholders, as well as a sense of ownership by all stakeholders and a buy-in from the people we serve. This decisive moment of the myriad of challenges we face demands that we challenge ourselves even more. My government has thus initiated the Reset Agenda, inspired by the need for collective, inclusive, and coordinated efforts towards the transformative agenda. We are accelerating digitalization in the delivery of services driven by innovation and creativity. Our people are responding to the technology-driven solutions, and they too are demonstrating the reorientation of their disposition as well as conceptual agility to venture into new frontiers of doing things differently. A full embrace of this mindset change is an inspirational approach to effective implementation of government policies, programs, projects, and business activities, and indeed, the Sustainable Development Goals. The realization of transformative solutions to the current social and economic challenges will require solidarity, both within and between countries. As chair of the landlocked developing countries, many of whom are also characterized as least developed and small states, Botswana expresses solidarity with fellow UN member states in special situations, particularly the distinct and peculiar challenges faced by the LDCs and SIDSs in their efforts to build back better and recover sustainably from the pandemic. In line with the repeated position of our sub-regional body, SADC, I also wish to express solidarity with our northeastern neighbor, Zimbabwe, and call for the removal of unilateral coercive measures targeted at that country. While we are confident of the resilience and resolve of Zimbabwe, as well as its economic transformation prospects, we are concerned that such measures are not advancing the cause of livelihoods of innocent Zimbabweans, nor the cause of our SDGs. Mr. President, this year we continue to witness extreme weather events that point to the escalating severity of the climate crisis. Decisive implementation of the bold climate action spelled out in the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact is therefore needed to prevent the worst implications. Botswana remains committed to our 15% carbon emission reduction target by 2030, as indicated in our nationally determined contributions and reconfirmed in our climate change policy adopted in 2021. The policy addresses access to climate finance, clean technologies, and renewable energy. Climate ambitions will not translate into climate action in developing countries if they remain inadequately funded. We are therefore pleased that new financial pledges to support adaptation in developing countries were made at COP26 in Glasgow, the United Kingdom. It is our hope that these commitments will be fulfilled expeditiously in order to enable accelerated implementation, particularly in Africa, a region that contributes minimally to climate change but is regrettably the most affected. In this context, we are optimistic that COP27, to be held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt on African soil, will further inspire ambitious climate action and deliver more adaptation resources for Africa and other vulnerable regions. Drawing on this inspiration, Botswana, in collaboration with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and various stakeholders, convened the Climate Adaptation Week 2022 from 22nd to 26th August 2022 in Gaborone under the theme Transformations in Advancing the Formulations and Implementation of National Adaptation Plans. The Expo succeeded in promoting the exchange of experiences and fostering partnerships between a wide range of actors and stakeholders on how to advance national adaptation plans. On 2nd March this year, Botswana was among the 141 member states that voted in favor of the General Assembly resolution which demanded an end to the invasion of Ukraine. With that vote, we were reaffirming the purpose and principles of the UN Charter, particularly its Articles 1 and 2, which underscore the need for peaceful settlement of disputes, as well as respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Charter is a binding instrument of international law. Therefore, all peace-loving nations ought to adhere to its letter and spirit under all circumstances. We therefore continue to call on all parties to recommit to finding peaceful and lasting solutions to the conflict through diplomacy and dialogue. The UN broker talks that resulted in the Russian Federation and Ukraine signing an agreement on the Black Sea Grain Initiative are a testament that when given a chance, diplomacy and dialogue can yield results. If nothing else, the end of the Second World War and the founding of the United Nations in 1945 has demonstrated that only if we approach conflict based on solidarity and working together can we find peace. I commend the SG and the UN system, organizations, Turkey, and other stakeholders, including neighboring countries such as Poland, for rising to the challenges to address humanitarian needs in Ukraine and other crisis situations. As we continue to seek amicable redress of this worrying conflict, it is important that the UN system be particularly adequately resourced, given its critical work of saving lives and alleviating the suffering of victims of armed conflict, climate change, and other disasters. We, the collective member states of the United Nations, have the responsibility and mandate to strengthen international law, promote human rights and gender equality, and most crucial, to protect civilians in challenging peacekeeping environments. In this context, Botswana shares the same ideals with many of you present here today on the principle of responsibility to protect. Mr. President, as already been acknowledged by the 2005 World Summit, states have the primary responsibility to protect their own populations from genocide, ethnic cleansing, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. As part of the group of Friends on Responsibility to Protect, Botswana is co-chair, together with Costa Rica and Denmark, will continue to ensure that the membership of the United Nations pays attention to this important responsibility to reinforce global action. In Southern Africa, we remain actively engaged through our sub-regional organization, SADC, in addressing the threat posed by terrorism and violent extremism to peace and security in our sub-region. To this end, SADC has deployed its security forces to thwart terrorist threats in the Cabo Delgado province of Mozambique. The UN response to today's crisis is a clear demonstration of its indispensability as the foremost organization in addressing global issues. From its system-wide response to COVID-19 to its swift action in relation to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine and other crisis situations, the UN has proven to be fit for purpose. Nonetheless, there remains ample room for improving the organization's effectiveness in fulfilling the principles and purpose of the UN Charter. In this connection, we welcome recent reforms and proposals aimed at strengthening the UN system and enhancing its relevance in addressing contemporary challenges. These efforts include SG's development management, peace and security, human rights, and humanitarian pillar reforms, which are aimed at enhancing the Secretariat's ability, agility, accountability, and effectiveness in mandate implementation. Mr. President, for a small country like mine, the reform of the United Nations is important only in as far as to ensure the equal voice of member states, regardless of size. My government and I personally are therefore eager to have our own people represented and employed within the UN system. With our presidency of the ECOSOC, I believe Botswana has demonstrated its ability, including the capacity of our youth, who have received positive reviews from their support to the ECOSOC Secretariat during our tenure. We are, however, eager to see such accolades turning into real opportunities for absorption throughout the employ and hierarchy of the organization, particularly for our youth. As I conclude my remarks, Mr. President, let me reassure you that you can count on Botswana's support and constructive engagement towards the successful implementation of the program of work of the 77th session of the General Assembly. I hope that Botswana can also rely on the UN system and our development partners and the wider international community to help us realize the Agenda 2030 and transform our people and country into a developed nation by 2036. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Botswana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, President of the Republic of Niger. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohamed Bazoum, President of the Republic of the Niger, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, first of all, allow me to address to you my warm congratulations, and I wish you every success on your outstanding election to the presidency of the 77th regular session of the General Assembly of the United Nations Organization. I would like to salute the leadership and commitment of the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for peace and for development, for climate action, and for overcoming, mastering the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as his sustained efforts to find solutions to various areas of tension throughout the world. Mr. President, we are in the decade of action for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and the climate emergency is creating humanitarian needs at the same time as we are seeing an exacerbation of the development situation that has already existed for a long time. Alarming news is coming from the intergovernmental experts on climate change, showing that major tipping points and irreversible climate changes have perhaps been already reached or even exceeded. Due to climate disruption, the African continent is being exposed to a worsening of food insecurity, to the displacement of populations, to recurring droughts, and to pressures on water resources. Given the urgency of this situation, I am happy to see that during the special high-level dialogue on the Africa we want, organized on the 20th of July 2022 under the auspices of the United Nations, the international community recognized that COP27, scheduled for this November in Egypt, will be a unique opportunity to redress this imbalance. In this regard, I would like to express the commitment of Niger to the proposal of the African negotiators for a new goal of $1.3 billion by 2025 in order to help us better face climate changes. In the Sahel, the geographic area to which my country belongs, climate change negatively affects farming and pastoral activities as well as affecting water resources, and is also the cause for extreme droughts, torrential rainfall sometimes, as well as an increase in temperatures above the global average. This is why Niger pays particular attention to the African initiative, the Great Green Wall, which is part of the 2063 agenda of the African Union. Mr. President, with regard to the security situation in my country, well, the situation in the Sahel has gotten worse in recent years. This is particularly the case for Niger, given the unfavorable regional situation. If you remember, it all began with the fall in 2011 of the Libyan regime. And to date, it has never been able to be replaced by a stable government that has been able to exercise authority throughout the country. Also, the vast territory in the south of Libya has become a platform for transnational organized crime, where we see a blossoming of trafficking in arms, drugs, fuel, and migrants, leading to structural insecurity throughout the countries of the Sahel and its neighborhood. Mali, which succumbed in 2011 to the generalized violence coming from Libya, has never really been able to recover. It has, in its turn, become a breeding ground for terrorism, which is characteristic of the Sahel, extremely affected by the effects of climate change, threatening the practice of pastoral farming. This ecosystem of violence has experienced a bonanza amongst young shepherds of the communities affected by climate change, and very many of them have turned to terrorism. In the north of Mali, this scourge is also spreading towards Niger, Burkina Faso, and is now threatening to extend to the Gulf of Guinea. This violence has such potential for destabilizing state institutions that it has led to the fall of democratically elected governments in Mali and Burkina Faso, respectively, in 2020 and 2022. Niger, my country, in addition to this terrorist threat on our three borders, is facing another terrorist threat in the Lake Chad Basin, where we see the various groups of the nebulous organization Boko Haram operating. Mr. President, despite the constraints that I have mentioned, my country is showing great resilience based on wise governance, promoting a culture of tolerance and cohesion between communities, as well as promoting the rules of democracy and the rule of law. It is this option in favor of freedom that has made it possible for us to organize transparent elections and led to the first change in the head of state, where a democratically elected president handed over power to another president elected under the same conditions in April 2021. Our experience in Niger has shown us, as if this were necessary, that the best way to ward off the effects of terrorist violence is to strengthen the democratic system and nothing else. The war against terrorism means that we have to currently allocate significant resources to increase the number of our forces, to acquire appropriate equipment, and to strengthen the capacity of our soldiers. Allow me to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank our various partners that are committed with us in this fight against terrorism. I would particularly like to thank France. Their action through Operation Barkhane represents a major asset in the balance of forces vis-à-vis our enemy. I would also like to thank the United States of America, the Federal Republic of Germany, as well as the other countries that are working alongside us in various ways, all of them equally helpful. Mr. President, Nevertheless, I feel that we must stress here that the commitment of the international community in fighting terrorism in the Sahel still shows great gaps which should be identified and addressed. Indeed, this terrorism draws a lot of its financing from the trans-Saharan trafficking in drugs towards Europe and Asia via Libya. The majority of the weapons that are flooding the market for terrorist violence in the Sahel also come from Libya. It seems to me that in this particular case we are facing a problem that is not particularly complicated. Why, then, has it not been possible to put in place an adequate system with the necessary funding in order to appropriately fight this phenomenon? Indeed, it is high time, Mr. President, that our collective thinking of the great powers represented in this region, as well as the international community, work together with us, the countries of this region, so that together we can start thinking in a much more focused way about how we can define action that will be effective in fighting drug trafficking and arms trafficking in the Sahel. Mr. President, despite the great challenges that we face, as described above, Niger remains a robust and stable state, underpinned by democratic institutions, resolutely committed to the fight against poverty and in favor of development. Our deep conviction in this regard is that the genuinely most effective way to fight poverty is by promoting the educational system. The development challenges for Niger can be summed up by the following simple figures: an annual population growth rate of 3.9%, an average fertility rate of, on average, 7 children per woman, the first pregnancy for around 50% of girls before the age of 15 years, with half the population being around 15 years old. These statistics tell you a lot about the failure of our education system, and that is why we are committed to act resolutely in order to improve matters. Also, the program for which we have been elected by the people of Niger is to act to improve access to education as well as the quality of education. With regard to quality, we have decided to stress in particular the quality of teacher training and to make the job of teaching much more professional. With regard to improving access, our policy stresses the building of school infrastructure. Another aspect which is particularly important that I would like to stress as part of our educational program is gender equality and building boarding schools for girls in rural areas. Given the situation in rural areas where pupils are a long way away from their parents, sometimes it stops girls pursuing their education. And very often when they leave education, they are married off, and not included in some of the statistics I mentioned earlier on. Boarding schools give them peace and quiet and security and the conditions to continue their studies with the possibility to stay at the school and to acquire academic and vocational skills that they will need there. The scaling up of boarding arrangements in rural schools, whilst contributing to improving the performance of the educational system, also helps to reduce the rate of population growth. Mr. President, the reason why I have stressed our educational policy, after having spoken about climate change, terrorism, and lack of security in the Sahel, I did this because these three issues, demography, insecurity, and terrorism, are very much linked. Terrorism operating the Sahel today is linked to the living conditions for certain communities where the environment has been significantly affected by climate change. The Sahel, moreover, in recent decades is an area that has seen a particularly high spike in population growth. These two phenomena combined, population growth and the worsening of the environment combined, have led to regional disorder following the collapse of the Gaddafi regime in 2011, and has contributed to the chaotic situation being experienced by countries in the region. This is why, for the United Nations and for the international community, becoming emotional and speaking about terrorist violence will not be enough. We have to act by investing in the resources that we need in education in order to fight the violence of today and prevent the violence of tomorrow. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Niger for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the people of the Gambia and wish that we have a successful and fruitful 77th session. It is regrettable that we could not convene a proper general summit over the last 2 years due to the COVID-19 outbreak. Allow me, therefore, to pay a special tribute to the millions of people who succumbed to the pandemic worldwide. In their memory, we must commit ourselves to better pandemic preparedness and response. Mr. President, my delegation congratulates you on your efficient role as President of the General Assembly, and I assure you of the Gambia's support during your tenure. We also felicitate the Secretary General for ably steering the affairs of the UN during what has become one of the most challenging times of the century. Mr. President, the numerous interlocking global challenges requiring coordinated global action make it most pressing for us to rise to the occasion. This makes the theme a watershed moment, transformative challenges to interlocking challenges, quite appropriate. In the thick of all the complexities confronting world leaders, we must underscore the centrality of the United Nations' unique role and potential to make a huge difference in the lives of the people. Durable solutions that match the magnitude and intensity of the never-ending challenges remain the Assembly's greatest challenge. The situation calls for new perceptions, new approaches, and new partnerships, renewed commitments, and increased resource levels that equal to the scale of both current and emerging challenges. To recover as a global family, we must muster the requisite courage and political will and take advantage of the opportunities that go with the global crisis. Mr. President, the current cost of living crisis across the world is a wake-up call for immediate global response to alleviate the suffering and poverty that hold our nations to ransom. The global inflationary trends, food insecurity, and the energy crisis compounded the natural disasters that continue to cause havoc around the world. The need for relief grows by the day, yet global efforts appear to be less and less effective. In this connection, my delegation fully welcomes the establishment of the Secretary General's Global Crisis Response Group and eagerly look forward to concrete action-oriented recommendations and solutions. As one of the hard-hit developing countries, the Gambia stands ready to cooperate with the group to find real solutions for immediate relief. Mr. President, we have come to this summit with gratitude for the partnership and support extended to us from 2016 to date. Mr. Secretary General, we thank you personally and the entire UN body for the continued support of our peace-building and reconciliation efforts. The Gambia has come a long way from dictatorship and has transitioned into a true multi-party democracy. Following the 2021 presidential election and the legislative elections this year, the consolidation process is gaining momentum. We will step up reforming and strengthening our national institutions to sustain a robust democracy where human rights and fundamental freedoms underpin our national policies, programs, and development efforts. As we prepare to end the current electoral cycle with the 2023 local government elections, we are proud that the Gambia now have multiple political parties and vibrant civil society organizations with a sharp rise in public participation in national affairs. Amid the socio-economic challenges that beset our nation, characterized by reduced tourism engagements, inflation, food and energy insecurity, and modest economic growth, we are developing a new National Development Plan, NDP, 2022 to 2026, to succeed the current NDP. With this new plan, we seek to advance the pursuit of our national priorities, including the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2063 of the African Union. We therefore solicit the support of the UN system, as well as our friends and development partners. Our goal is to recover and grow our economy, transform digitally, and consolidate our democratic gains. Our resolve is to uplift our people from poverty, secure their livelihoods, and create new avenues to transition into a prosperous, peaceful, and stable nation. Because the youth and women form the greater majority of our population, the government will continue to empower them. Like all other genuine nations, we are committed to the global consensus that no country should be left behind in this decade of action. Despite its size and economic status, the Gambia is at the forefront of fighting climate change through ambitious national action plans, and we look forward to participating effectively in COP27 in Egypt and the 5th United Nations Conference on Least Developed Countries, LDCs, in Qatar. Mr. President, accelerating development in Africa hinges on addressing the underlying causes of insecurity and underdevelopment. As a continent our collective goal is to have a peaceful Africa where the people enjoy the dividends of peace, stability, and prosperity. African governments are committed to silencing the guns on the continent as a strategic objective. For this reason, we ask the United Nations and the international community to shoulder their fair share of the burden of the African Union peace endeavors. Our experience with keeping the peace in Africa is marked by isolated efforts in many instances. Africa must be provided with adequate equipment and the means to fully play its peace enforcement role on behalf of the international community. As a long-standing troop and police contributing country, the Gambia will continue to support the Secretary General's action for peacekeeping initiative, and we welcome its reinforcement through the action for peacekeeping strategy. We are committed to improving the capacity of our officers through increased pre-deployment training, innovative partnerships, and more greater balanced peacekeeping development approaches. We must, however, review and do more to address the frequency deadly attacks against peacekeepers in mission areas by giving them realistic mandates. As sitting member of the African Union Peace and Security Council, the Gambia's commitment to peace and security in Africa and beyond remains unwavering. Mr. President, we have ongoing conflicts on our continent that need urgent international attention. The complexity of the challenges in the Sahel dictates multi-pronged approaches and intervention that would ensure sustainable peace and stability. So we must reconsider our assumption on this region and seek forward-looking solutions that empower the citizens. The current security and governance situation in Libya equally deserve a fresh thrust from the international community. We call on the contending parties on the ground to give the people a chance to live and coexist in peace. Mr. President, Moroccan sovereignty and territorial rights over its Sahara region should be reconsidered by all. In this regard, the government of the Gambia reaffirms its strong support for Morocco autonomy initiatives. We convincingly serve as a realistic compromise in accordance with UN resolutions. Development in the Horn of Africa also continue to be a source of serious concern. We request the leaders of the region and the international community to explore new options to restore peace in the area. We must equally come together to assist the region to combat terrorism through greater cooperation and intelligence sharing. The humanitarian crisis is enormous and calls for considerable international emergency aid. Mr. President, reverting to other important matters of global concern, we entreat the United States to end the long-standing embargo imposed on Cuba. The reason is that global solidarity and friendly cooperation should define relations between member states of the United Nations. In the Middle East, the Israel-Palestinian conflict needs a new impetus for lasting peace. As a people, the Palestinians deserve a state of their own. Hence, we call for a fresh peace initiative that includes the revival of the Arab Peace Initiative. Mr. President, we remain deeply disturbed by the horrors and humanitarian catastrophe arising from the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. The destabilizing global economic conditions imposed on the rest of the world are unbearable. In Africa and elsewhere, the cost of living crisis and deepening inflation, with food and emerging insecurity and devastating our economies and continue to frustrate pandemic recovery efforts. Additionally, the debt burden has reached crisis level. We call for general debt relief. We implore Russia and Ukraine to heed the global plea for political dialogue and end the war. Africa is simply asking for global peace and friendly relations. Our survival and progress depend on global peace and stability. Mr. President, the plea of the Rohingya remains a matter of grave concern to the Gambia. We call on the Myanmar government to comply with the ruling of the International Court of Justice and end all human rights violations against the Rohingya. The Gambia will continue to defend their rights, Mr. President. As a responsible member of the international community, Gambia considers Taiwan as part of the People's Republic of China, and we advocate the adoption of the One China policy. We urge the international community, therefore, to fully respect China's sovereignty over Taiwan and avoid actions that undermine global peace. The Gambia fully supports the Secretary General's call for transformation and global solidarity in the landmark, our common agenda. In the same vein, in the landmark report, our common agenda. In the same vein, we support his effort to convene the Summit of the Future and the Sustainable Development Goals Summit next year. The renewal of global solidarity and regard for the less fortunate necessitated that we commit ourselves once again to leaving no one behind. Mr. President, Africa will continue to demand its rightful place in the permanent membership category of the Security Council. Thus, the negotiations must produce tangible results. Finally, let me emphasize that genuine commitment and substantially increased resources should accompany the transformation of our institutions, systems, mechanisms, and state of preparedness, and the developing world must not be left behind. I pray that we have a successful 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of the Gambia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rashad Mohamed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Rashad Mohamed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim.
In the name of God, the most merciful, Your Majesties, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Sir, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you all. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate His Excellency, Mr. Keabetswe, as well as Hungary, a friendly state, on its election to the head of the UN General Assembly. I'd like to wish him every success in the work of this session. This session is on transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. I'd also like to congratulate his predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid from the Maldives, for his real efforts to the principles and goals of the organization. I'd also like to welcome the role played by His Excellency, the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who strengthened the presence of the United Nations on the international stage. I would like to thank all UN staff, as well as agencies and envoys and emissaries, for all their efforts to alleviate the suffering of the Yemeni people. We'd also like to thank them for their good offices and for their efforts to bring peace and stability to my country, which has been drained by 8 years of wars, caused by the Houthi terrorists supported by the Iranian regime. I would like to commend the great Yemeni people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to do so, who are celebrating several national days, the 26th of October and the 30th of November. All of these various dates have constituted key states in cultural and social progress in my country, inter alia the proclamation of the Republican regime. This is currently undermined by the Houthi coup 60 years after the proclamation, which is based on freedom, justice, the eradication of racial discrimination, and also focuses on women's participation and guarantees of rights and liberty. It is a great pleasure for me to speak to you today, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time as the president of the Presidential Leadership Council of 8. For the 8th year in a row, a Yemeni leader is telling you about the destruction, humanitarian crisis, which is the worst in the world in Yemen. Each time we come to you to share with you all of this suffering, all of this pain, and also bring the memory of the courageous leaders and women, children, work colleagues, all those people that we are losing day after day because of the war, epidemics, illness, and hunger. Each time that a year passes without a robust position being taken on Yemen, losses pile up, militias and terrorist groups become increasingly dangerous and are a real transnational threat. These militias violate human rights, whilst these rights have been the subject of consensus within this organization for more than 70 years now. I'm here today to share with you the same history, the history of the Yemeni people, this great people, a patient, perseverant people that have been hit so hard. They're asking the same questions. Is it not possible to undertake serious work to bring an end to the bloodshed, to save lives, to eradicate terrorism and extremism, and to protect the desire of the people and its legitimate aspirations to recover its state, to participate in political life, to live a normal life, to get rid of sectarian, religious, and hate speech as well? The international community, ladies and gentlemen, has adopted a unified position on the issue of Yemen. We do appreciate this, and we are grateful to you for that. First and foremost, you supported the transfer of power plan based on the Gulf Initiative and its implementation mechanism in 2011. And then there was the Conference of National Dialogue that was not exclusive. This dialogue was something in which all categories of society was involved, including the Houthis, and this led to a reference document guaranteeing people's participation as broad as possible indeed in this process. This document enshrined the aspirations of the Yemeni people for democracy, justice, equality in citizenship, and women's participation, and the participation of all social categories, the freedom of thought and belief. And this led to a renewal of the Security Council that took place in Sana'a in 2013. Unfortunately, this dream was very short-lived. Following a terrorist coup d'etat that was conducted by the Houthi militia, they had a coup d'etat against national consensus that was born from this dialogue. These militia prevented the new constitution, and that would have led to a referendum. They tried to invade the capital Sana'a and several towns in Yemen. They also created obstacles to national agreement, in particular in Aden. They tried to assassinate the President of the Republic, and they harmed the work of several state Yemeni institutions. They imposed a fait accompli upon them. The militia declared a war on neighboring countries. This is how this destructive war started. This is the real threat to stability in our region, a threat to international navigation routes, to energy supply. All of this led to hundreds of thousands of lives lost, to people being injured, to a situation where 20 million people are currently suffering from famine. There are hundreds of thousands of refugees who've had to seek refuge in neighboring countries. 4 million IDPs within Yemen itself. The Houthi militia destroyed the living conditions for people, the means of subsistence for people. Furthermore, other phenomena have exacerbated the suffering of our people, in particular climate change, and also the destruction of our social network, our social welfare system. Ladies and gentlemen, since the 7th of April, a new era has started in Yemen based on partnership and national consensus through the establishment of the Presidential Leadership Council. This strives to make progress according to the terms of the transition period adopted by our people and approved by the regional and international community. This is why we are making progress, and we're doing this through an alliance conducted by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and also the different regional and international partners, to set up reform programs, they're urgently needed, that breathe new life into our institutions and ensure that services be provided at a large scale, whilst trying to curb the plummet in the exchange rate of our national currency. We're also trying to tackle inflation and the international food crisis. We've prioritized rebuilding our security and military institutions and to rebuild the judicial power that stopped functioning for about 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are working within the terms of reference of the Gulf Initiative and its implementation mechanism, as well as decisions, in particular 2216 of the Security Council, that resolution which calls for lasting peace and enables the state to recover its authority throughout the entire territory through our constitution and our republican system. Here, we would like to reaffirm our full respect for international humanitarian law, international human law and human rights, international human rights law, rather, and the various different instruments and treaties adopted and ratified by the Republic of Yemen. We would like to work hand in hand with the United Nations and the international community to ensure that peace, security, stability, and prosperity and freedom for all our peoples and all peoples of the world return. Our Presidential Council acts today in line with the UN Charter and its aims and principles, as well as in cooperation with UN agencies and the UN's political missions to guarantee inter alia political, economic and social rights of women and to bring an end to child exploitation. Children are often indoctrinated as part of hostile activities. Ladies and gentlemen, since the start of the Yemeni crisis, we have experienced great pain. We have sought to combat the Houthi militia. We've always maintained the same goal, and that is of peace. The Houthis did not respect their commitments, in particular their commitments made in 2014 in Sana'a. There were Geneva meetings, the first and second Geneva meetings. There were the Kuwait consultations, those in Stockholm. Then there was the truce, during which we nonetheless lost 300 martyrs, and there were violations by the militia that caused at least 1,000 people to be injured. For some week now, the humanitarian truce has stopped. We would like the international community to take into consideration that the Yemeni government did respect the truce throughout its existence. Today, we have sought to avoid any excuse. There's no excuse to violate this truce. We want a lasting peace. This truce showed that indeed we do lack a serious partner within Yemen. We lack serious partners who want peace. The Yemenis know today that they absolutely need to combat sectarian armed groups. Today we insist on the strong position of the Yemeni Presidential Council. We are calling for a renewal of the truce. However, this must not take place if it is not in the interests of the Yemeni people. The terrorist militia must not gain power because they threaten not only Yemen but the whole region and indeed the entire world. For us, ladies and gentlemen, peace is a strategic choice. There's no doubt about this. We are perfectly aware of the difficulty of heading up our country without the participation of all components of Yemeni society. However, we cannot accept an armed militia having the monopoly of power. These are the very basis of the aspirations of the Yemeni people. They have a right to peace and stability, just like all peoples do throughout the world. Today, the militia want to place themselves above the state, above the Yemeni people. Indeed, they believe that they have been elected by God. They export violence across the borders. They export hate speech and hostility against others, everybody who is different to them. Your countries, perhaps for some time now, have been living in peace and prosperity. That's perhaps why it's difficult for you to understand the situation in Yemen, where a militia is proclaiming itself as being chosen, elected by God. This war against us, this is precisely what the Houthis, Daesh, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, and many other terrorist groups throughout the world are calling for. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, transformative solutions, which are the theme of this General Assembly session, first and foremost require the principles of peace to be upheld with the existence of a stable government, one that can protect the political process. Nonetheless, if we continue to fear the use of force against terrorism, well, that will lead to a humanitarian disaster. In truth, we need to find alternative solutions. Deterrence, indeed. The international community needs to support the legitimate government in order to ensure that the values of peace and peaceful coexistence prevail. Diplomacy is based on an exchange of points of view. We cannot implement diplomacy. We can only do this in the context of a legitimate regime. It is difficult to use diplomacy with terrorist militias. If we were to, we would undermine the very principles of this organization. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the world's eyes are not looking at Yemen at the moment because there are other hotbeds of tension throughout the world. However, generous and attentive partners have, through the coalition headed up by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the UAE, they have helped us. They have spared no effort, no resource has been spared to help us on behalf of the international community to protect our people. They have also hosted Yemeni refugees, and they have been given many advantages in those countries. Furthermore, a technical democratic government was set up alongside the Presidential Council. This government enjoys the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. There have also been many commitments undertaken by the United States and the European Union and also the United Kingdom. They have undertaken to finance many processes in Yemen. Nonetheless, we are experiencing a real gap in funding. We need humanitarian emergency assistance, in particular in the area of healthcare. We also need a rapid response from humanitarian organizations. That is why projects need to be invested in that allow Yemeni people to enjoy means of subsistence and to protect the central bank in Aden so that the currency can be protected, so that basic products can be protected, so that a potential famine can be warded off. We need to act against the Houthi militias who are trying to divert or rather, we need to address the safer oil tanker situation. This would lead to a particularly serious environmental disaster. It would be a crisis even worse than the one we experienced in the Atlantic Ocean following the oil spill from the Exxon Valdez vessel. There's a need to make more efforts to bring an end to this situation that is being used by the Houthis as a tool to exert pressure. We are calling upon all countries of the world to ensure free navigation in international waters. We're also calling for a combat to be conducted against the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, in particular by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Today, Iran is interfering in our domestic affairs in an absolutely unacceptable way. That is why sanctions against that country need to be respected in line with the law and international commitments. We would call upon the states of the international community to reach agreement on nuclear non-proliferation and to ensure that no military aid be given to Iran, in particular through the provision of drones that are currently being used in terrorist acts against the citizens of my country and of countries in the region. By the same token, the Houthi militia are planting anti-personnel mines in the sea and on land. That is why the Republic of Yemen would like to urge the states of the international community to respect disarmament. Thus, we would like to talk about the need to find a solution on the Palestinian question so that the rights of the Palestinian people can be guaranteed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights enshrines the respect for the dignity of each human being in it. This is the very basis of freedom, justice, and peace throughout the world. This is why there is a need to prioritize these rights in all action of the General Assembly. The aim here is to guarantee the dignity of thousands, hundreds of thousands of our citizens throughout the world who are displaced, who are refugees, who are the subject of numerous forms of violence. Do we need to show even more evidence to show that violence is carried out by the Houthis? There is abuse carried out by these militia. In conclusion, I would like to tell you a story. Quite recently, a young Yemeni man was in Cairo in Egypt, and he was asked his date of birth by doctors. He said that he was born just 2 weeks ago, and this is the date when he left Sana. So he was born again, so to speak, after he left Yemen, but nonetheless he was afflicted by the loss of his family and by having to leave all of his family behind in Yemen. The Yemeni people aspire for peace, they aspire for a peaceful future, and this is what all countries of the world want for their populations. Thank you very much. May God's blessing be with you.
Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Taneti Maamau, President, Head of the Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Taneti Maamau, President, Head of the Government and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, fellow leaders, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished guests, let me begin by praising and thanking the Almighty God for His everlasting love, peace, mercy, and blessings upon the world and each one of us here today. In His holy name, Mr. President, I join previous speakers in congratulating you and the government of Hungary for your election as President of the General Assembly. Mr. President, please be assured of Kiribati's full support and cooperation as you steer the helm of this august body to make the 77th session a watershed moment for the many interlocking challenges facing humanity. In the same token, I congratulate and thank the outgoing President of Maldives for a resoundingly successful 76th session, as demonstrated in the accomplishment of his many new initiatives. He has infused a renewed sense of faith and hope in the power of a united humanity and a stronger multilateralism. The most remarkable legacy of his leadership has been for the inclusion of underrepresented member states within the workings of the United Nations. Never before have the small island developing state been diversely and widely represented within the realms of the office of the President of the General Assembly. And to the Secretary General of the United Nations, thank you for your stellar and steady leadership, especially during these very difficult and trying times. Kiribati welcomes and fully endorses your reappointment for a second term to further advance and complete a comprehensive overhaul of the United Nations in meeting its obligations for the peoples it serves. We also appreciate the restructuring of a multi-country office aimed at bringing the UN closer to the people on the ground. The establishment of the UN's multi-country office for the Northern Pacific region, which includes Kiribati, is a symbolic notion of bringing the UN closer for effective and tailored delivery of the UN agency services. We hope to see more tangible developmental activities occurring in this remote and underrepresented region of the United Nations. I wish to also acknowledge the great contributions and services that the UN agencies have delivered to my country and people. In particular, I would like to convey a big thank you to the UN Police for all the assistance and support that has enabled our Kiribati police to participate for the first time in the UN peacekeeping missions, starting with UNIMIS in South Sudan. Mr. President, 76 years ago, in establishing the United Nations Charter, our founding fathers committed to cooperate to prevent future wars and eliminate root causes of wars and other violent conflicts in society. They agreed to restore the godliness, dignity, and worth of human person and improve the standard of living for all, to name a few. Today, we take stock of the progress made toward those goals, along with new commitments, and to reflect and assess if we have truly lived up those values. Mr. President, as a small island developing nation, multilateralism is central to the sustainable development of Kiribati. It offers a variety of opportunities to engage on global issues that are of importance to the well-being of our people. With an ocean area large enough to fit the whole of Europe, our Kiribati vision for 20 years and foreign policy objectives has been on the promotion of ocean health and wealth. This includes both the risk from nuclear submersibles traversing our waters and the damage effect of illegal, unregulated, and unreported activities on our fisheries. Most importantly is the health of our people, especially those who were exposed to the nuclear test blast on Christmas Island. We are grateful for the leading role together with Kazakhstan on Articles 6 and 7 of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons concerning assistance for persons and environments harmed by nuclear testing. Two of the initiatives that we proposed are now reflected in the Vienna Programme of Action. The first is the establishment of a voluntary trust fund to assist countries, communities, and people and environments harmed by nuclear testing. Second is the creation of a scientific advisory body to help provide the science needed to address health and environmental problems occasioned by past nuclear testing. We are grateful to the countries that have already pledged support and made contributions for these initiatives, and especially those who are not yet state parties to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Let me be clear on this, Mr. President. Humanity should be free now and forever from the test and use of nuclear weapons. This is why my government has decided to invite the United Nations to use Christmas Island as a global or sub-global center for anti-nuclear researches and related programs and activities. Mr. President, the choice of the theme of the 77th session cannot be more appropriate and timely. A cloud of uncertainty and fear continues to cast over humanity in light of the 2-year-long COVID-19 pandemic. Communities, families, and businesses are still reeling from the effects of the pandemic. Compounding these devastations are the persisting challenges of climate change that manifested in coastal erosion, reducing available land space, and droughts that affected the livelihood of many persons. The Ukraine war has added to the despair and uncertainty through the unnecessary loss of lives, scarcity of food grains, increase in food and fuel prices, interest rates, and many more. The consequences of COVID-19, climate change, and the war in Ukraine are clear examples of interlocking challenges that must be addressed urgently using the 77th session's motto of solidarity, sustainability, and science. Solidarity underscores the sustainability of science and its advances. We saw this through the record-breaking production of vaccines, which have saved millions of lives. By emulating the success of sharing vaccine production, of sharing science discoveries, we can ensure many more receive life-saving vaccines and medicines. On this note, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all those who have assisted the people of Kiribati in many ways through vaccines, financial support, and others during the COVID-19 pandemic. Climate change is another area in which science has and continues to make advances in the science of understanding the root causes and ways to address climate change. However, the lack of solidarity, even through multilateralism, continues to be the stumbling block to address the global change emergency. The targets that have been agreed and set under the Paris Agreement, including the financial pledges, continue to remain out of reach. Mr. President, these challenges and the many others have caused much human suffering in the past 7 decades. All but have one thing in common. They are curated by the people in positions of power and influence. Much of this irresponsible, selfish, and heartless behavior are part of what the late Queen Elizabeth II referred to as the darker side of human nature. The darker side harbors negative mindsets and attitudes that give in to greed, hate, and the many other vices that breed more bad than good, resulting in conflict, violences across societies and the world at large. Broken homes cannot be fixed by wonderful speeches, meetings, resolutions, nor international instruments, but an interplay of greater compassion and solidarity. Sadly, Mr. President, harmful mindset persists, and we ourselves, being a remote country, are far from being immune from such. The escalating geostrategic competition in our part of the world means that regionalism and solidarity are at risk of being increasingly used to serve specific national interests rather than a collective of diverse needs and views working in unison for our common benefits. As is the case now, any differing views and sovereign decisions that deviates is at the risk of being vigorously scrutinized and labeled a foe through a security lens rather than a genuine desire to pursue sustainable development for the country and its people. Likewise, efforts undertaken by Kiribati to prepare for its graduation from the least developed country status as recommended by the UN are scrutinized. With limited resources, we are committed to drive our developmental agenda and ensure sustainability when we graduate by maximizing the benefits from the Phoenix Islands protected area and many others. Our developmental agenda are grounded on our culture, traditional values and norms, practices and aspirations for the benefit of our people. Yet, they continue to be oppressed by neocolonial thinking that does not take into account our needs, our priorities, and our national interests. This is a system of global thinking that remains steeped with legacies of environmental destruction, which our people have now inherited, as is the case of the mining of Panaba Island. We must work together to ensure that the solution and actions to correct these legacies and local watershed moments work hand in hand with actions and solutions for today's interlocking challenges. Wendell Berry pointed out that global thinking is often merely a euphemism for abstract anxieties or passions that are useless for engaged efforts to save actual landscapes. Multilateralism should never be viewed as a one-size-fits-all scenario. We are reminded that it is best to reorient our work through locally grounded planning and action that focuses on the actual scale-down watersheds commonly addressed. Mr. President, we have a duty as leaders entrusted with the power to decide and as enablers of solutions for the security, peace, and well-being of our people that is sustained through education, awareness, and financing. Acting together side by side in unison and solidarity, making decisions and taking actions based on reality and facts derived from natural law and true science is a precursor for the transformative solutions we need. Let us all agree to make the 77th session a watershed moment, a moment for renewed positive mindset, a moment for true discipleship action, and a moment for a prosperous, peaceful, and secure world for all. I believe that together in unison and solidarity as one human family, and with God's blessing, we can do it, and certainly we can do it. I conclude by sharing our traditional blessings of the Maori, the Rai, or the Tapemo. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President, Head of the Government, and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of the Republic of Kiribati for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly now will hear an address by His Excellency Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Emmerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Karosi, President of the 77th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished guests, it is my singular honor to deliver this statement to this august Assembly. Allow me to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Please be assured of Zimbabwe's full support as you guide our deliberations during this current session. I also pay special tribute to your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for leading the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly as the world grappled with a plethora of challenges. We commend him for the President of the General Assembly's Fellowship of Hope initiative towards enhancing youth interest, engagement, and commitment in the work of the United Nations. This will go a long way towards safeguarding the interests of future generations as embodied in today's youth. Their voices must be heard across our governments and within the United Nations. Zimbabwe is privileged to be among the pioneering beneficiaries of this program. Mr. President, delivering the 2030 agenda remains an urgent priority for us all. Our theme for this session in the court, a watershed moment, transformative solution to interlocking challenges, end of quote, captures the importance of scaling up our actions informed by the state of our world. The number of persons exposed to food insecurity continues to increase. Meanwhile, the scourges of conflict and climate change have become major drivers of migration and refugees. The ever-looming threat associated with the CCC crisis of COVID-19, conflict, and climate change has placed upon us an enormous responsibility to confront these interlocking challenges by strengthening multilateralism and solidarity. Terrorism, biodiversity, loss, desertification, pollution, and cybercrime, among other challenges, reinforce the urgent need to implement the inclusive and transformative solutions that leave no one and no place behind. This 77th session comes in the wake of debilitating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic that overstretched our healthcare systems and severely exposed the disparities between developed and developing countries with regards to vaccine access. Africa is among the most affected. The lessons from the pandemic should inspire and enable the United Nations General Assembly to urgently scale up means to build multi-pronged capacities that must guide our collective response to future pandemics and other global challenges. Despite the illegal economic sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe successfully implemented its COVID-19 national response strategy, encouraged largely by our own internal resources and institutional capacities. The proactive approach by my administration enabled the country to achieve high vaccination rates, which extended to children up to 12 years. Meanwhile, our focus on the construction, rehabilitation, and modernization of health facilities across the country, coupled with the enhanced capacities around biotechnology and the pharmaceutical value chain, attest to my government's determination to realize universal health coverage. Mr. President, lifting many more people out of poverty and into a higher quality of life must remain at the core of both United Nations activities and the programs and projects of our respective countries. Zimbabwe has made significant strides towards ending poverty and hunger. This has seen the implementation of various policies and programs to support and empower communal and small-scale farmers. At the household level, the provision of agricultural inputs, equipment, and technical support to farmers, especially the vulnerable, has contributed to household and national food and nutrition security. However, in 2022, mid-season drought and tropical cyclones regrettably reduced the overall performance of the agricultural sector. To this end, the climate change conundrum has continued to be an albatross. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement should remain the primary platform for negotiating our collective global response to climate change. All measures taken to achieve the targets and commitments set under the Paris Agreement have to be implemented. Furthermore, the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in light of the different national circumstances must also be reflected. Financing for climate change has remained inadequate, leaving the scope for effective and just transition to renewable energy among developing countries under serious threat. It is our hope that at COP27 in Egypt later this year, the developed countries will deliver more concrete action on climate change, not just for mitigation targets, but also in relation to adaptation, loss and damage, climate-specific finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. In our case, Zimbabwe is making concerted and deliberate efforts to integrate climate action into our national policies, strategies, and planning. This includes strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity of the most vulnerable in our society. Additionally, my government is implementing an ambitious program to increase the number of dams for irrigation. The program is expected to create green belts across the country as we reduce dependency on rain-fed agricultural activities while enhancing export-led production and productivity. Our comprehensive agriculture transformation strategy is focused on increasing production and productivity across the agriculture spectrum. This was instrumental in our unprecedented realization of national wheat self-sufficiency, as well as increased exports in horticulture. The provision of technical extension services for improved land and water use has seen widespread adoption of climate-smart agricultural innovations, with evident upward increase of incomes among communal and smallholder farmers, as well as women and youth in agriculture. Mr. President, Zimbabwe is committed to Agenda 2030 and has to this end mainstreamed the 17 SDGs into our National Economic Development Blueprint. The National Development Strategy, we acknowledge the support of the United Nations in the alignment of this strategy to the Sustainable Development Goals. Economic reforms have been implemented, resulting in significant progress in sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, mining, and tourism. Our Zimbabwe is open for business mantra has fostered strong partnership between the government and the private sector for inclusive and sustainable development. Massive infrastructure development projects, which include the dams, energy plants, and the roads, have broadened our national economic asset base, as well as production and productivity enablers, while enhancing regional connectivity and integration. The current global financial architecture has demonstrated its inadequacies to address the challenges that confront us. Increasing and unsustainable debt burden, prohibitive cost of borrowing, illicit financial flows, and exploitation of natural resources from developing countries have all combined to relegate developing countries to the periphery of the global financial system. There is therefore need for a global financial system which is just, more inclusive, and responsive to the challenges we face. Equally, the international trade architecture under the World Trade Organization has remained largely exclusive and indifferent to the needs of developing countries. The African Continental Free Trade Area is thus expected to be the panacea for Africa to trade and stimulate economic growth and development. The AfCFTA must be complemented as we strive to improve production and trade in goods and services. Liberalization of services and the strengthening of competition policy and intellectual property rights, as well as the adoption of digital trade, should also be enhanced. Mr. President, education is a key driver of sustainable development. with a direct impact on SDG 4, SDG 5, on gender equality, and SDG 17 on partnerships for the goals. Zimbabwe has embarked on reforms based on our heritage-based education 5.0 model, which emphasizes on science, technology, innovation, and industrialization. These are indeed necessary tools to leap forward the modernization and industrialization of our countries in the developing world. My government is equally providing quality, inclusive, and accessible education through the rollout of a phased free primary school education system. The Transforming Education Summit during this high-level week is a timely and a welcome development which should help revitalize the education sector, more so after COVID-19 induced disruptions. My country knows that more work needs to be done globally to close the gender gaps that are often aggravated in times of crisis. Opportunities are being created for all Zimbabweans, especially for women and the youth, to realize their individual and their collective potential. Milestones have thus been achieved in the implementation of SDG 5 on gender equality, leading to expanded empowerment and employment opportunities for both women and the youth. The proportional representation for women in Parliament is enshrined in the Constitution. Under my leadership, Zimbabwe has legislated reserved youth seats in the National Assembly. To further strengthen participatory democracy and good governance, my government has introduced a 30% quota for women in local authorities. This is more important as women bear the brunt of poor service delivery at the local level. The establishment of gender and youth focal desks within government ministries has helped to mainstream the issues of young people, particularly young women. Mr. President, sustainable socio-economic development is an indispensable imperative for the enjoyment of the fundamental rights of any people. The policy of devolution and decentralization has seen increased budgetary support directly to the local authorities. Communities right at the village, ward, and district levels are now making independent decisions and prioritizing their programs and projects informed by the most pressing needs at their level. This has seen the rapid construction of schools, clinics, water and sanitation infrastructure, and other social amenities in the most remote areas of Zimbabwe. In the same vein, my government is promoting heritage-based rural industrialization to guarantee improved livelihoods and incomes of all communities based on their respective unique natural resources endowments. Mr. President, Zimbabwe is modernizing, industrializing, based on our local resources and the human capital base. Inspired by the historic monument, the Great Zimbabwe, from which our country's name is derived, we are building our country brick by brick, stone upon stone, with the support of our friends and partners. As my government continues to entrench democracy, good governance, and the rule of law, we are committed to vibrant, competitive, and peaceful political contestations. Notwithstanding our success, the ongoing deleterious effects of the illegal sanctions continue to hamper and slow down our progress and the realization of sustainable, and inclusive development. Zimbabwe is a peace-loving country. We remain indebted to the SADC region and the African Union, as well as other progressive members in the Committee of Nations, for their unwavering support and calls for the removal of these unwarranted and unjustified sanctions on Zimbabwe. We once again call for their immediate and unconditional removal. My country welcomes the findings of the United Nations Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of the unilateral coercive measures on the enjoyment of human rights who visited Zimbabwe in 2021. Mr. President, at the international level, Zimbabwe has adopted an engagement and re-engagement policy. The policy is underpinned by the principles of mutual understanding and respect, cooperation, partnership, and shared values with other members of the international community. We desire to be a friend to all and an enemy to none. My country is greatly concerned that more than 20 years after the Durban Declaration and Program of Action, hate crimes, xenophobia, racial discrimination, and intolerance have continued to increase at an alarming rate, including at international level. There is need, therefore, to recommit to fighting these scourges in all their forms and manifestations. The spread of terrorism and intensification of all the conflicts on the African continent and throughout the world have been a setback to our quest to silence the guns. In Southern Africa, we remain seized with insecurity and a terrorist insurgency in northern parts of Cabo Delgado in Mozambique and the conflicts in parts of the Great Lakes region. Emboldened by our SADC regional philosophy that an injury to one is an injury to all, we continue to pool our resources to fight terrorism and other threats to peace, security, and stability in our region. We appeal to the United Nations to render the requisite support to our efforts to restore peace in the affected areas. Zimbabwe stands committed to playing its part for the realization of peace and security within various United Nations, African Union, and SADC peacekeeping and peace-building missions. The scale and gravity of our challenges today cannot be addressed through old structures and the old ways of doing business. Zimbabwe subscribes to the Al-Alimi consensus and the City Declaration as the sustainable approach to the reform of the United Nations Security Council. Mr. President, in conclusion, Zimbabwe reaffirms its commitment to the principles of the United Charter and the multilateralism in the resolution of the complex and intersecting challenges facing our world. The implementation of the inclusive 2030 agenda remains our biggest hope for the future we all want. There is indeed a more compelling case for enhanced solidarity, cooperation, and partnerships if we are to respond effectively to these challenges and ensure our collective survival. The United Nations should remain the beacon and a source of hope for the global citizenry. As leaders, we have a weighty burden and responsibility to make the United Nations deliver to the expectations of all the peoples of this world. I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Mr. President, honorable heads of state and government, Mr. General Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to warmly congratulate Mr. Keabetswe from Hungary for his election as the President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would also like to congratulate the Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his commitment to world peace, and Mr. Abdullah Sahid from the Maldives for the results that he achieved during his term. Mr. President, much has been said by the eminent speakers who were before me on this podium, which allows me to avoid certain repetition. The time has come for us to think of a global and lasting solution based on solidarity, sustainability, science, as the themes of this session calls us to do. Because the solution to many of our problems is in the joint reflection, global solidarity, and the pursuit of concerted and collective actions. The COVID-19 pandemic tragically reminded us that we live in a globalized world, that the lives of all human beings have equal value, that humanity is one, and that we have a common destiny. We must share scientific knowledge and ensure equitable access to vaccines. Mr. President, during the last 2 years, we were able to create greater political stability in our country, reaffirm our role in the African continent, and reclaim our place in the concert of nations. However, the international context does not favor the full implementation of our development plan, particularly in respect to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In Africa, we're also feeling the consequences of the war in Ukraine, whose impact is unfortunately broad, particularly in the energy and agricultural sectors. Inflation and increased prices of grains and other staples have considerably worsened a food situation that was already challenging. Guinea-Bissau is a coastal country with a great number of islands. We have dedicated much effort to mitigation and the adaptation. And we hope that COP27 will be a deciding step in defining and adopting concrete strategies to minimize the negative impacts of climate changes. Mr. President, allow me, as the chairman of the authority of the ECOWAS heads of state and government, to remind you that our sub-region faces great security challenges and that we need peace in order to ensure the development and well-being of our people, who are our primary wealth. The stability of a great part of our continent in general, and of West Africa in particular, is threatened by the insecurity caused by terrorism, violent extremism, and transnational crime, which violates the principles of the rule of law and democracy. ECOWAS created a political and legal framework and structural mechanisms to prevent and resolve political and institutional crises. However, the challenges continue to be numerous and difficult to overcome. We need international assistance to stop the advance of terrorism in West Africa and in the entire Sahel region. This is a threat to international peace and security, and in order to combat it effectively, we must involve the entire international community and the UN in particular. Mr. President, I was recently chosen to chair the African Leaders Malaria Alliance, Al-Alimi. According to the WHO data, 96% of the malaria cases globally and 98% of the malaria deaths occur in Africa. Our continent has not achieved the establishment of the goals to reduce malaria and mortality by 40% by 2020. And this was a fundamental step in eliminating malaria in the African continent by 2030. Therefore, more than ever, we need to adopt appropriate measures to protect all, everywhere, from infectious diseases. I would like to take this opportunity to call on all countries, governments, donors, and development partners to contribute to the replenishment of the Global Fund. Together and in solidarity, we can end malaria once and for all and save millions of human lives. Mr. President, speaking of solidarity among states and peoples, we cannot forget to mention Cuba and the need for this American embargo against our fellow nation to be immediately lifted. In conclusion, I want to emphasize that Guinea-Bissau, despite being a small country with limited means, will not spare any efforts in order to contribute to maintaining peace, stability, and security on our planet. We are resolute in continuing to actively participate in the consolidation of multilateralism and the promotion of dialogue and cooperation among the nations and peoples of the world. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellency,
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished representatives of Member States, ladies and gentlemen. Above all, I would like to address my warm congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid for the efficiency with which he led the work of the 76th session of our General Assembly, and His Excellency Mr. Kasaba Korosi, who succeeded him. I congratulate you on your outstanding election, and I can assure you of the solidarity of the Comores in your task. I would also like to thank His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his sustained commitment and all of his team for their work in the service of peace and development. Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this 77th session of the UN General Assembly is being held at a particularly delicate time in the life of the international community. From one year to the next, the face of the world has changed, and for 3 years now, our countries have been facing the worst health crisis of our history, notably the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic, as you will know, has brought all countries of the world to its knees and has shown that all countries, big and small, all face these risks from disease. And this is really one of the worst crises that the planet has ever had to face. In that regard, the Union of the Comores once again would like to address our thanks to all of those that have worked so quickly to provide effective solutions within months, giving hope again to the world that progressively we could come out of this crisis, which has seriously damaged the world economy. And as if that weren't enough, another crisis caused by the invasion of Ukraine has shown once again the dramatic way in which the multilateral system is fragile. And yet, this is what we come here together to discuss today. The price of wheat and other foodstuffs have reached levels never seen before, and this is endangering food security by increasing the risk of shortages and of famine. And that is why my country condemns in the utmost manner this invasion, and we call upon the international community to convince Russia and Ukraine to pursue the path of dialogue as soon as possible. That is the only way to end hostilities. And I would also like to welcome the Istanbul Agreement of last July, led under the auspices of Mr. Erdogan, President of Turkey, and Mr. Antonio Guterres, allowing the export of millions of tons of cereals that were blocked in Ukrainian ports. Those agreements must be consolidated. They are proof that dialogue can and should always take precedence in order to avoid the world falling into chaos and into misery. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the concerns linked to the conflict, the health crisis, the current food crisis, the community of nations must continue to find the most appropriate solutions to the political and territorial claims of states. And that is why I reiterate here, on behalf of my delegation, the imperative need to find rapid, just and fair solutions to the flagrant injustice being suffered by Palestine. We have to find a solution that will ensure the rights of the Palestinian people to have a sovereign state of their own, with East Jerusalem as their capital, living in peace and harmony with the state of Israel, because, as they say, you can choose your friends, but you can't choose your neighbors. With regard to the Moroccan Sahara, I repeat the support of the Comores to the Moroccan nature of the Sahara. The autonomy of this region as part of the sovereignty of Morocco, in our view, that is the best basis to bring about a rapid, pragmatic and lasting solution to this regional conflict which has lasted for far too long. And my government also strongly encourages dialogue between the brotherly countries of Morocco and Algeria, and we welcome all initiatives that could help to ensure peace in this region, particularly the relaunch of the political process on the basis of Security Council resolutions. And along the same lines, with regard to the sovereignty of states, the Union of the Comores repeats our position with regard to the need for China to be able to recover its sovereignty over the island of Taiwan. Given the threats that we see today hovering over peace, my government would call upon all stakeholders in various conflicts to show a sense of responsibility and restraint. In the particularly difficult area of the Sahel, we know from experience just how dangerous it can be to allow areas of tension to develop. They then become fertile ground for the expansion of international terrorism. My government in Eastern Africa has seen Al-Shabab. This is a threat to the entire continent. And I reaffirm here, as I did last year before this august assembly, that these groups that threaten peace in the world are not Muslims. They are simply terrorists that have nothing to do with Islam, which is a religion of peace, tolerance, and living together. However, we are aware that behind these current terrorist movements that we have to fight, we also have a lot of frustration amongst the young people that don't see a future for themselves. And here I would call upon the great powers of this world that their support is capital to contribute to the social and economic development of countries. That is very important to respond to the needs of the beneficiaries of this aid. Peace and security in the world need prevention. Prevention is the only way that we will be able to address problems upstream through diplomacy. This is how we can address the difficult issues that are threatening peace in the world. And of course, if we're talking about conflict, we have the territorial dispute between my country and France with regard to Mayotte. Like previous governments, we would recall before this august assembly, formally, that in accordance with international law, this island is Comoran in nature, and the sovereignty was removed during the decolonization process. This is a painful dossier, and it's gone on now for more than 40 years. But we hope that we welcome the dialogue that has been created between the French and the Comoran counterparts. Ladies and gentlemen, the principles and the values of the United Nations are now focused on the Sustainable Development Goals, and each country has made these a priority. We would recall that climate change is one of the most important aspects of these SDG goals. Whole regions are going to disappear, and others are on a daily basis facing climate phenomena such as flooding, intense droughts, fires, the loss of coastline, and acidification. If this disaster spares no country or region, and small island developing states such as the Comores are in a particularly bad situation, and they need greater attention to be paid to them by leaders. And I take this opportunity to once again express our condolences and our support and sympathy to the people and authorities of Pakistan, to all those families that have lost family members through the flooding in that country. We are also facing other dangerous phenomena, such as piracy, pollution, illegal fishing, the pillaging of marine resources, and drug trafficking and people trafficking. They require great attention to be paid. And we are part of all regional and global initiatives in order to fight these barbaric acts. which are a serious threat for the security of goods and people. And that is why I have always attached the greatest importance to the security of our geo-strategic area, particularly in the Mozambique Channel and the southwest of the Indian Ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, my country, the Union of the Comores, has just celebrated its 47th year of independence. And the first 2 decades saw a lot of troubles and political instability. But for 20 years now, thank God, the country has been able to find again peace and stability. We need to do everything to ensure that we can consolidate this political stability. That is a real yardstick of the socio-economic development of the country. We need a peaceful society that is cohesive and inclusive of all its components. And that is why, in order to bring about greater peace and social cohesion, in last February, we held a national political dialogue aimed at bringing together the citizens of the Comores around essential goals, namely peace, security, towards lasting economic and social development. And that's why I would like to thank all partners that have provided their support to this dialogue. I am convinced that all political forces in the country that took part in those important talks will work towards consolidating what's been achieved over the years and ensure democratic changes of power and development in the country. With regard to human rights now, allow me to stress that my country works closely with regional and international bodies that are tasked with implementing the quadrennial review in 2019. Essential reforms have been implemented, showing the willingness of my country to ensure that human rights are a national priority. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, with regard to the social situation, COVID-19 has forced countries to give priority to the management of the pandemic. We had 2 waves in the Comores. The second was more virulent than the first, with a number of victims. Nevertheless, the situation was mastered in the country, overcome thanks to the early measures taken by the authorities and supported in that, as we were, by all of our bi- and multilateral partners and civil society, and I would like to thank them all here once again. The Union of the Comores, thankfully, today is an island country and has taken steps to avoid a new outbreak of this disease. The government thanks countries helping us with this crisis arising from COVID and also worsened by the Ukrainian crisis. I welcome the action of all development partners helping the Comores, and once again I thank you for your help. With the United Nations system and a new framework for sustainable development that has just been signed for the next 5 years, that perfectly aligns with the Emerging Comores development plan. That is our plan for the development of the country. All of these efforts combined of the government and of partners bi- and multilateral partners should move towards a common goal, namely to see our country improve by 2030. And we plan to organize at the beginning of December a follow-up seminar for the conference of the Partners in Development that was held in France in 2019 in order to accompany these challenges before us before 2030. And here I would like to appeal to all of our partners that we find ways together to move towards meeting our Paris commitments to fund the various projects in the programme. Regionally, we attach particular importance to cooperation between the Comores and the countries with which we share a common destiny in the Indian Ocean. We also participate in regional efforts to ensure security in the East African area, and we provide our support to the friendly Republic of Mozambique in their struggle against terrorism, a scourge which spares no country. International solidarity is therefore important in order to fight this scourge and ensure all of our security. We come each year to the United Nations to express our interest in multilateralism and our conviction of the essential role of this organization to make the world a more humane place. And this year, we renew our commitment to work for the goods of everyone, the good of everyone. And I'd like to stress the need for the international community to continue to be unified and to show solidarity that we will find appropriate solutions to the great challenges of our times for more peace, progress, and for the good of ourselves and future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Union of the Comoros for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency George Mani Weah, President of the Republic of Liberia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia, to welcome His Excellency George Mani Weah, President of the Republic of Liberia, and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Saba Korosi, President of the 77th United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to address this 77 sections of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the government and people of Liberia. Let me congratulate His Excellency Saba Korosi on his election as President of this 77 sections of the United Nations General Assembly and assure him of Liberia's further support. I would also like to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for a job well done in administering the affairs of the 76 sections of the General Assembly. Let me also extend my profound thanks and appreciation to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his remarkable and visionary leadership. This year's Assembly is taking place at a difficult time when even as the world is recovering from the scourge of COVID-19. We continue to face the challenges of the war in Ukraine, climate change and its devastating effects on our environment. Just as the Ukrainian people are enduring the harsh impact of this unwarranted military incursion, the rest of the world is feeling the harsh consequences of economic downturn caused by disruption in global supply chain, food insecurity, and rising prices of basic goods and services. The theme of this year's Assembly, a watershed movement, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges is both appropriate and meaningful. It not only reminds us about the current state of our world and provide us the space to reflect on the multiple challenges that confront us today. They include the health and socio-economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the devastating effects of climate change, environmental concerns, poverty reduction, food insecurity, and gender inequality. The challenges confronting the world today will require immediate collective global actions with the United Nations at the center of the search for solutions. In so doing, we must give special consideration to the needs of developing countries, particularly the least developed countries, in line with the Doha Program of Action for Least Developed Countries for the decade 2022-2031. Working together with the United Nations family, Liberia hereby commits to protect our planet, to promote peace, prevent conflicts, to ensure sustainable financing, and to boost partnership. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this commitment is reflected in the proper agenda for prosperity and development, which embodies the expressions of our shared determination to achieve peace, prosperity, national development, address extreme poverty, inequalities, regional disparity, infrastructure deficit, climate change, and equitable distribution of our national wealth. Given Liberia's youthful populations of more than 60%, my government initiated a youth rehabilitation and empowerment program, the Social Economic Empowerment of Disadvantaged Youth Project, between 2019 and 2021, with the subsequent launch of a $13 million United States national fund drive for the rehabilitation and empowerment of at-risk youth in Liberia. We remain of the firm conviction that when empowered, our youth can be a positive force for good. As Liberia Feminine in Chief, women empowerment and the promotion of gender equality remain key priorities of my government. Women do not only comprise almost half of our country's population, but they also play important roles at all levels of society and must be given equal deserved attention, support, and a place at the leadership and governance table in our society. To this end, we have developed a legal framework, including the ratification of regional and international instruments to address gender inequality, which are being carried out as a result of social, cultural perception, practices, and stereotypes that support male dominance and the subordination of women. I would like to inform you that my government, together with the UN partners, is implementing the EU Spotlight Initiative to end violence and harmful traditional practices against women and girls and promote their sexual and productive health and rights. Furthermore, the government of Liberia is currently implementing a $50 million United States ECOWAS-funded project to enhance the capacity of female entrepreneurs. Mr. President, I wish to express Liberia's sincere gratitude to our local and international partners, both multilateral and bilateral, for their continued support to our national efforts in combating the pandemic. As a result of that support, Liberia is well on its way to achieving herd immunity, hopefully by the end of this year, with 67% of the population already fully vaccinated. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, my government continues to take actions through the formulations of new policy framework and strategic interventions to address the impacts of climate change and protect the environment. Liberia commits to achieving a target of 64% reduction in carbon emission below business as usual by 2030. We anticipate that the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Egypt, COP27, will provide the opportunity to accelerate actions towards the goal of the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mr. President, Excellencies, sustainable development can take place only in a peaceful and secure environment. In fulfillment of our commitment to the maintenance of regional and global peace and security, Liberia takes pride as a troop-contributing country, with Liberian troops and other security apparatus serving in the United Nations multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali, the United Nations mission in South Sudan, and the United Nations Interim Security Forces for Abai. We thank the United Nations and our bilateral, international, multi-bilateral partners for the support we continue to receive in facilitating our contribution to global and regional peace and security. Mr. President, Excellencies, I am pleased to report that the IMF latest appraisal of the ongoing program it has with Liberia is very positive. It shows that inflation rates have been significantly reduced. There are now better prospects for economic growth compared to previous years in spite of the negative effects of COVID-19. Our effort at instituting new policy measures to fight grabs were also particularly commended in the report, along with our adherence to prudent fiscal management. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, democracy in Liberia also continues to grow from strength to strength. After many years of civil upheaval, Liberia is becoming a stronghold for peace and a safe haven for democracy. This is because we have taken actions in the last few years to build and strengthen democratic institutions such as the press and the Liberian judiciary. We have put forward new legislation that empower the media while eradicating those that have tended to suppress free speech. I am proud to say that from the beginning of my administration to date, there is no political prisoner in Liberia. Our regional conferences of the Mana River Union and the ECOWAS, which have been called to discuss efforts to restore democracy in a few trouble spots in our West African region, Liberia has constantly and consistently pleaded for a strict adherence to constitutional terms limit and for a return to democratic civilian rule in cases of military takeover. Liberia is expected to hold presidential and legislative elections in October 2023. The forthcoming election will be crucial to consolidating our democracy. In this regard, I wish to underscore my government's unwavering commitment to ensuring that the enabling environment continues to exist for the conduct of peaceful, free, fair, transparent, and inclusive elections. This is in keeping with my commitment to ensure that the democratic will of the Liberian people is respected at all times. In the run-up to the 2023 elections, it is incumbent upon all prospective candidates to avoid the incitement of violence and any other behavior that could deprive the Liberian people of the peaceful space that they need to freely exercise their franchise and freely express their political will in choosing their leaders. We must let the people decide, and then we must respect their decision. This is indeed the true essence of democracy. Mr. President, Excellencies, if we must advance common good of humanity, the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, then international cooperation must be given primacy, and the principles of solidarity must have its rightful place. We have the platform to generate the transformative solutions we seek. The world is watching. Our people are watching. And we must now seize the moment, confront the challenges, and collectively endeavor to lift the poor from poverty and hunger, sickness and disease, and ensure progress, development, and prosperity for all. At the same time, we must protect our planet, guarantee and maintain global peace, security, and stability. Mr. President, we must pursue efforts to make the United Nations more efficient, more effective, more inclusive, more accountable, and more suited for the purpose. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Liberia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency, the President of the 77th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Heads of States and Governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's a great honor and privilege to address the 77th Session of the United Nations General Assembly here in New York today. At this particular challenging time in human history, I welcome the important theme of this session, which direct us all to find a transformative joint solution to the various interlocking challenges we face today. There is absolutely no doubt that today, we as a community of nations collectively face the most challenging socio-economic and environmental situation we have experienced in the modern history. In fact, I can say with sadness that the situation is dire and potentially existential. Therefore, without transformative and urgent implementable solutions to these interlocking challenges of our times, the small window of opportunity we have to act together will pass to the detriment of all our citizens and the world. Our actions today will surely determine our fate and that of the generations to come. The burden of all our shoulders is heavy, and failure is not an option. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, most of the world is still recovering from the devastating health and socio-economic impact of the global COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic was unprecedented in its impact on the daily lives of all citizens across the world, in that it changed the way we live forever and clearly presented how unprepared the world is for such shocks and disruptions. In addition, the COVID-19 pandemic painfully illustrated how far apart the world is in the development and the ability to respond to such huge crisis through the top-down distribution of the vaccines, with richer nations being able to invest in the distribution life-saving vaccines more rapidly for their citizens, while the developing countries like Somalia waited for whatever was available and they could afford were gifted by the international partners. While this vaccine inequally is symbolic of the existing developmental divide between the developed and the developing world, we as a community of nations understood that we must and can stand together to overcome even the greatest challenge if we have a strong global system of cooperation, collaboration, and action. In this regard, Somali federal government is grateful to all the dedicated medical professionals on the COVID-19 frontline and bilateral and multilateral partners who supported our national effort to vaccine our people and provide protection for their livelihoods through the difficult COVID-19 crisis. Today, we must ensure the global inequality of the COVID-19 vaccine is not replicated with the looming food security crisis. Our world is becoming less secure through recurring conflict and increasing international terrorism and the destructive impact of the climate change. I cannot prioritize between these three interlocking challenges because they are equally as dangerous and directly harmful. Any progress we made anywhere in the world on achieving the vital UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. In fact, these complex and interconnected crises are the drivers of today's unprecedented international humanitarian crisis: food insecurity, rapid urbanization, and the burdensome international cost of living crisis, which is pushing most of the world's population into a poverty. Indeed, we are at the unbearable juncture in human history where citizens are looking to their respective governments and international multilateral system to provide meaningful policy response which are anchored on transformative and sustainable solutions. Accordingly, we as a community of nations must be more optimistic and work even more closely together rather than retreat to nationalistic isolation, which does not and cannot serve our global citizenry in this new age of interconnectivity and interdependency. In Somalia, we are working tirelessly to transition from over 2 decades of devastating conflict, droughts, famine, and developmental stagnation to a new age of stability, progress, and prosperity. However, despite our continuing effort, Somalia and its resilient people are facing some of the most complex and interconnected crises in the world. The crises include ongoing regional droughts, which is directly threatening the lives and the livelihoods of Somalia's most vulnerable communities. In fact, our government has called on all its business community, diaspora, and international partners international partners to work with us to do everything possible to avert a possible looming famine. We urge all our partners to heed our call and work with us to provide immediate support and relief to the most affected communities. In the long term, we must collectively work together to ensure that we mitigate the acceleration of the dangerous and costly climate crisis through meeting the commitment to invest in and adequately finance climate adaptation in most affected and vulnerable regions of the world, including sub-Saharan Africa. Key areas of investment must be sustainable water management, biodiversity protection to enhance food security, climate-smart agriculture, resilient infrastructure, and most investment in renewable energy. In Somalia, for the first time, we've established a new Ministry of Environment and Climate Change to lead on the urgent process of addressing the devastating impact of our national and regional environmental deterioration. Somalia is caught between floods and droughts annually owing to climate change and poor infrastructure. Our people, who have a long tradition of living harmoniously with the nature and parallelly contributing to poisonous emissions warming the earth, are the ones that are paying with their lives today. We are therefore taking the matter of protecting our environment seriously because we know climate change is real and we are living with the evidence of its painful and destructive reality today. We also know that Somalia and the rest of the world cannot develop sustainably without the global climate crisis being jointly addressed quickly and effectively, because our whole way of life and most importantly, job-creating productive sectors of our economy, including agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and the wider blue economy, depend on the climate. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, terrorists are making our world less safe by the day. Terrorism remains a persistent and complex challenge which both contributes to and exacerbates all other crises, including food insecurity, displacement of people from their homes, and climate change. Terrorists have no religion or human values. They are violent criminals who seek to simply terrorize innocent people. We must continue to stand up to them with all our collective strength and effort. Nowhere in the world has there been an example of terrorist organizations succeeding against a united governments and people, let alone govern justly as they falsely claim. The most important lesson we have learned in the long modern war against international terrorists and the terrorism is that neither can be contained or degraded. They need to be comprehensively defeated wherever they are. In Somalia, we are actively fighting the terrorist group called Al-Shabab, who are an Al-Qaeda affiliate, and ISIS separately. Both are criminally misrepresenting the beautiful and the peaceful Islamic religion and values to destabilize the region and in the process terrorize the Somali people and their brothers and sisters in the neighboring countries and across the world. In recent weeks, the unprovoked, violent, and senseless actions of Al-Shabab against innocent civilians across Somalia has highlighted the urgent need for an expedited common national and international response to defeating them on a permanent basis to advance regional and global security. At the height of the humanitarian crisis, this group, which falsely claims to be Islamic, blew up desperately needed water wells, water catchments, banned transport, carrying food, and killed innocent people who were already struggling to live because of the impact of the severe drought in our country today. This is the true criminal and despicable face and intentions of the terrorists and terrorism. On our part, the Somali federal government and its federal member states, with the direct support of our brave and resilient people, are responding by challenging and defeating terrorist groups in major localities in which they still remain some parts. The Somali people have begun to organically rise up in support of their government's call to defeat themselves and their nation from the evils of terror. As recently as this past month, more towns and villages were recovered from our offensive military operations with the support of the local communities. We are now confident that some enhanced public support, our government will eliminate terrorism from Somalia. Because the Somali people have finally realized that Al-Shabaab's repressive actions will not end until we all take action to achieve this. In a nutshell, the Somali people now believe Al-Shabab can and only be defeated, and this is our real source of energy and inspiration as a government in the fight against international terrorism. As the policy level, the Somali government will continue to work with all its partners, including the African Union Transition Mission in Somalia, in the fight against global terrorism. We are fully committed to doing the heavy lifting to secure our future. However, to deliver the killer blow to the violence and the insecurity, we must think past the notions of containing and degrading Al-Shabab or any other terrorist organization anywhere in the world. We know these policies are no longer as effective as they were once thought to be at this advanced stage in the fight against the ever-evolving global terrorism threat. Instead, we need to focus all our joint effort on Somali government's new strategy of military, ideological, and financially challenging terrorism and terrorists to ensure that they are comprehensively defeated once and for all and quickly. Furthermore, the Somali government is sincerely committed to working with all the partners to effectively train, equip, and sustain its armed forces with the view to ongoing forward fully. That is the only long-term sustainable solution for stability and progress our country and the region and the world at large. This effort is Somali government is paying within the complex network of challenges of the climate change effects and the poverty at the present. Ladies and gentlemen, without predictable and committed national and international financing, it's not possible to realize transformative solution to financing. It is not possible to realize transformative solution to the interlocking challenge we face today. In Somalia, we are working to enhance our economic capacity through a rigorous economic and financial reform program. This will strengthen Somalia's economic fundamental, improve public financial management, and mobilize more urgently needed domestic resources to respond to the crisis more sustainably and swiftly. We are very much grateful for international financing organizations like the World Bank and the IMF, who is supporting Somalia to make a real reform, economic and financial reform. However, given Somalia's fragile economic situation as a recovering post-conflict state, financing global development priorities must be underpinned by a common international commitment to support countries like ours with more concessionary financing, capacity building, and investment in all areas that can strengthen resilience to today's multiple crises, including climate change, security, and the provision of social protection for the most vulnerable in our societies. We must also facilitate and promote private sector investment and participation in overcoming these challenges to transition from simply what is now referred to as a corporate social responsibility to common social prosperity, in which we all contribute our fair share, and our governments must facilitate and improve further the enabling environment necessary for that private investment. In conclusion, there is no escaping the global vicious cycle of complex and interconnected crises which challenges our citizens and the wider world. More worryingly, they have become repetitive and without strong bilateral, multilateral, civil society and private sector partnership, they cannot be addressed effectively anywhere or by any single nation or geographic region alone. In the absence of urgent and effective joint action starting today, the dream of achieving the UN's Sustainable Development Goals by 2030 will remain just that, a mere distant dream. On our part, the Somali government is committed and determined to defeat international terrorism with all our international partners, tackle extreme poverty, raise the environmental consciousness of our population, mitigate the worst of the climate change impact, and rebuild an inclusive, resilient, and people-centered society and economy through our successful ongoing socio-economic reform program. These are the basis for the transformative solutions that will help us mitigate and overcome the interlocking challenges that our nations face today and pave the way for a future progress and prosperity. The most important lessons we learned from dealing with the multiple complex and interconnected crises in Somalia is that we must not always be behind and plan for and respond to the worst cases of emergency. When we have many early national and international warning systems in place, it's better and more just and prudent to plan ahead and focus on building resilience by finding and financing durable solutions that help to deliver sustainable development for the most vulnerable across the world. In Somalia, we have a wise saying, and it is, one finger cannot wash a whole face. If we work together sincerely, collaboratively, as a community of nations, no challenge, no matter how big it is insurmountable. I thank you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Nohando D'abord, grâce à Dieu le Tout-Puissant.
Thanks to God, the Almighty and All-Powerful, and the Merciful, for having allowed us to participate in this forum in the beautiful city of New York in such pleasant conditions. Excellencies, Mr. Chaba Kereshi, President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Majesties, Secretary General of the United Nations, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, allow me, Your Excellency, Mr. President, to express, and rightly so, my deepest thanks to the government and people of the United States of America. I particularly extend my thanks to the people and authorities of New York for the legendary hospitality that has been shown to me and my accompanying delegation. I also wish to convey my heartfelt congratulations to His Excellency, Mr. Chaba Kereshi, for his deft election to the presidency of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Burundi, through me, assures you, Mr. President, of its full support and cooperation as you discharge your mandate in service of humankind. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my deep gratitude to your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for the remarkable work conducted in incredibly difficult conditions in a context marked by the current crisis which followed the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as security crises shaking several regions of the world. I also wish to pay a much-deserved tribute to the Secretary General of our organization, Mr. Antonio Guterres. He has spared no effort to discharge his mission so well in this difficult juncture, marked by several crises. Excellencies, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a Burundian saying that I'd like to translate here states, in times of peace, sides can become plowshares. In other words, in times of peace, everything is possible. Today's world must draw inspiration from that proverb. Unfortunately, today the world has become a vast arena in which we watch, eyes full of tears, gruesome acts being perpetrated in certain nations across the world as a result of wars, bloody massacres, and we also see flows of refugees as well as food insecurity and the destabilization of global economic systems. Today, countries across the world are enduring turbulence as a result of the situation in Ukraine. In Africa, terrorism and violent extremism continue to lash the region of the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and Central Africa. And we're seeing a trend for these scourges to spread to the south of Africa. The same things are being seen in other regions of the world because, as we've stated, terrorism knows no borders. Climate change, which causes famines, knows no bounds. But together, with political will, we can conquer these scourges. I am sure of it. I'm sure of it, Mr. President, because my country, Burundi, knows all too well, following successive political crises that we have endured, that not only have destroyed human lives, but also the environment. We know this context all too well. Today, we have recovered, and the country is walking boldly along the path towards socio-economic development. Burundi is attempting to walk this path by harnessing the dividends of peace and security, stability and social cohesion, restored thanks to the people of Burundi themselves, but also thanks to the contribution made by the international community. As such, We want to see the spirit of peace, brotherhood and justice be a shared concern, so that all peoples of the world can fully enjoy their rights to live happily and in dignity. In terms of humanitarian assistance, Burundi has welcomed onto its territory with warmth and dignity thousands of refugees coming from the Democratic Republic of the Congo in all their ethnic diversity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace is something we hold dear. Its absence weighs heavy on the day-to-day lives of our peoples. It is with this in mind that we will never flinch, not for 1 second, when it comes to making decisions related to matters of security, or rather implementing these decisions once they've emerged from this illustrious and crucial forum that is the United Nations Organization. It is bolstered by this conviction that Burundi will never let up in its tooth and nail struggle to contribute to the return of peace to all countries where it has been disturbed. We will do this within the United Nations, within the African Union, or in other regional bodies. Proof of this commitment is our current intervention in Somalia and the CAR. In the same vein, Burundi has committed to contributing to returning peace to the Democratic Republic of the Congo as part of an East African Community initiative. I'd like to take this opportunity to request that the international community support the Nairobi process to give succor to the Congolese people in distress. Still discussing peace and security now, my participation in this session compels me to humbly request that the United Nations lend their assistance as we attempt to pursue terrorist groups which are beginning to infiltrate our sub-region, of course not forgetting those terrorist groups that are already raging in other corners of the world. The East African Community, of which Burundi is now chair, has just welcomed a new member, the DRC, and with other heads of state of member countries, we have set ourselves the goal of stabilizing the whole community so that the peoples of our country can finally focus on socio-economic development. It is for this reason that the government of Burundi is currently developing its road infrastructure, and its transport infrastructure more generally, roads, railways, and air infrastructure. We're also developing multimodal transport and our lake transport network so that we can connect our whole nation and connect it up with the sub-region, and that's vital for my country. Together with the DRC and Tanzania, Burundi is working closely and tirelessly to lend new momentum to the railway project linking Uvinza, Musongati, Gitega, Bujumbura, Uvira and Kindu. This railway project should link 3 countries and the Atlantic and Indian Ocean. This mega project will not only lend new life to the economies of our 3 countries, but will also make it easier for goods and people to move through the sub-region. We wish to see the member states of the United Nations rise up and speak with one voice to protect and promote the human rights that all humans should enjoy without exception. We appreciate what's already been done today, but work has yet to be done so that all people can fully enjoy all of the rights which they should enjoy by virtue simply of being a human being. It is for this reason that I wish to take this opportunity to warmly thank the international community for the efforts it has made to restore peace and stability to my country. In that vein, I wish to inform this august assembly that equitable justice for all is today a reality in Burundi. Human rights and including the freedom of expression and the press are respected across all of Burundian territory. However, certain officials carrying the torch of certain institutions of our organization are stymieing and discouraging this positive development through the politicization of democracy and the politicization of the fight against impunity. In certain countries, including my own, when democracy as it is defined begins to take root, some United Nations officials distort it by labeling it as not credible or not inclusive, and that serves to keep us in a state of fruitless tension. When we struggle day by day to fight against impunity, certain United Nations civil servants continue to seek to discredit our actions.
It is therefore high time, Mr. President, that the High Commissioner for Human Rights be in tune with all of Member States to have a shared reading of the direction taken by my country's policies, rather than simply wanting to remote control their actions through various commissions and offices and special rapporteurs. The time has come, President, so that for the United Nations to recognise the progress made by my country over the last 17 years, and for the UN to understand that the status of a fragile country no longer applies to Burundi. Excellencies, President, ladies and gentlemen, humankind is at the heart of our economy, from the scale of the family to the world as a whole. We must therefore contribute to the development of human capital, providing our people with the appropriate tools, experience, and skills that are adapted to the demands of the day and age. We must find solutions to counter the threats to our economy, to our health, to our education system, to our peaceful coexistence. In a word, to our way of living and living well within our states and between states around the world. We know that the United Nations is working to contribute to improving the standards of living for people around the world. This is done through accessing sufficient family income to ensure a decent standard of living. Education is a key tool to achieve this. Now, indeed, speaking of education, no one could put it better than Nelson Mandela, who said, and I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon to change the world." End of quote. Several years after this famous quotation, this remains a way of achieving positive change within our communities, and remains so. Education allows young people to have hopes and dreams for the future, and is an effective tool in itself to fight against violence and terrorism. Thus, in my country, we are currently launching reforms. We are rethinking our education policy so that our young people can become more than merely public servants. We are pleased to note that in my country, the education is free of charge, and this has significantly increased the attendance at school by girls and boys, and school dropout rates, which is often linked to food scarcity, or the fact that schools are very far away from home, or there aren't enough money to cover education. School dropout rates have therefore significantly fallen. In order to transform our young people into agents for peace and inclusive development in Burundi, we've set up an ambitious economic empowerment program and a young person's jobs program, which aims to reduce unemployment through creating jobs for young people through entrepreneurship. To support this program, we have made available for young people a young person's investment bank and a support and guarantee fund for them to facilitate access to credit. This is also true for women, who are indeed a large number of Burundian young people. We created an investment bank for women, and we continue to undertake reforms that seek to improve health and education for women. The Office of the First Lady in Burundi opened a hospital to treat obstetric fistula, and with our development partners in Burundi, the office continues to innovate, to seek to improve the standard of living of Burundian women. President, it is indeed still an urgent issue when we think to look at the managing the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to therefore appeal to all development partners in the African continent and urge them to take brave measures to support economies of African states which have been very seriously affected by the ramifications of different crises at the moment. As whereas we are that no country around the world was created to receive help eternally, this support should be done through mutually beneficial strategic partnerships. These be focused inter alia on investment, promotion of trade, and technology transfer. In order to succeed in developing human capital, and in order to make our population dynamic and productive, a government is currently providing each district with at least one hospital and healthcare centres to prevent and care for and treat diseases, epidemics and pandemics. We are proud to have been able to effectively fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, but the fight continues. I would like to inform you also that health care is free for children of under 5 years of age and for pregnant women who give birth in public hospitals and health care centres. This has made a significant reduction to infant mortality. Within this framework, the fight that we are waging for economic development of my country includes particularly developing the agricultural sector. To this end, my government christened this year the Agricultural Year in Burundi, under the topic of agriculture as a source of supporting our national economy. Our agriculture development programme includes changing mentalities and current practices. We are encouraging the population to reach higher and not simply content themselves with producing, developing and to consume locally, but also to focus on exports, to pool their efforts, to work together with agricultural cooperatives, and progressively replace hoes with modern tools and agricultural technology. Within the framework of the environment, we're looking at the environment now. Burundi is not sitting idle here either, particularly because we are experiencing cases of drought in some regions, as well as floods from rivers and lakes, and landslides, which sometimes can be deadly. They can carry away houses, farms, plantations, and thus they're then leading to food shortages. When faced with this, Burundi rallies with the decision made to carry out protection, conservation, and environmental management work. And this is done through various activities throughout the country. All of this is accompanied by learning on how to be resilient to climate change, not only through practicing sustainable irrigation, but also through activities to protect soil and also marking out contours and reforesting land as part of projects that have been initiated by the government called Iwi Burundi Irumbaye, a Burundi with covered. In my country, every Thursday is dedicated to these efforts across the country. We should also seek to progressively develop infrastructures to support production, particularly of energy and transport, to better support growth in other sectors that then create jobs. The Burundian government has started a large amount of work on the energy sector through the mobilization of resources through co-financing and private sector investment. The aim here is to showcase the potential of hydroelectric and solar panels and geothermic resources and how to manage municipal waste, as well as peat. The two sectors that I've just mentioned that I've just underscored also provide crucial support to developing the mining sector. We wish here to develop a technical and financial partnership that is mutually beneficial and balanced in the field of prospecting, exploitation, and processing of minerals and geological projects. And studies that have been carried out have shown that we have a very rich and as of yet unexploited subsoil. President, ladies and gentlemen, so that peace and development becomes a reality, we need to ensure good governance and good management of public finances. This allows us not only to tackle frustrations amongst our citizens which are rooted in social conflict, but also it allows us to plan our national economy well. We'd like to inform you that our national mechanism to tackle corruption and related activities are very strong, and acts of corruption are tackled effectively, and our citizens are satisfied with this. In terms of economic activity, Burundi is on the right track by leveraging its mineral resources, its road, maritime, and rail transport, or soon to be rail transport. And we also would like to inform investors that the banks of the Tanganyika Lake is currently being developed to support the growth of tourism. And other new tourist sites are also currently being developed at the interior of the country. President, ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I wish to once again reaffirm the determination of my country to continue to enjoy good diplomatic relations and win-win cooperation with all states and all international organizations as we seek to tackle the challenges that threaten us all. We welcome the resumption of good political, diplomatic and economic relations which had been frozen with certain states and international organizations. It is our ardent wish that we were able to enjoy good, strong relations with countries and international organizations. This will contribute to a bright future for Burundi and for all countries around the world. Thank you for your kind attention, and God bless you all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Burundi for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, Abdel Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, Abdel Rahman al-Burhan, President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful and all-compassionate, President, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Heads of Delegation, Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and compassion of God be with you. At the outset, I am pleased to extend to you, Mr. Chaba Kourouzi, my warmest congratulations on your election to preside over the United Nations General Assembly at its 77th session. I wish you every success in your work. I would like to express my appreciation also to your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, who was President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly. President, we welcome the theme of this United Nations General Assembly session, and we call for more cooperation joint action, multilateralism, and also the implementation of cooperation mechanisms in order to find sustainable solutions to global challenges and in order to reduce the nefarious repercussions of people around the world, particularly on countries who've been affected by conflict and less developed countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to look over the most recent political developments in Sudan and to reiterate our commitment for peace and a peaceful transition, to establish a real democracy that includes fair, free and transparent elections at the end of the transition period, in order to establish a civilian regime which represents all Sudanese people, and also to promote national understanding and to allow civilians to enter into dialogue and work together. We decided in a communique from the armed forces from the 4th of July 2022 to withdraw the military institution from this dialogue and to allow revolutionary political forces to form a civilian government. This will be a government which will be independent and will implement the rest of remaining requests from the transition period. Here, I wish to reiterate our commitment to cooperate with UNITAMS in line with the United Nations Charter and its mandate set forth by Security Council resolution and in line with the list of requests presented by Sudan to the United Nations to promote the transition. Cooperation will continue with UNISFA. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the different initiatives that foster national understanding in Sudan, particularly national initiatives which are subject to rigorous debate where all civilian forces participate in too, i.e. youth, leaders of community leaders, civil society organizations, and signatories to the Juba Peace Agreement. We hope that this process will succeed and will allow for a democratic transition to take place through the holding of free and transparent elections. President, in order to promote national understanding, we have provided all the necessary support to the tripartite mechanism led by UNITAMS, IGAD, and the African Union. However, this mechanism has done a lot of work but has yet to conclude. And this made debates on national consensus more complicated. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the efforts that we have been making following the glorious December Revolution, we signed the Juba Peace Agreement. This toned down the conflict in Darfur and provided stability and security to the region. From this high rostrum, we will call on our brothers Abdel Aziz Al-Enoun and Abdel Wahid Mohamed Noor to join the caravan of peace and to work together to build a future of Sudan. In Darfur, and following the establishment of peace and community reconciliation, the rate of voluntary return of displaced people has increased. In order to protect civilians from joint forces were created, force groups were created, and therefore we call on the international community to provide us with assistance to strengthen these efforts and to build peace in line with the Juba Agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenges in Sudan that you are all aware of, my country is sparing no effort to address these challenges and continues to play a positive role for peace, stability, and development in our region. For example, I'm thinking of our leading role that we play to implement the revitalized peace agreement in South Sudan, a brotherly country. It also covers our cooperation with our brothers and sisters in the government of Somalia. In addition, Sudan was the coordinator alongside the African Union in efforts to reach a peace agreement in the Central African Republic. Moreover, Sudan participated actively in meetings to promote peace, security, and cooperation in the DRC. Moreover, Sudan has been focusing on cooperation between African countries, Horn of Africa countries, and East African countries when we presided over IGAD. Sudan is continuing its joint activities with brotherly country Chad for border control, and Sudan is also coordinating with other stakeholders to maintain security in Libya, a brotherly country. President, we are fighting against organized crime too. And in order to do so, we have been cooperating with different parties, stakeholders. We support all peoples to exercise their legitimate rights in line with national legislations. President, Sudan is sparing no effort to achieve the SDGs because we are convinced of the importance of the outcome document and Sustainable Development Agenda for 2030. In this connection, the transition government adopted a strategic document to reduce poverty from the period of 2021 to 2023. And in July last, Sudan presented its second voluntary national report. Of course, we do need assistance from our friends, from our brothers, from our development partners in order to work with Sudan. And we reiterate our full commitment to implement the 2030 Agenda, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, too, in order to promote a more sustainable future. President, external debt is a real obstacle which is hindering social and economic development in Sudan. It is also hindering the implementation of the SDGs. I'm sure you know Sudan should be able to benefit from the highly indebted poor countries. This is a place I would like to call on the international community, brotherly countries and friends to honor the commitments they made during the Paris meeting in 2020 and the Berlin meeting in 2021. Even more so, given the fact that Sudan has set up all the necessary legislation to pay off its debt. Ladies and gentlemen, the food and energy prices are skyrocketing. This crisis requires further international cooperation in order to resolve it. Sudan should be able to guarantee its own food security on a regional and international level. But from this rostrum, we call on the United Nations and specialized agencies, as well as regional organizations and brotherly countries, to support efforts of Sudan to meet this objective through transfer of agricultural technology, through capacity building, and through support for the creation of a center for agricultural research. Ladies and gentlemen, we've hosted millions of refugees from across the continent, and for years now, we have had our doors open to refugees, and we have shared our limited resources, and we provide them with protection. And this is despite economic constraints that we're all experiencing. The number of refugees is currently at 4 million people. But climate change is continuing. Droughts and floods are multiplying too, and humanitarian assistance is falling. This is why we would like to recall our collective duty. We must act together to provide assistance to refugees. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another priority that Sudan has in disarmament. It is the proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Sudan, much like all developing countries, is suffering from this scourge. It is a scourge that has an economic and social dimension. This scourge has been made more complicated by competition for water, pasture resources, for mineral resources too. And this has caused these weapons to proliferate further. Therefore, we need to be able to control these weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, now, in terms of Security Council reform, we support the Common African Position. We participated in the informal intergovernmental negotiation process on Security Council reform. The Security Council must be reformed, and this must be far-reaching reform and should include reform of the working methods of the Security Council in order to address the negative effects of current practices. For example, we have seen that unilateral wording has been used and the hegemony of pen holders over some countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to thank all brotherly, friendly countries who have stood by our side at our darkest times. I would like to call on the international community, the UN, and our friends to show further solidarity with Sudan. Thank you very much. President, may peace be with you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of Sudan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yair Lapid, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the State of Israel. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Yair Lapid, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Israel. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In November 1947, this General Assembly gathered and decided upon the creation of a Jewish state. Only a few 100,000 Jews lived in Israel at the time, in hostile surroundings, shocked and devastated after the Holocaust, in which 6 million of our people were murdered. 75 years later, Israel is a strong, liberal democracy, proud and prosperous. The startup nation that invented the Waze and Iron Dome, medicines for Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and a robot which can perform spinal surgery. A world leader in water and food tech, cyber defense, and renewable energy, with 13 Nobel Prize winners in literature and chemistry, economics, and peace. How did this happen? It happened because we decided not to be a victim. We chose not to dwell on the pain of the past, but rather to focus on the hope of the future. We chose to invest our energies into building a nation, into building a happy society, optimistic and creative. We didn't only reach the promised land, we are building the promised land. History is determined by people. We need to understand history, respect it, and learn from it, but also to be willing and able to change it, to choose the future over the past, peace over war, partnership over seclusion and isolation. A few months ago, we convened the historic Negev Summit. We sat at dinner not far from the grave of David Ben-Gurion, the founding father of the State of Israel. There were 6 of us: the Secretary of State of the United States, foreign ministers of Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Morocco, and Israel. A dinner that only 2 years ago no one would have believed was possible. And then the door opened. Someone came in and said, "I'm sorry to disturb you, but there was a terror attack not far from Tel Aviv. 2 Israelis were murdered." In an instant, we all understood that the goal of the attack was to destroy the summit, to create anger among us, to cause us to argue and to divide this new partnership between us. And I said to the foreign ministers, we have to condemn this terror attack right now together. We have to show the world that terror will not triumph. The room fell silent. And then one of the Arab foreign ministers said, "But we are always against terror. This is why we're here." And 5 minutes later, we put out a joint statement from the 6 of us condemning the attack and sanctifying life, cooperation, and our belief that there is a different way. The summit continued. Agreements were signed. Working groups were formed to deal with issues of technology, food security, energy, water, education, and infrastructure. Those working groups are changing the face of the Middle East as we speak. The people of the Middle East, the people of the entire world, should look around and ask themselves, who is doing better? Those who chose the path of peace, or those who chose the way of war? Those who chose to invest in their people and country, or those who chose to invest in the destruction of others? Those who believe in education, tolerance, and technology, or those who believe in bigotry and violence? Whenever I meet someone who has criticism of Israel, I always have the same answer. Come and visit us. Come and meet the real Israel. You will fall in love. A country which combines breathtaking innovation with a deep sense of history, great people, great food, great spirit, a vibrant democracy, a country in which Jews, Muslims, and Christians live together with full civic equality. In the government which I lead, there are Arab ministers. There is an Arab party as a member of our coalition. We have Arab judges in our Supreme Court, Arab doctors saving lives in our hospitals. Israeli Arabs are not our enemies. They are our partners in life. Come and visit us. You will discover that Israel is an incredible cultural mosaic, from the white snowy mountains of the Golan to the white desert sand of the Negev, from Tel Aviv, the high-tech capital, a non-stop party on the Mediterranean Sea, to Jerusalem, our eternal capital, the holy city for 3 religions, in whose beautiful streets the past meets the future every single day. There are, however, 2 major threats hanging over the head of our wonderful country. They also hang over your heads, even though you may try to deny them. The first is the nuclear threat. The fear that terrorist states and terrorist organizations will get their hands on nuclear weapons. The second threat is the demise of truth. Our democracies are slowly being poisoned by lies and fake news. Reckless politicians, totalitarian states, and radical organizations are undermining our perception of reality. We should know there is no country in the world that faces this phenomenon more than Israel. There is no country that has come under a greater attack of lies with such a vast amount of money and effort being invested in spreading disinformation about it. Last May, the picture of Malak Al-Tanani, a 3-year-old Palestinian girl, was published all over the world with the terrible news that she was killed with her parents in an attack by the Israeli Air Force. It was a heartbreaking image. But Malak Al-Tanani doesn't exist. The photo was taken from Instagram. It is of a girl from Russia. I can give you thousands more examples of similar fake news about Israel. The anti-Israel movement has been spreading these lies for years in the media, on college campuses, and on social media. The question is not why they do it, but why are you willing to listen? Why are you listening to people who have invested billions of dollars in distorting the truth? Why do you side with Islamic extremists who hang gay people from cranes, oppress women, and fire rockets at civilians from kindergartens and hospitals? I am not a guest in this building. Israel is a proud sovereign nation and an equal member of the United Nations. We will not be silent when those who wish to harm us use this very stage to spread lies about us. Anti-Semitism is the willingness to believe the worst about the Jews without questioning. Anti-Semitism is judging Israel by a different standard than any other country. Conducting this orchestra of hate is Iran. For more than 40 years now, in the town squares and on the streets of Iran, demonstrators have been photographed burning Israeli and American flags. Ask yourselves, where are the flags coming from? How did they get so many of our flags? The answer is they are manufacturing them especially, just so they can burn them. This is what an industry of hate looks like. This is a regime that systematically deals with hatred. They even hate their own people. Young Iranians are suffering and struggling from the shackles of Iran's regime, and the world is silent. They cry for help in social media. They pay for the desire to live a life of freedom with their lives. Iran's regime hates Jews, hates women, hates gay people, hates the West. They hate and they kill Muslims who think differently, like Salman Rushdie and Mahsa Amini. Their hate is a way of life. It is a way to preserve the oppressive rule. There is only one member state in the UN that openly states it wished to destroy another member state. Iran has declared time and time again that it is interested in the total destruction of the state of Israel. And this building is silent. What are you afraid of? Has there ever been a time in human history where silence stopped violence? The country that wants to destroy us is also the country that founded the largest terrorist organization in the world, Hezbollah. Iran funds Hamas and Islamic Jihad, and it is behind mass terrorist attacks from Bulgaria to Buenos Aires. It is a murderous dictatorship that is making every effort to get a nuclear weapon. If the Iranian regime gets a nuclear weapon, they will use it. The only way to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon is to put a credible military threat on the table. And then, and only then, to negotiate a longer and stronger deal with them. It needs to be made clear to Iran that if it advances its nuclear program, the world will not respond with words, but with military force. Every time a threat like that was put on the table in the past, Iran stopped and retreated. Today, the world is choosing the easy option. It chooses not to believe the worst, despite all the evidence to the contrary. Israel does not have this privilege. This time, we are not standing empty-handed against those who want to destroy us. The Jews today have a state. We have an army. We have great friendships, first and foremost with the United States. We have capabilities, and we are not afraid to use them. We will do whatever it takes. Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. We will not stand by while there are those who try to kill us. Not again. Never again. Israel's economic and military strength allows us to protect ourselves, but it also allows us something else. To strive for peace with the entire Arab world and with our closest neighbors, the Palestinians. An agreement with the Palestinians based on the 2 states for 2 people is the right thing for Israel's security, for Israel's economy, and for the future of our children. Peace is not a compromise. It is the most courageous decision we can make. Peace is not weakness. It embodies within it the entire might of human spirit. War is a surrender to all that is bad within us. Peace is the victory of all that is good. Despite all the obstacles, still today, a large majority of Israelis support the vision of the 2-state solution. I am one of them. We have only one condition: that the future Palestinian state will be a peaceful one, that it will not become another terror base from which to threaten the well-being and the very existence of Israel, that we will have the ability to protect the security of all the citizens of Israel at all times. If someone believes that demand is too much, then look at the neighborhood in which we live. Look at Lebanon, a collapsing state controlled by Hezbollah. At Syria, where a murderous regime massacred 500,000 of its own people. Look at Afghanistan, at Libya, at Iran. You can ask us to live according to the values in the UN Charter, but you cannot ask us to die for them. My father was a child in the ghetto. My grandfather was murdered in a concentration camp. We want to live in peace, but only if it gives us security, not if it threatens us even more. Look at Gaza. Israel did everything the world asked of us, including from this very stage. We left. 17 years ago, we dismantled the settlements, took apart our military bases. There is not a single Israeli soldier in Gaza. We even left them 3,000 greenhouses so they could start to build an economy for themselves. What did they do in response? In less than a year, Hamas, a murderous terror organization, came to power. They destroyed the greenhouses and replaced them with terrorist training camps and rocket launch sites. Since we left Gaza, over 20,000 rockets and missiles have been fired at Israel. All of them at civilians, all of them at our children. I have a child with special needs. Her name is Yaeli. She's autistic. She doesn't speak. In May last year, I had to wake her at 3 o'clock in the morning and run down with her to the bomb shelter because missiles were exploding above our home. All those who preach about the importance of peace are welcome to try running to a bomb shelter at 3 a.m. with a girl who does not speak, to explain to her without words why there are those who want to kill her. In this building, we've been asked more than once why we do not lift the restrictions on Gaza. We are ready to do that tomorrow morning. We are ready to do more than that. I say from here to the people of Gaza, we are ready to help you build a better life, build an economy. We presented a comprehensive plan to help rebuild Gaza. We only have one condition: stop firing rockets and missiles at our children. Put down your weapons. There will be no restrictions. Put down your weapons, bring home our children who are being held in captivity. Hadar and Doron, may their memory be a blessing. Avera and Isham, who are still alive. And we will build your economy together. We can build your future together both in Gaza and in the West Bank. Put down your weapons and prove that Hamas and Islamic Jihad are not going to take over the Palestinian state you want to create. Put down your weapons and there will be peace. That is the minimum I owe my grandfather, my father, and my daughter. The Jewish people have learned the lessons of the past. Our security is guaranteed by our military might, our economic ingenuity, our democratic resilience. Israel seeks peace with all our neighbors, all our neighbors. We are not going anywhere. The Middle East is our home. We are here to stay forever. And we call upon every Muslim country from Saudi Arabia to Indonesia to recognize that and to come talk to us. Our hand is outstretched for peace. Conflicts do not disappear on their own. Hostility doesn't disappear on its own. People create conflicts. People can also replace them with friendship, kindness, and common good. The burden of proof is not on us. We have already proved our desire for peace. Our peace treaty with Egypt has been fully implemented for 43 years now. Our peace treaty with Jordan for 28 years. We are a country that keeps its word and fulfills agreements. We proved our desire for peace through the Abraham Accords, the Negev Summit, and the agreements we've signed with the Arab world. In the book of Numbers, there's the verse that every Jew is familiar with. Yisa Hashem panav elecha ve'yasem lecha shalom. May the Lord raise his countenance toward you and grant you peace. The state of Israel is the only country in the world founded by a book, the book of books, the Tanakh. That book and the principles of liberal democracy require us to stretch out our hand in peace. Our history requires us to be clear-eyed about it and very, very careful. That is how we've made peace in the past. That is how we will make peace in the future. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the State of Israel for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency James Marape, Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency James Marape, Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea. I invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency, Mr. Saba Korosi, the President of our General Assembly, His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished fellow heads of government and heads of state, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to again join and address this August hall. On my government and people's behalf, I congratulate you, Mr. President, and the government and people of Hungary on your election to preside over the new term of the General Assembly's work, and wish you all the very best. Mr. President, your presidency's theme of an integrated agenda for peace and prosperity and sustainability through multilateralism is most needed today. We must build on the good foundations laid by your predecessors and all of us going forward. This is given the turmoil, uncertainty, mistrust, pain, suffering from multiple crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the worsening climate crisis, the escalating social economic challenges, and conflicts that are tearing us apart. Let us transform words into actions. This must be underpinned by our collective commitments, supportive resources that are affordable, accessible, and timely, and with enhanced opportunities that will assist us all to provide our people's basic needs, restore their trust and confidence in all our governments, heal our lands and ecosystems to deliver the future we want as envisioned by the 2030 Agenda and many of our own development aspirations. Mr. President, let me pay tribute to your predecessor, fellow small island developing state representative, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Saeed of Maldives, for his outstanding presidency of hope that has renewed our collective resolve to turn the tide against the ravages of the pandemic and other evolving challenges. We wish him all the very best. May I also convey my delegation's gratitude to Mr. Secretary General for his strong, continued leadership and the untiring efforts in rallying the world to save ourselves, and provide a future that is much better, safer, and secure for all, including, most importantly, our succeeding generations. The candid yet sobering report presented by the Secretary General to us at this meeting on the state of our world today is deeply troubling. The clarion call from the Secretary General must not go unheeded. We must all do our part and act decisively now for our collective good. Otherwise, the alternative is to condemn ourselves to a future of doom and gloom. Is that what our children deserve? It is with this in mind that Papua New Guinea is supportive of the Secretary General's narrative of our common agenda. We welcome the preliminary progress made to better understand the range of defining issues and how we address this effectively to help deliver on the SDGs promise to improve our people's life and livelihoods whilst also protecting common environment for the better tomorrow. To this end, we applaud the Secretary General for convening the Transforming Education Summit. We are pleased to note the shared recognition of education as a cornerstone for a prosperous, stable, and secure future for all. I know that an educated society is an informed society that stands to make better decisions. For my country, Mr. President, education is a key priority and is guided by our education policy of leaving no child behind, supported by our education sector's development plan 2023 to 2027. It is a holistic and inclusive approach in ensuring focus on quality, lifelong education for all, with special attention given to the most vulnerable and marginalized population, recognizing the importance of multi-stakeholder in the education pursuit. A demonstration of this strong commitment for education is my government's decision to provide free education for all up to grade 12 and beyond into tertiary educations, and also providing opportunities to children, youth, and adults through flexible, open, and distance education and community colleges to upskill their capacity to be entrepreneurs and nation builders. Mr. President, we also welcome the consensus to reach the Summit of the Future that is scheduled for September 2024 to find solutions to the multiple crises we are now facing on planet Earth. This should, however, be not defined by the lowest common denominator, but in my view, it must be rather more ambitious, at the same time realistic and workable. We remain committed to engage in this process because it provides an opportunity for us to also draw parallels with our own national efforts to attain our National Vision 2050. Mr. President, I am pleased to inform this Assembly that the COVID-19 pandemic and every other stresses that we face as a nation, including the supply chain difficulties and development finance challenges affecting my country, has spurred my government to embark on our own similar national process to the Secretary General's global efforts under our common agenda. This is where we have taken stock of our own domestic development challenges, and we have set in place key policies and legislative measures, including reforms in important sectors and our development priorities, tying them to a budget cycle under what we call the medium-term development plan. This path, if we work upon it, will make Papua New Guinea a middle-income earning nation by 2050, as envisioned by our own nation's Vision 2050 aspirations. Mr. President, I report to the United Nations that the core focuses of my government for the next 5 years, because we won and received mandate in the recently concluded democratic election process, will be to build a resilient and diversified economy, invest in high-quality economic and social infrastructures, ensure fair and equitable natural resources development, address business and investment confidences, strengthening the rule of law and domestic security, deliver quality education and health to all our people, and lastly but not the least, strengthening the institutions of state, including governance on key issues like corruption and everything that is fundamental to developing nations. These are fundamental building blocks of my country, that should contribute towards peace and prosperity and sustainable development as proposed by yourself, Mr. President. Mr. President, as Papua New Guinea approaches our 50th independence anniversary in 3 years' time, my government is also prioritizing industrializing our economy through import substitution, value-adding, and downstream processing of our vast natural resources with the use of modern, clean, green technology that will not compromise my country's rich biodiversity and our pristine natural environment. For it is believed, Papua New Guinea, and it is documented rather, Papua New Guinea has about 5 to 6% of world's biodiversity, and our huge tropical rainforest, third only behind Congo and Amazon areas of our planet. We therefore welcome genuine and appropriate foreign investors to join us in partnership in various sectors of our renewable resources development, and I assure them of a fair, equitable, and secure returns on their investments. Mr. President, while we note the global community's call for domestic revenue sources to be expanded and better harnessed for development financing, we also recognize that the existing global economic and financial architecture is weighed against developing countries like myself or Papua New Guinea. This structure needs to be changed to the better so that it supports all developing nations in their development needs. Lest we forget, and I say lest we forget, many times small developing countries get to bear the brunt of global economic and social wars that they have no hand in engendering those global issues. It is in this spirit I also join the calls of a fellow small island developing state for the development financing needs to be considered by taking into account the environmental, economic, and social dimensions of the vulnerability rather than the gross national income measure alone, which is no longer suitable to them. We therefore urge the international community to support the proposed SID as multi-vulnerability index as a tool to support small island developing states' concessional financing and debt relief given their special circumstances amidst the ongoing and increasing challenges they continue to face in as far as their development needs are concerned, including food securities that our good General Secretary alluded to. Mr. President, today in many parts of the world, we're facing food security as you alluded to. Hunger and poverty can be something that Papua New Guinea can contribute to alleviating in as far as our global contribution is concerned. Papua New Guinea's 8 million people live in a landmass of 464,840 square kilometers of land. Our country has rain and water with abundance of sea equally as a food source. We are presently supplying, for instance, tuna to Asia and Europe. Comparing, for instance, United Kingdom of Great Britain has only 243,610 square kilometers. Japan has 377,975 square kilometers. Or our neighbor, Philippines, has only 300,000 square kilometers of land. Papua New Guinea has enough land, sea, and people to be a food supplier to the world, Mr. Secretary General, in response to your concerns for global food security. For the first time in our country, my government has inserted efforts to address this imminent problem by placing more emphasis on the agricultural sector. This is viewed not only as a revenue source for our economy, but also a conduit to empower the majority of our rural communities through introduction of innovative farming methods in cash crop production, livestock, and poultry, and to take ownership and leadership of their development needs and livelihoods, and at the same time also foster poverty, alleviation, and food security. It is from this perspective that we have established new ministerial portfolios for oil palm, for coffee, and for livestock that will assist us cater better, not only for the needs of majority of our rural communities and their local economies to be integrated into the national and global markets, but also to improve their lives and livelihood to be a source for food security and hunger and poverty alleviation for our own country as well as export to other countries. We therefore welcome new international development partners to work with us in the agricultural sector, particularly in the downstream processing of products that adds value and supports local communities and our country. Mr. President, on climate change, as the world prepares for COP27, despite the rallying efforts of global communities, including pledges under the Paris Agreement to cut emissions level, the world still remains on fire, Mr. President. This is further compounded by destructive floods and rising sea levels. And let me pass Papua New Guinea's sympathies to the victims of the flood in Pakistan. These effects on our coastal communities include displacement of many and loss of identity as a people, and in my own country and across the Pacific region and beyond, the carbon emission level continues to cause destruction, and the destructive spiral is getting out of control. We cannot and must not allow this to continue, Mr. President, and I again reiterate my call I made last year to this August Hall. My country, as one of the largest standing pristine tropical rainforests of the world, is one of the few, if I could repeat, one of the few carbon positive countries of the world. We remove more carbon than we emit. Over the past 5 years or so, we have reduced our national forest emission by 53%. This totals over 75 million tons of United Nations verified REED plus credits that will be on the market by the end of this year. My government has adopted our Climate Management Act, and this year we have set in place our nationally determined contribution regulation. We now have the legislation needed to implement the Paris Agreement. We have also endorsed our nationally determined contributions implementation plan and the NDC electricity roadmap and the agriculture, forestry, and other land use NCD roadmaps. We are also drafting our first electric vehicle policy and working towards endorsing our national adaptation plan. It is, however, despite small countries like Papua New Guinea who don't have many or big carbon footprints, it is, however, disheartening to note that despite our proactive national efforts to implement our Paris Agreement commitment, we seem to be getting the raw end of the deal all the time. We have done our part. We have had little support from the global north, including our submissions to the Green Climate Fund. We have not, however, lost all hope, despite the fact that the REED Plus and the forest nations were almost forgotten in the Glasgow conversations. We cannot be placated by toothless pledges anymore. We need the power of sovereign carbon markets that fully comply with the Paris Agreement. The world cannot talk about climate change without talking about forest conservation and proper land use management. Papua New Guinea is calling now for an urgent global focus on conservation, preservation, and sustainability of our global forests with proper land use practices, because only in our DA3s of the forest that you find the dual benefit of carbon cleansing and oxygen production. Excellencies, I was given a rare privilege of meeting His Majesty King Charles III, where his views shared with me on forest is the same as I am mentioning here today, and that the world, especially those whose carbon footprints of a Mother Earth is the greatest, must help preserve the forests of the earth that commensurates their levels of emissions. This is incumbent upon all nations. We must preserve our forests. It is Papua New Guinea's humble view that the atmospheric balance of oxygen and carbon should be ranked the number one focus of all mankind, because therein lies the sustenance of life, and the DA3s of our forests plays this balancing act as created by Creator God. The world must save our forests, because not to do so is suicidal, and is suicidal for the Earth's future. We are living a gloomy future for our children. This is something we must correct at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. This must be corrected, lest let us not forget that there is more carbon stored in the world's forests than held in the known coal, oil, and gas reserves. In short, if we lose our rainforests, climate stability is impossible. We may as well kiss the temperature goal of 1.5 degrees goodbye. We and the other rainforest nations are trying our best to balance forest harvest for our development needs, at the same time conserving for the world need. We need help here. You have to hear us. Our planet is fragile. Time is short. Together, we can do it. For not to do so is to the detriment of planet Earth. And on my final point on climate change, given the increasing adverse impact of climate change on our communities, I would also like to echo Papua New Guinea's strong support for our Melanesian neighbor Vanuatu's initiative to seek International Court of Justice advisory opinion on the existential threat, and welcome others to join the Pacific and Caribbean and other partners to take this forward in this General Assembly for our common good. On the ocean agenda, Mr. President, I would reaffirm that Papua New Guinea as a maritime nation is strongly committed to ensuring our maritime zones remain safe, secure, and peaceful under the spirit of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. It not only provides us economic opportunities, I beg your pardon, but also includes through our fisheries resources, but also symbolizes our ties with the ocean as we've been for many, many centuries. Like other small island developing states and least developed countries, Papua New Guinea calls on developed nations to assist us access appropriate capacity building resources, research, science and technology, and finance to strengthen our national efforts to protect our ocean and harness ocean-based economy. We therefore welcome public-private partnerships. On SDG 14, it was pleasing to note the success of the second Ocean Conference. Mr. President, we also encouraged by the welcome offer by France and Costa Rica to be the next co-host of the conference, and look forward to working with like-minded countries to take forward this initiative. Such partnerships on the ocean agenda is most welcome. Mr. President, I would like to also applaud the sterling efforts under the leadership and presidency of Singapore for last month's negotiation related to the new implementing instrument on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. As a marine nation, we offer our fullest support. Mr. President, a resounding call we continue to hear loud and clear and repeatedly, and rightfully so, is the importance of empowering youth to be at the table of decision-making about their lives and livelihoods, and as a real partner for national development. This is indeed long overdue, must be brought to fruition without further delay. In recognition of the ever-increasing youth bulge in my country and the challenges they continue to face, under my government, we have put development priorities and have brought youth issues to the forefront and center of our nation building. We are rolling out currency programs as a tool for capacity building and training that will equip them to be owners, drivers, and leaders and entrepreneurs to build our nation. And we are also using our education system as a lever to foster integral human development for all our youths. And we welcome development partners to join us in these transformative endeavors. Mr. President, it is in this spirit that Papua New Guinea was pleased to be a main sponsor and strong supporter of the establishment of a youth office in the United Nations Secretariat. It was also pleasing to note the consensus on this issue. Whilst we recognize that much work remains to be done, however, once operationalized, we look forward to harnessing the United Nations Youth Office to support our national efforts on the youth agenda. The potential of our youth, as well as recognition by Her Excellency Armenia Mohamed, the United Nations Deputy Secretary General, and the Youth Special Envoy during their groundbreaking visit to my country in March 2020, is a testament to this partnership. Mr. President, on gender equality and empowerment, including combating gender-based violence, this remains a top priority for my government. We have established a bipartisan parliamentary committee that has done extensive public consultations, and the recommendations made to the last parliament will be taken up by this parliament in a serious way to address the protection of our women and girls and give them fair and just opportunities to reach all their full potentials. We have also put in place legislations and policy to address concerns to gender equality, empowerment, and combat gender-based violences. Additionally, we are pleased to have 2 well-qualified women elected into Parliament in our recently concluded election for 11th Parliament. an improvement from our last parliament where there were no women in parliament. I've also recognized their capabilities and their professionalism, and we have tasked them with certain responsibilities for our country. We will continue to work hard to have more women representatives in decision-making bodies as equal development partners. Mr. President, I would like to join the call for global peace and stability. The simmering tensions and mistrust, which are the nemesis of peace, cannot and must not be allowed to fester anymore. We, as members of this United Nations, took it upon ourselves to uphold the Charter of the United Nations. It is therefore incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we are seen to uphold the commitments of the United Nations Charter. In our context of peace, the Bougainville peace process is continuing, and I want to assure this August forum, and I want to assure United Nations in this meeting that this important issue remains our top priority in Papua New Guinea. Peace by peaceful means this is a very important national priority for my government, and I'd like to say we are on a road to having a political solution settled for Bougainville. We have a roadmap that continues to serve as a blueprint, and we will consider all issues under the existing parameters of our Constitution for a lasting and peaceful political solution that is acceptable to all Papua New Guineans in as far as Bougainville is concerned. We would like to place our big thank you to the United Nations for their role in Papua New Guinea and the Melanesian conflict resolution that they have come to know can be replicated in other areas in and around the region and on planet Earth in as far as those that face political conflicts are concerned. On the reforms of the Security Council, Mr. President, to make it relevant today, it is a task we must attend to, and we note the incremental progress that continues to be made into intergovernmental processes. However, let me again reiterate our call to expedite the long drawn-out process by ensuring that we have a negating document that can serve as a basis for all of us to go forward. May I also take this opportunity to recognize the milestone achievement. Earlier this year, the General Assembly held the members of the Security Council responsible for the decisions regarding peace and security. This is welcomed, and we support the emergency special session measures invoked under the General Assembly with respect to the situation in Ukraine and to ensure the Security Council is really accountable for all their actions. The success that arose from this process is a small but nonetheless significant step to why the reform of the Security Council is necessary and cannot be prolonged any further. In closing, and not the least, Mr. President, may I take this opportunity to pay homage to the memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, who, by the grace of God and Lord Jesus, was Papua New Guinea's head of state for the last 47 years. Our beloved Queen personified grace, dignity, honesty, humility, tolerance of others, forgiveness, and all the other Christian virtues, and lived 70 years of consistent, unfailing life of public service. Some lessons we leaders of the world today must learn to practice. And I, and on behalf of my Papua New Guinea, pay our respects to Mama Queen, as we affectionately call her. May her soul rest in peace with the Maker Jesus. And we say our heartfelt sympathies and condolences to His Majesty King Charles III and his royal family, and the people and the government of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth family. Let me conclude by thanking you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to speak again on a very appropriate contemporary theme to our shared global need, and I thank the United Nations for one more time being a wonderful host. In fact, our milestone 77th session. May God bless the United Nations of the world, and I thank you all for listening. Thank you, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Irakli Garibashvili, Prime Minister of Georgia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Georgian people, it is an honor to speak to you again at the United Nations General Assembly. As we gather for this 77th session, we reflect on our founding principles and the progress we have made as an international community since the creation of the United Nations. At the first session in 1946, the founders vowed to unite to maintain global peace and security. While we have made significant advances, we must acknowledge the ongoing acts of aggression against members of this body, the very same types of acts that led to the establishment of the United Nations after World War II. In 2008, my country, Georgia, was attacked by Russia, resulting in the ongoing occupation of 20% of our territory. At the time, the international community recognized this aggression. But as we have learned, the world's democracies must act as one to ensure that freedom and peace prevail. The United Nations was founded to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and protect state sovereignty and territorial integrity. It is our duty, it is our promise. Today I have the privilege of representing Georgia, a strong, proud, freedom-loving nation that has preserved its sacred heritage and history while also evolving and adapting to the geopolitical realities of the 21st century. 30 years ago, Georgia became part of the United Nations family. Now, more than ever, we are committed to protecting our shared values in our region and worldwide. We seek all opportunities for collaboration with our international partners to advance the cause of peace. In that regard, the Geneva international discussions are particularly crucial to bring the Russian Federation to the table and to address the implementation of the EU-mediated 2008 ceasefire agreement. Georgia appreciates the international community's support for its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Though my country's 20% is still occupied by Russia, we do not let this difficult challenge define us. We continue to punch above our weight and contribute to the international community. Since our government came to power in 2012, we have implemented an ambitious reform agenda that brought us closer to our key international partners, the European Union, United States, NATO, and the United Nations. For the first time since we regained independence, Georgia and Georgian people has enjoyed an unprecedented decade of peace, prosperity, and stability. We are continuously working on Georgia's global positioning and are already realizing the rewards. According to the World Justice Project's Rule of Law Index, Georgia is first in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. The Open Budget Index ranked Georgia as first in the world in terms of budget transparency. And according to the Fraser Institute Economic Freedom of the World 2021, Georgia is among the top 5 economies, along with Singapore and Switzerland. Numbeo named Georgia one of the world's safest countries, ranking 14th globally. Our work to align more closely with the United States and Europe goes hand in hand with our commitment to continue democratic transformation. Increased Euro-Atlantic and European integration is our way of returning to the family of European nations, with whom we share history, culture, and most importantly, values. We are continuing our unequivocal path towards European and Euro-Atlantic integration. And our commitment to these goals is backed up by actions and real results, including the Association Agreement, DCFTA, and visa-free travel with the European Union. This year, we applied for full EU membership. The historic decision of the European Council to give us a European perspective created a new set of benchmarks. Just as in the past, Georgia will meet and exceed those benchmarks. The prospect of acceding to the EU is a strong motivation for our country and our citizens. We are fully aware that European perspective comes with the responsibility of the highest political, economic, and legal convergence with the European Union. Georgia immediately responded to the European Council's decision by presenting a very concrete action plan to address the EU's 12 priorities. This inclusive process ensures full engagement of all branches of government, the opposition parties, and civil society. The working groups have been established in Parliament for each priority area with all relevant stakeholders. We're making progress and are well ahead of schedule. Let me be clear. Georgia deserves EU candidate status, which will bring us to eventual membership and make the dream of generations a reality. We have developed a long-term development strategy, Vision 2030, a nationwide policy document that covers key directives and priorities of our general development by 2030 that fully complies with the Sustainable Development Agenda of the United Nations. The country now has a new national strategy for human rights protection for the years 2022-2030. The government approved this strategy following discussions with both international partners and domestic civil society organizations. And this strategy aims to further improve human rights protection standards and is in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This comprehensive document covers all fundamental human rights and freedoms. We are working now with the world's leading firms and brightest minds to transform Georgia into a true multidimensional regional hub. Our financial services sector is globally recognized, and now we are attracting international investors, injecting additional investments in the education and healthcare sectors. The startup ecosystem is thriving. Logistics and energy potential are now realized. Collectively, this creates a sustainable and predictable economy for Georgia and its people. Our government's sound policies led to a strong recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, with strong economic growth reaching 10.4% last year in 2021, and now far exceeding expectations from January to July 2022 at 10.3%. According to the IMF, our growth projections are up to 9% for this year, primarily due to our government's proactive measures to minimize the impacts of a post-COVID recovery and the war in Ukraine. We are creating opportunities and giving all the necessary tools to our citizens, including those living in Georgia's occupied territories. For that reason, here today at the United Nations General Assembly, I want to speak directly to my Abkhaz and Ossetian brothers and sisters, and once again tell them that our strength is in unity, and we will build Georgia together and peacefully turn it into a prosperous, free, and unified European state. War is waging again, not far from the doorstep of my country. Russia's full-fledged war in Ukraine undermines Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, as well as the UN Charter and fundamental principles of international law. Georgia stands with Ukraine. Since the start of the war, my government has provided substantial humanitarian assistance to Ukraine, including the allocation of more than 1,000 tons of humanitarian aid. Georgia provides financial assistance and accommodation to over 32,000 Ukrainians currently residing in my country. The Georgian education system has enrolled more than 1,500 Ukrainian students, many of whom receive general education in the Ukrainian language according to the standard Ukrainian curriculum. We have sponsored, joined, or supported almost 400 resolution statements, joint statements, and other initiatives made or proposed by all major international organizations and institutions in support of Ukraine, including being a main sponsor of the UNGA 76 resolution on the humanitarian consequences of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. As confirmed by the US State Department's report on the investment climate in Georgia, the National Bank of Georgia and Georgian financial institutions act fully in accordance with the financial sanctions imposed by the United States and others on the Russian Federation. We have aligned with the restrictive measures of the EU against Crimea and Sevastopol since 2014, and this year with restrictive measures on Donetsk and Luhansk. As the conflict in Ukraine has shown, the wider Black Sea security is at the forefront of the Euro-Atlantic security agenda. And Georgia, as an indivisible part of the regional architecture, is ready to increase our contribution to common security. As we know well, security brings stability, and stability brings predictability. Predictability is a crucial precondition for sustainable economic development. Therefore, the more predictable the Black Sea region becomes, the more we can unlock its economic potential for the benefit of our people and the global economy. For that reason, we are developing strategic transport corridors connecting Asia with Europe. Georgia participates in several international initiatives and infrastructure projects with our European colleagues to improve connectivity and facilitate reliable and efficient commerce across the Black Sea. Despite the complex situation in our region, we spare no effort to foster rapprochement between our neighbors. We have already had success stories, including the safe return of 15 Armenian detainees to their homeland in exchange for maps of mine territories to Azerbaijan. And this July, for the first time, the foreign ministers of Azerbaijan and Armenia met in Tbilisi, Georgia. We are ready to serve as a venue for this dialogue to bring much-needed peace and stability to our region. And with this in mind, Georgia has been promoting the Peaceful Neighborhood Initiative, which envisions participation by all three states of the South Caucasus. This new initiative, dear friends, is not substituting, countering, or opposing any other cooperation formats. Georgia serves as an honest broker to aid in normalizing regional relations. We're also heavily investing in our country's infrastructure to increase Georgian transit capabilities for the benefit of the region. We aim to attract greater institutional foreign investment, facilitate projects of regional importance, and strengthen our infrastructural capabilities, thus becoming an actual bridge between East and West. And our goal is to transform the South Caucasus into a region of opportunities and economic growth. We are already discussing with our EU counterparts a list of flagship projects which will bring additional economic synergies and serve as catalyst for more connectivity and integration with the European Union and European markets. We believe all countries of the South Caucasus and allies from the West will benefit from this collaboration. We must act now to secure the Black Sea, protect energy routes, maintain supply chains, and increase regional connectivity to foster greater economic development. These are all essential to European peace and prosperity. We are mindful that our regional challenges are happening against a backdrop of global challenges, such as international security, the pandemic, and climate change. Georgia contributes to global peace and the rules-based international order. For over 2 decades, Georgia has contributed to NATO missions around the world, serving as one of the largest per capita contributors to the mission in Afghanistan. And we lost many brave soldiers. Hundreds were wounded in these missions and suffered significant casualties. Georgia reiterates its readiness to stand by NATO in protecting common security, while continuing to support the EU-led missions. Dear friends, as I speak here today, dangers are threatening all of humanity that we can no longer ignore. The planetary crisis created by climate change, from biodiversity loss to pollution, represent an existential threat. And like many challenges, it affects developing nations first, hindering the ability to realize sustainable development goals. In Georgia, our government has made significant investments in education, public health, and the environment to ensure that future generations can thrive. Education systems are critical for empowering prosperous and productive societies. Education in the 21st century means investing in digital literacy and promoting infrastructure to bridge the digital divide to ensure that future crises, whether public health, war, or climate related, do not create dire situations. In conclusion, I believe that working together, we will return peace and prosperity to our homes and countries. This is the spirit and the mandate vested in the United Nations from its founding, to support and ensure peace and cooperation. I am proud to represent my country before you today. After 3 decades of restored independence, Georgian dreams are becoming a reality. In recent decades, our nation, whose history traces back thousands of years, has become an example of resilience and progress in the face of extraordinary challenges. With our international partners, I am confident that we will build a brighter, more peaceful, and prosperous world now and for the generations that will follow us. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Georgia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of Norway. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This week has highlighted that we live in challenging times indeed. As a global community, we face dire consequences from war, climate change, the pandemic, food insecurity, and inequality. The Secretary General underlined this eloquently in his address on Tuesday. We have the values and principles necessary to deal with these challenges. They are enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. No country is unfaced by these challenges, and we can only successfully respond to them together. And this is precisely why we have the United Nations. The UN was born out of crisis to unite strength and enable nations to raise above narrow self-interest and find common ground. This is what we need to turn to again. The UN Charter sets out clear principles for a rule-based international order. But now, this rule-based order is under attack. February 2022 ushered in what we hoped we would never witness again: a new large-scale war in Europe. Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine has led to massive suffering, large-scale humanitarian needs, and destruction of civilian infrastructure. Russia bears sole responsibility for the war and its consequences, and Russia is responsible for bringing it to an end. Mr. President, Russia's actions are in blatant breach of the UN Charter, and therefore something that concerns us all. The war is also having devastating global consequences, as we've heard so many speakers highlight this week. It has undermined multilateral cooperation when we need it the most. It has accelerated a negative economic spiral and jeopardized the 2030 agenda. We are all feeling the repercussions of the war. Energy supply is under pressure, inflation is soaring, and food insecurity has increased dramatically. Ordinary people across the globe, not least people in developing countries, are paying the price. And the war is amplifying other crises and compounding the impacts of climate change and armed conflict in other parts of the world. The Horn of Africa is faced with its worst drought in more than 4 decades. Pakistan is contending with devastating floods. More than 300 million people affected by conflicts and humanitarian crises are in need of humanitarian assistance and protection. In many armed conflicts, there is a lack of respect for international and humanitarian law, and civilians are paying the price. A few years ago, it appeared that hunger would soon be a scourge of the fast. Now, food insecurity is on the rise. And no continent is more vulnerable to the combined effects of climate change, conflicts, and growing food insecurity than Africa. Let me say this: Norway stands in solidarity with the people grappling with these interlocking crises. We have allocated more funding to humanitarian assistance and development cooperation in 2022 than ever before. Mr. President, the war of aggression against Ukraine is a challenge to the norms and the foundations of the United Nations. We are standing up to confront that challenge. Some hold the conviction that authoritarian regimes are strong, while democracies are frail and likely to crack under pressure. We are proving them wrong. Together with a strong alliance of partners, we are standing with Ukraine and aid its self-defense. As Europe's largest supplier of energy, we do what we can to enhance Europe's resilience. And Mr. President, we are standing up for human rights and fundamental freedoms elsewhere. Norway will continue to promote civic space, protect human rights defenders, and support media diversity and independent journalism worldwide. Women's and girls' participation in society and their right to decide over their own bodies are essential for democratic and sustainable development, not least in times of conflict and war. Safeguarding these human rights remains one of our top priorities. And while supporting Ukraine, we must not forget conflicts elsewhere. Norway has continued its peace diplomacy and peace-building efforts in major conflicts across the globe. As part of our long-standing engagement in the Middle East, we are pushing for an end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, including a viable two-state solution. In Colombia, the new government has expressed its commitment to implementing the peace agreement with the FARC and initiating formal negotiations with the ELN guerrilla group. The ELN also seems inclined to renew that dialogue. And as a guarantor country, Norway remains committed to Colombia's quest for peace and to supporting the parties in this endeavor. In all the peace processes where Norway is engaged, we promote active involvement and participation by women in line with the Women, Peace and Security agenda. We talk to all parties as we work to achieve peaceful conflict resolution. And without dialogue, we have no opportunity to influence the parties and encourage them to move in a more positive direction. Norway also strongly supports the good offices of the Secretary General in conflicts worldwide. We commend him for his dedicated team for their important work on the Black Sea Grain Initiative and Turkey for its important contribution. The prices of food, fuel, and fertilizer were already high before the war in Ukraine, but the war has dramatically exacerbated this situation. So if the global community does not act swiftly, the current food crisis will develop into a food availability and a food supply crisis, and that is too serious. Together with fighting climate change, Norway has placed food security at the top of its development agenda. This year, we are allocating more than $300 million in funding for food security initiatives alone. We need to increase humanitarian assistance and enhance social safety nets, promote local food productions in the Global South, and secure access to seeds, fertilizers, and technology for small-scale farmers, and accelerate transformation to climate-resilient and sustainable food system. In all of this, we must ensure that the needs of women and girls are adequately integrated. We are all dependent on a collective response if we are to succeed in addressing climate change and the loss of biodiversity. Currently, we are not on track, and this speed needs to change. Norway will honor its commitment to cut greenhouse gas emissions and to play a key role in the green transition. We have listened to the concerns of developing countries, and we have decided to double our climate finance to these countries by 2026. Within this target, we aim at least to triple our funding for climate adaptation and resilience. Climate change affects millions of people worldwide and increases the needs of vulnerable people. The current humanitarian system will not be able to meet the increasing humanitarian needs. And as global warming continues, weather and climate extremes will increasingly have an impact on armed conflict. So, Mr. President, climate and security are already closely interlinked. The fight against climate change requires new, innovative approaches, and we must do what we can to make the upcoming COP27 in Egypt a success, and Norway will not rest one day before that summit. Innovative approaches, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, brings together private and public resources, trying to accelerate development. As co-chair, Norway will work with partners across the Global South to support initiation of renewable energy transitions, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, increase clean power, and create green jobs. And then, Mr. President, with our geography and our history, the oceans can and will be a vital part of the solution to climate change, food insecurity, and poverty. If adequately managed and protected, the oceans hold the key to reaching many of the Sustainable Development Goals. But Sustainable Development Goal number 14 is the most underfunded, and that's why Norway is really pushing for making a change here. The high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy is co-chaired by Norway. It's an initiative by world leaders committed to ocean health and ocean wealth in support of the 2030 Agenda. The panel members have committed to sustainably manage 100% of the ocean areas under their national jurisdiction. We will establish sustainable ocean plans and urge other coastal states to do the same. Mr. President, the fifth session of the UN's Environmental Assembly was an important breakthrough for multi-cooperation on environmental issues. Norway will work to ensure an effective agreement on combating plastic pollution through a life cycle approach. We must not overlook existing crises as new ones emerge, Mr. President. The pandemic is not over yet. We cannot go from COVID-19 panic to COVID-19 neglect. We must use the lessons learned from COVID-19 and the ACT Accelerator. This will be key to preventing, preparing, and responding to new outbreaks of infectious disease. Mr. President, Russia's unlawful act of aggression against Ukraine heightened geopolitical tensions and posed obstacles to multilateral cooperation. That is serious. As a Security Council member, Norway has consistently sought to strengthen the Council mandate to maintain international peace and security. And despite increased geopolitical tensions, the Security Council has retained its ability to adopt important resolutions. We secured a robust mandate for the UN in Afghanistan. Together with Niger, we negotiated a groundbreaking resolution on the protection of education in armed conflict. And we partnered with Ghana on the resolution of maritime security in the Gulf of Guinea. All this matters, Mr. President. And in times of crisis and rising global tensions, we all feel the pressure to put domestic concerns before global solidarity. In times of distress, it is only natural for political leaders to try to look after their own populations. It is their responsibility. But let us remind ourselves that there is no contradiction between this and engaging with the rest of the world. Quite the contrary, it is in the interest of our citizens. We are bound together, we are dependent on each other, and we have a shared destiny. And this is clear to me. Without a strong and effective UN, the international community will not be able to address the challenges we face. That is why we applaud and support the Secretary General's Our Common Agenda report. If anything, it is even more urgent to implement this report now than when it was launched. The summit of the future in September 2024 will be an important milestone. We expect and will work towards an ambitious declaration on future generations, and we look forward to engaging with the high-level Advisory Board and Member States in the process ahead. Mr. President, let me thank you. We are living in challenging time, but let us never lose hope. We must face the present challenges with resolve and recall the strength we can muster when we act together. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of Norway for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Maamau Motley, Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Maamau Motley, Prime Minister, Minister of National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like, first of all, to congratulate you on your election to this Honorable Assembly as its President. And as I do so, I want to, at the outset, thank the courageous leadership and commitment in very difficult times of our Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the Deputy Secretary General, Amina Mohamed. This year, we come again, and the battles continue. Indeed, they've been enhanced. What we have seen over the course of the summer and what we have seen over the course of this year, with the war in Ukraine and the concomitant consequences to ordinary people all over the globe with respect to inflation, with respect to scarcity of supply of goods, with respect simply to hardship. Access to food continues, regrettably, to be the environment within which we live. I had hoped that we would have seen improvement. But I'm now convinced more than ever that there comes a time when we must heed a certain call, as was said when others before us, when I was a student, sought to fight the great famine in Africa and came together as one world to make that definable difference. Last year, I asked us to do the same. And maybe it is, in the words of Jimmy Cliff, that we have to keep trying and trying and trying, but the world must stand up if our citizens are to live a better life. I say so today because it is easy to come only and complain, but the truth is that it is within our power to be able to make that difference and that definable change. And we must decide whether we want to stand for peace and whether we want to stand for love, and whether we want to stand for prosperity, knowing that we choose to do so at the most difficult time and from the most difficult and deep place that we can do so in a very, very long time. I believe it is possible. But it is up to us to change possibilities into realities. And what do I mean? Mr. President, we have been speaking for a long time about the reform of this institution and about the recognition that there were only a quarter of the states that now exist when this institution was formed. Earlier this week, President Biden spoke of the need to reform the Security Council. We call and echo for that, but we go further because we believe that a Security Council that retains the power of veto in the hands of a few will still lead us to war, as we have seen this year. And therefore, the reform must not simply be in its composition, but also be in the removal of that veto. We also believe that the recognition of the G7 countries and the G20 countries as the informal subcommittee of governance of this world, if it is to be fair, must recognize that no longer can we accept that persons call year after year after year for the inclusion of the people of Africa and African descent to be included in the G7 and G20. For how can a world have at its core a subcommittee that excludes more than 1.4, 1.5 billion people of the world and expect it to reflect fairness and transparency in its decision making? We ask that the determination be made by those countries who must understand that if we are to move from possibilities to realities, we must embrace a transparent framework that allows our people who are losing faith in their institutions and in the governance of this world to understand that fairness means something. That fairness means the ability for all to have a voice, and that we can't only speak to it within the corridors of democracy within the nation state, but it will only mean something when it also is reflected in our international community. And if I perhaps have one simple theme today, it is that that fairness and that togetherness is what is needed to bring about peace, love, and prosperity in this world. And no, this is not romanticism. These are hard realities that simply require decisions. And that is why I use that language from that great anthem, We Are the World. That there comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. Yes, regrettably, there are too many people dying in conflict as a result of the economic crisis. And the hand that we must lend to life comes in the decisions that we must make to reform and to fight for peace, not to fight to sustain war, wherever it is found across this world. To fight for reform so that our citizens are not made victims of poverty because of the triple crisis of climate, of pandemic, and indeed, now, of the conflict that is leading to the inflationary pressures that leads, regrettably, to people taking circumstances into their own hand, as we have seen in Haiti in the last week. Any attempt to increase fuel prices any part of the world by 150% would have been met with great consternation and anger by populations on fixed income. And when that happens in one of the poorest countries in the world that has been trying for almost 230 years to find stability, and against the backdrop of exploitation that it has faced, we ask ourselves, to what end will the world stand up and be counted for the people of Haiti? Similarly, we ask for the same transparency to occur with respect to the removal of the blockade against the people of Cuba. This is the 30th year that the resolution has called for that removal of that blockade. But it has been there for 60 years. And I say simply to the people of the United States of America, do not be short-sighted in your goals. For in this hemisphere, peace and prosperity is the province of all. And yes, there may be problems on both sides, but there is nothing that justifies further hardship to people because of ideological differences. And if there are human rights differences, let us resolve them, as we have chosen to do with mightier countries across the world without the imposition of sanctions. Fairness and transparency demand it of us. But I also want to talk to you about other solutions that we believe can alter our condition without imposing burdens of taxation, unreasonably so, on the populations of the world. We live in a world, as I said last year, where the disparity in income is too great. And we live in a world where some are even benefiting from the crises disproportionately and egregiously. And we must ask ourselves, therefore, whether the time has not come for a review of the settlement of the Bretton Woods institutions that no longer serve the purpose in the 21st century that they served in the 20th century, that they served when they were catering to a quarter of the nation states that are now members of this august institution. We ask ourselves whether the time has not come for our voices to act collectively to demand that through the boards of directors of the respective institutions. And why do I say so? The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development is really what the World Bank is. And maybe if we referred to that continuously, we would remind ourselves that the purpose of reconstruction and development must be appropriate to the century in which we live. And the century in which we live does not only demand of us the eradication of poverty, which remains a noble goal, but it demands of us equally the protection of global public goods. All of us in here have suffered as a result of the weakest of us being unable to rise to the occasion for the protection of public health. All of us in here now know what it is to be on the front line of the climate crisis. Years ago, we spoke about small island developing states on the front line because we were the canaries in the mine. Today, we speak of all countries. And this hot, hot summer, with wildfires from California, to heat waves in North America and Europe, to waterways in Europe being prohibited from the ability of vessels to traverse it, to floods in China, and above all else, the apocalyptic floods in Pakistan, for which our heart goes out to the people of that country. It simply cannot continue. And any attempt to deny that the climate crisis has man-made origins is an attempt to delude ourselves and to admit that we want to be accomplices in the continued death and loss and damage that ensues to the people who are the victims of it. Our people demand better of us. We believe today that the most appropriate place to deal with global public goods is in fact the World Bank Group. And I'll speak more to this tomorrow, but I want to simply say that if companies, multinational companies, have contributed to the global public risk or benefit from the solutions for global public goods, then they ought to contribute to their resolution through a percentage, a small percentage of their profits, funding the needs of countries, whether it is in the issue of climate, stability and resilience and adaptation, whether it is for the protection of biodiversity both on land and in our waters, whether it is for the protection of public health against the next pandemic, the slow motion pandemic of antimicrobial resistance or others that we have not even contemplated, or the provision of education for each of our citizens, because to remain on this earth without the benefit of education is to be sentenced to life imprisonment from a young age. Or access to electricity, as 600 million people in Africa do without it. Or the equivalent to the right to knowledge and prosperity in our age, that is, access to broadband. And of course, as I said to Congress last week, believe it or not, the right to a bank account, because countries across the world are being denied the right to access correspondent banking and leaving their citizens and their economies to function as financial pariahs in a world that is supposed to be globally interdependent for the movement of capital. My friends, the provision of that fund to promote public goods at a global level is critical if we are to make a difference going forward and to achieve the peace, the love, and the prosperity to which I referred. I want to commend the International Monetary Fund for their rapid financing mechanism at the beginning of the pandemic crisis, and soon for the Resilience and Sustainability Trust that is about to be launched. That is the first recognition that middle-income countries should be able to access funding irrespective of per capita income, but dependent on climate vulnerability. And we say that for those who commend it to the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, do not simply commend it for countries following a disaster, but let us do it for countries before the disaster. For every dollar spent, as they have researched, saves $7 in avoided expenditure, not to mention the lives that are saved. We don't want only to pay the undertaker, we want to save lives. But I ask the IMF to reflect on the fact that that Resilience and Sustainability Trust may need to be delinked from quotas if it is to be effective. I am conscious that that will depend on more countries seeding that fund with capital, and more countries agreeing perhaps to allow their special drawing rights to be used there, just as we ask them to allow those special drawing rights to be used to allow multilateral development banks to significantly increase the money that is available to countries, particularly at this time as we are on the verge of a debt crisis, where more than 45 countries are facing the heat of the moment because of the increased cost of capital as a result of the monetary policies that are being put in place to fight the virulent cancer of inflation. I say now that we want to thank those countries that have come together to help us continue for the financing of sustainable development goals. And we link those goals to the global public goods. Why? Because they're fundamentally the right to development. They're fundamentally the right to give each person the ability to live a good life. And we can't be lost in the conflict and lost in the climate crisis and lost in the pandemic and forget fundamentally what our mission is. I commend those who continue to remember that. But I ask for us to reach a global compact that financing for development cannot be short-term financing and that it needs to be at least 30-year money. The world recognized that when it allowed Britain to be able to participate in the refinancing of its World War bonds, which were only paid off 8 years ago, 100 years after World War I started. Or when it allowed Germany to cap its debt service at the equivalent of 5% of its exports, conscious that the cataclysmic experience of war would not have allowed them to finance reconstruction while repaying debts incurred for war. My friends, we are no different today. We have incurred debts for COVID. We have incurred debts for climate. And we have incurred debts now in order to fight this difficult moment with the inflationary crisis and with the absence of certainty of supply of goods. Why, therefore, must the developing world now seek to find money within 7 to 10 years when others had the benefit of longer tenors to repay their money? I want finally to deal with the issue very quickly and to suggest to you that all of these things have been the subject not just of idle thought or arbitrary comment on our part. We had the good fortune of collecting in Barbados a large number of persons from civil society and academia at the beginning of August, end of July. And we settled on what we have come to call the Bridgetown Agenda, because we believe it to be a Bridgetown agenda for peace, a Bridgetown agenda for prosperity, a Bridgetown agenda inspired by love of humanity. And it is that agenda that speaks to the reform of the Bretton Woods architecture. We've asked and will ask countries and people to join it, because we believe that unless we take responsibility for ourselves, unless we accept that we are the world, we're not going to see a change. And as I come to simply this issue of climate, which will dominate us over the next 45, 48 days as we go to Egypt, let us remember that the trust that is needed to propel us to fight the great causes of our time will not be won by us breaching promises. The developing world, and in particular the small island developing states, came to Paris and agreed for a global compact. One of the key aspects of it that allowed us to do so was the promise of loss and damage. Today, the people of Guadeloupe and Puerto Rico, and yesterday Turks and Caicos, and little do we know what will happen with Bermuda, face the difficulty of disruption by Hurricane Fiona. Today, this morning, I received news about difficulties for our own natural gas supply in my own country, and I suspect others in this part of the world, because of the facilities, the installations that have been affected out of Puerto Rico for access to natural gas. This comes at a time when access to that commodity has already been affected by the war in Ukraine and the decision by Russia to cease supply to Europe. When we match this with the reality that we have not planned in granular form how we will have the capacity to meet the commitments that we have made for net zero, and I'm a big defender of net zero, as you know, then I see trouble ahead of us, and we must pause and get it right. Our small states are making commitments that the world wants to hear. But when those commitments are undermined by the inability to supply the electric cars or the batteries necessary to sustain renewable energy, then we know we have a problem. And that is why natural gas has been viewed as a bridge to clean energy. But when the access to natural gas itself is also affected, you better understand why emerging market countries in the Caribbean and in Africa, in the Caribbean including my own, have determined that we cannot abandon access to our own natural gas resources until we are assured that we have the capacity to sustain our populations. This is where the rubber meets the ground. And I ask us today to recognize that those commitments on loss and damage and that granular detail that matches commitment to capacity are absolutely critical if we are to make serious progress in saving our world. And we know that our world needs to be saved. My friends, I want to salute Denmark for its commitment on Tuesday to be able to propose $13 million to a loss and damage fund, for it represents the first acknowledgement by a North Atlantic country that there is a justifiable need and justice in the demand for this loss and damage claim. And I ask us to recommit ourselves in the big matters, but recognize that if we don't speak truth to our population And if we don't explain and have the mature conversations rather than to rely on the headlines and the sound bites, we will find a disconnect between those who are governed and those who are governing. And therefore, let us to the task move with dispatch, not for sound bites, but for difficult conversations to secure the peace of this world, to secure the prosperity of our people, and to underpin it with a love for humanity, which is what the original purpose of this organization was formed to do. And in the words of that song again, let us lend a hand to life, for it is the greatest gift of all. And we can't pretend day by day that someone somewhere else is going to make that change. This is our family. This is our world. And this is our time to make that defining difference. And many of the things that I've put before us today don't require money, but they require a commitment, and they require political will. And with the power of the pen, we can impose natural disaster and pandemic clauses in our debt. With the power of the pen, we can change the capital that is available to multilateral development banks that will remove the barriers that currently exist for us to fight poverty. With those commitments, we can make a difference in today's world. And let us do so recognizing that a world that reflects an imperialistic order and hypocrisy and lack of transparency will not achieve that mission, but one that gives us freedom, transparency, and a level playing field will make that definable difference. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. We have heard the last speaker for this meeting. The 9th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will begin at 3 p.m. The meeting is adjourned.
Declaro
The 9th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. Before proceeding further, I would like to remind members that masks are to be worn by all attendees at all times when indoors, except when directly addressing a meeting. Due to the temporary closure of the east side emergency doors in the event of a fire or an emergency which requires an evacuation, please use the west side emergency doors and the stairway next to the elevator banks. Those in the 3rd and 4th floor balconies, please use the stairway next to the elevator banks. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President and Minister for Defense of the Republic of Malawi. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Lazarus McCarthy Chakwera, President and Minister for Defense of the Republic of Malawi, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Sabakorosi, President of the 7th Session of General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, leave no one behind. These 4 words are the promise at the heart of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is the principle this UN body committed to. But today, over 3.5 years after that commitment was made, smaller nations and younger democracies around the world already feel like this is an empty promise. Today, not only do smaller nations and younger democracies like Malawi still feel left behind, but feel much farther behind than before. For instance, we all know that climate change is a global problem that will never be solved unless all nations solve it together. Yet months after Malawi and its SDG gains were set backwards by 2 tropical storms in quick succession, we have been left behind. We all know that pandemics are a global problem that will never be solved unless all nations solve it together. Yet in the rollout of vaccines and application of travel restriction, we have been left behind. We all know that regional insecurity is a global problem that will never be solved unless all nations solve it together. Yet, in the participation of the UN Security Council decisions that affect us, we have been left behind. And we all know that food shortage is a global problem that will never be solved until all nations solve it together. Yet in the allocation of international facilities for agro-based and debt-distressed economies, we have been left behind. And as a result of our collective negligence, the global economy is now a house on fire. Yet we continue to use evacuation methods that rush some nations out to safety while leaving the rest of us behind to fend for ourselves in the burning building. But if we are truly one UN family, then leaving no one behind has to be practiced not just preached. If we are truly one UN family, we must reject any attempts to politicize human suffering by lobbying us to refuse the help of those some find politically offensive. If we are truly one UN family, we must get out of political posturing and welcome more helping hands in resolving the problems the permanent UN Security Council members have sometimes created and which they have failed to solve alone, namely the failure to stop environmental degradation, the failure to prevent unjust wars, the failure to lift unsustainable debt burdens, the failure to prevent food insecurity, and the failure to contain pandemics. So, Mr. President, how do we get back on track? As I see it, with so many left behind, the only thing to do is to concentrate the UN's support on the most vulnerable who are lagging behind so that they can catch up. And Malawi stands ready to do its part in using any new support we get to make up for lost ground and catch up. On addressing the current global food crisis, Malawi is ready to catch up, having just joined the Feed the Future initiative, giving us access to new financing in the next few years to use Malawi's vast arable land and large volumes of fresh water to develop mega farms that will feed the world and lift millions out of our farmers out of subsistence living. And we are delighted that many private sector investors are flocking to us to join the agricultural revolution that is coming to Malawi, as well as investors in mining who know that the recent discovery in Malawi of the largest deposit of rutile in the world means that Malawi's economic rise is imminent. On climate change, mitigation, and adaptation, Malawi is ready to catch up. So with COP27 around the corner in Sharm el-Sheikh, we call for action on the pledges already made so that Malawi and other least developed countries can build resilience to climate change-induced events like floods, drought, pests, and cyclones, all projected to become more frequent and more severe. These disasters are reversing years of developmental gains. Cyclones Ana and Gombe alone destroyed strategic infrastructure, community assets, and displaced thousands of households. And now a fifth of our people are at risk of acute food shortage, as 3.6 million Malawians are facing hunger from next month until March. While we are preparing to deploy food assistance from our strategic reserves, we welcome your support with early warning systems for generating and managing climate data to reduce the impacts of disasters, as well as technical and financial capacity building in weather data analysis, modeling and forecasting to address barriers faced by farmers in accessing useful information. Our ongoing institutionalization of the National Climate Change Fund should help in this regard, as will other measures for making climate financing predictable. Although Malawi and other least developed countries contribute the least to climate change, we are committed to the global climate agenda. Malawi's own ambition is to cut carbon emissions by half before the year 2040. And so we call for our support towards our efforts to transition to clean and green energy. On dealing with the evolving challenge of COVID-19, Malawi again is ready to catch up. Crucial to this effort is access to vaccines, and your support to our efforts to catch up in this area will strengthen our vaccine delivery systems in general. But the critical need for us is strengthening health systems more broadly to build resilience against future pandemics, which calls for investments in health infrastructure and research. And in this context, the news that 6 African states have been chosen to produce messenger RNA vaccines in Africa is music to my ears. And I'm proud of Malawi's advocacy of this approach, as well as Malawi's role as a co-pioneer of the Accord for a Healthier World announced by Pfizer in Davos 4 months ago, aimed at bringing quality medicines to 1.2 billion people in low-income countries. These action-oriented partnerships are examples of the importance of SDG 17 in the advancement of all other sustainable development goals. We own the SDGs fully, and Malawi has so far undertaken 2 voluntary national reviews, VNRs, since 2020 to strengthen the national ownership of the same. But we see global private-public partnerships as essential to reclaiming the gains we have lost on SDGs in the recent months of global crisis. It is because of our collaborative approach that we are on track in implementing 60% of the goals. And we are now in the process of reviewing the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework for the period 2024 to 2028, so that it is responsive to national development plans linked to the delivery of the SDGs. And in that spirit of partnership, we also plan to make full use of the Doha Program of Action for LDCs to catch up on SDGs even more. And speaking of LDCs, it is my pleasure as chair to invite you all to the 5th United Nations Conference of Least Developed Countries to be held in Doha, Qatar, in March 2023, where even more partnerships will be forged around creating solutions for vulnerable countries. One problem in desperate need of a solution for the most vulnerable LDCs is the unsustainable debt levels and distress they bear. It is not for nothing that the scriptures, which are regarded as sacred to more than half the world, describe unsustainable debt as a form of slavery. And as leaders of generations past work together to end old forms of slavery, we too must work together to end this new form. Recently, the managing director of the International Monetary Fund called on the world's major lenders to show leadership by relieving vulnerable countries of the debts that are shackling them, because even loans that were given and received in good faith have become unsustainable in the recent and current climate relentless of unforeseen external shocks. So I join her in reiterating that call, and I commend the People's Republic of China for leading by example, by fulfilling the pledge it made at last year's Forum China-Africa Cooperation, FOCAC, to forgive interest-free loans owned by 17 African countries. Let this be the beginning of a breaking of the chains holding vulnerable countries back, not the end. Because when we say that we are leaving no one behind, this is one way to put our money where our mouth is. Let me hasten to add that as president of a country that stands to benefit from debt relief measures I do not regard my country as entitled to such, and I am in fact fully committed to be held accountable for the responsible use of these life jackets. I recognize that we too must prove ourselves worthy of such assistance by using it to cushion our citizens against the worsening financial volatility, trade costs, and human suffering that debt and other external factors are causing. There must, in fact, be no member state in our midst that is beyond scrutiny or exempt from accountability. For that to become a reality, U.S. President Biden's recent call for this UN family to defend the rights of smaller nations as equals of larger ones must not only be applauded, it must be uploaded. As African member states, we do not wish to gather here next year with no progress made on the African Union's Zuluan consensus, which demands that 2 permanent seats with veto power and 5 non-permanent seats must go to Africa. So, following the strong signal of support from the U.S. government, we expect to see this matter on its way to the United Nations Security Council to be tabled, to be heard, and to be settled. That is the UN we want. That is the UN the world needs. A reformed UN that practices the equality and democracy it preaches. A reformed UN that is not constantly polarized by nuclear power, stuck in Cold War mindsets. A reformed UN that uses its multilateral muscle to give equal attention to the interlocking issues of public health, food security, insecurity, climate change, and conflict, regardless of where they emerge or who they affect. A reformed UN that gives equal weight to all its members who give it meaning, not just those who give it money. Because we are one humanity facing the same storm in the same boat. And in that spirit of one humanity, let me conclude by expressing my country's deepest condolences to the British royal family and the government and people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth on the passing of Queen Elizabeth II, who was laid to rest on the eve of this Assembly's high-level debate week. Mr. Sabakorosi, President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, I thank you for this opportunity, and I congratulate you on your appointment, just as I wish outgoing President Abdallah Shahid the very best in his continued service to humanity and the cause to leave no one behind. Thank you all for listening.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Minister for Defense of the Republic of Malawi for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency David Panuelo, the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency David Panuelo, President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Secretary General, fellow world leaders, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from the paradise in our backyard, the Federated States of Micronesia. It is my honor to address the UN General Assembly, and in doing so, I bring a warm kaselelie on behalf of my delegation, the leadership, and the people of the Federated States of Micronesia to all of you in attendance today at the 77th session of the UN General Assembly and those joining us virtually from across the globe. I express my country's gratitude as we join other members of this august body in extending our heartiest congratulations to you, Mr. President, on your election to the presidency of the 77th General Assembly. We also wish to thank your distinguished predecessor, His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his excellent leadership during the 77th UNGA. I would also like to pay our respects to Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who continues to demonstrate dedication and integrity in his role as Secretary General of our United Nations. Mr. President, I will begin by reiterating that the Federated States of Micronesia's foreign policy is to be a friend to all and an enemy to none, that we extend to all peoples and nations that which we seek: peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity. As leaders of the world, it is our duty and obligation to take bold decisions and actions that serve our citizens and reflect our values. Every person in this room and beyond is impacted in one form or another by the brutal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. The unprovoked attack against the people of Ukraine by another member of the United Nations is illegal, blatantly disregards international law and norms, and undermines the UN Charter, whose purposes and principles are to maintain international peace and security. I join Secretary Blinken of the United States and members of the Security Council, who just recently met, in imploring Russia to stop the threat of nuclear war. To the people and government of Ukraine, the people and government of Micronesia support you in your quest to defend your families and your homes. Micronesia strongly encourages other peoples and governments, most particularly those with greater influence and means, to firmly stand with the people and government of Ukraine and show that the people of this 21st century cannot and will not tolerate aggressive and violent behavior. An infringement on the rights of one is an infringement on the rights of us all, and we do well to stand with our neighbors, lest we one day find ourselves standing alone. Mr. President, while traditional security concerns have taken much of our world's attention in recent memory, for Micronesia, as a Pacific Island country, it must continue to be emphasized that the most enduring security threat to our Pacific and to the world is in the form of anthropogenic climate change. The Federated States of Micronesia presents its most urgent appeal to the global community, especially the developed countries, to commit to the intent of the Paris Agreement by providing adequate, accessible, and concessional finance for climate mitigation and adaptation, as well as for loss and damage. On loss and damage specifically, Micronesia calls for the adoption of an agenda item for COP27 on a loss and damage response fund. The establishment of that fund in COP27 and the full operationalization of the fund to be completed in COP28. The Federated States of Micronesia cannot overemphasize the extreme urgency of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees through rapid, deep, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. However, to the extent that mitigation as well as adaptation are not sufficient to avert or minimize loss and damage, finance must provide with all due haste to help vulnerable communities like those of my country to recover from climate change and related loss and damage. Current efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions remain wholly inadequate. The world is moving past 1.1 degrees Celsius in warming in our wake and rapidly speeding towards and soon to pass 1.5 degrees. Despite warnings of dangerous feedbacks and tipping points, many actors still continue to engage in the worst emitting activities. They ignore the solutions that could address climate while supporting development goals in favor of business as usual. Fortunately, the tide is changing on CO2 emissions, but still too slowly. Moreover, research shows that efforts to reduce CO2 alone will not cool the planet in the near term. Only mitigation of methane, which is a super pollutant and the second most potent greenhouse gas, and the other short-lived climate pollutants can prevent the world from exceeding the 2-degree upper limit over the next 2 decades. We need a new, robust methane agreement, currently not addressed sufficiently in the present legal framework. Doing so is key to ensuring countries can put their adaptation plans in place while additional CO2 mitigation gets underway. Micronesia urges all countries to commit to the Kigali Amendment and the Global Methane Pledge to see a 30% reduction of methane emissions from 2020 levels by 2030. In this connection, I congratulate the United States for the ratification of the Kigali Amendment by the US Senate yesterday. This is indeed a monumental step towards curbing climate superpollutants, and I urge other countries to take this important step forward to collectively secure a livable planet for all of us and for future generations. I look forward to working closely with the United States and others in fully implementing the amendment. Mr. President, this is my 4th address at this august body. And in my previous 3 addresses, I have urged the United States of America and the People's Republic of China to consider climate change a non-political and a non-competitive issue for cooperation, as solving the climate change crisis ultimately requires both of these superpowers to work together. For the previous period of time, it seemed as if Americans, with whom Micronesia shares an enduring partnership, and the Chinese, with whom Micronesia shares a great friendship, were starting to work together on this issue, despite increases in tension in other areas. Now, they are no longer speaking to each other on this important issue. Micronesia cannot understand why our partners and friends cannot get along on this issue of total international importance. But one way to get attention and action is to explicitly call out your closest friends and allies by name instead of talking around substance. So, President Xi and President Biden, both of you are friends of Micronesia. I respect both of you and your peoples and your countries. As the two superpowers in this world, you both set the tone and cadence for global conversations. It is my wish that you can respect each other so that you can see with your eyes wide open that it is Micronesia's strongest desire and the desire of the rest of the Pacific Island countries that you resume cooperation on tackling climate change. Micronesia says this to each of you bilaterally and here multilaterally in the quietest conversations in the President's office and in the loudest conversations streamed across the world because it is our most important issue. Your capacity to cooperate on climate change is necessary towards ensuring our world is habitable for future generations and does not suffer from civilizational collapse. Mr. President, ours is undoubtedly an interdependent world where we share common goals for sustainability. I am of the view that through cooperation, we have a better chance of building healthy societies that we can proudly pass on to our children, and a world that values the rights of every individual and every society. Mr. President, I want to personally thank the leadership of this organization and its members for the support extended to my country in establishing the Multi-Country Office, or MCO, for the North Pacific. I am proud to announce that the establishment of the MCO has added value to our response to COVID-19 and accessing available funding sources and technical support through the United Nations system. Small island developing states, such as Micronesia, are in dire need of support from our partners to support our country-driven development strategy. Distance continues to be a challenge in providing service delivery, and with the efforts provided by the UN Multi-Country Office, I wish to acknowledge and commend the UN agencies for their diligent work in making sure that they reach every island in my country and in the Micronesian sub-region, including the vulnerable outlying islands. Mr. President, while acknowledging our interest in strengthening our tourism sector and developing value-added agricultural products, investment in the blue economy is our main aim, whereby our government works closely with the private sector for the benefit of all. Sustainable fisheries management and protection of the environment are therefore essential in our endeavor to sustain marine life for our future generations. In 2022, we have focused a substantial amount of work on ocean, with mixed results. While the outcome of our ocean conference in Barrow and the 2022 UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon both concluded successfully, critical works remain to be accomplished when it comes to fully protecting the ocean resources considered as common heritage of mankind. In March of this year, we, as an international community, were unable to finalize an internationally legally binding instrument to conserve and sustainably use marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, or PPNJ. And just last month, we had to pause the 5th session of the Intergovernmental Conference because we ran out of allotted time. It is imperative that we finalize this work as soon as possible so that we can protect ocean resources effectively. Micronesia looks forward to the resumption and conclusion of the PPNJ negotiations very soon. This past summer, Micronesia announced that we were joining the Alliance of Countries for the Deep Seabed Mining Moratorium, alongside a number of fellow Pacific SIDS. It is the view of Micronesia that deep seabed mining in the international seabed area should not occur until the precautionary principle, ecosystem approach, and the polluter-based principle have been implemented. In the international seabed area, no such implementation can take place in the absence of the finalization of a robust, responsible, and comprehensive set of exploitation regulations by the International Seabed Authority. To do so otherwise will be a dereliction of our duty to protect and preserve the marine environment and respect the common heritage of mankind. Turning to marine areas within our national jurisdiction, the vast expanse of Micronesian maritime zones represents both an opportunity and, at the same time, enormous challenge. We have some of the largest fishing grounds in the Pacific, covering an area of 1.1 million square miles, and one of the most productive tuna fisheries in the Western and Central Pacific. Our maritime zones are exposed to threats of transnational crimes, illegal activities, and high UU fishing. We need our partners to support us in capacity building efforts towards law enforcement in the areas of maritime surveillance, money laundering, and terrorist financing, drug trafficking, and other transnational crimes. We are thankful to Australia for donating 2 Guardian-class patrol boats, and also grateful to Japan for complementing these assets with 4 smaller patrol boats for nearby coastal waters. We recognize the U.S. Coast Guard as an enduring partner in protecting our expansive ocean territory. But given our vast exclusive economic zone and extended continental shelves reaching beyond 200 nautical miles, we invite additional countries to assist us in acquiring more assets with much more advanced maritime surveillance capabilities such as drones and submersibles. Our law enforcement, border management, and maritime surveillance teams would benefit from more partnership in capacity building and support to continually enhance their law enforcement skills. Mr. President, speaking further about the common heritage of mankind, today Micronesia wishes to express our gravest concern about Japan's decision to discharge, starting next year, nuclear contaminated water, otherwise known as Advanced Liquid Processing System, or HALPS, water into the Pacific Ocean. We cannot close our eyes to the unimaginable threats of nuclear contamination, marine pollution, and eventual destruction of the blue Pacific continent. The impacts of this decision are both transboundary and intergenerational in nature. As Micronesia's head of state, I cannot allow for the destruction of our ocean resources that support the livelihood of our people. Mr. President, the leaders of the Pacific Islands Forum face a future with a lot of optimism. As leaders, we adopted key structural reforms for the Forum that strengthen our region through the Suva Agreement. The reforms include selection and sub-regional rotation of the Secretary General position, hosting of a sub-regional office of the Forum in Micronesia, hosting of the Office of the Pacific Ocean Commissioner in Micronesia, and the filling of the head of this office in Micronesia. We are implementing these reforms in good faith to strengthen unity among the Pacific nations as one family. We also adopted the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, which we have just launched this afternoon here in New York. This strategy represents an important bridge into the future, a unique opportunity for our region to develop long-term approaches to address our common challenges. The solidarity of our region will strengthen our collective sense of Pacific regionalism and security of the Blue Pacific continent. And on this premise, we ask our partners to assist us, not divide us in any way. The key message, Mr. President, for the United Nations as an organization and all countries in the world that engage with the Pacific is that Micronesia and the rest of the Pacific Islands Forum solicit all countries who engage with the Pacific to support and respect the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. This strategy is our Pacific region's roadmap for sustainable development and growth and security of the present and future generations, and we can only succeed if we work together with the support of our international partners. Mr. President, I wish to conclude by explicitly calling on all peoples and nations who hear me today to know that the people and the government of the Federated States of Micronesia extend to you peace, friendship, cooperation, and love in our common humanity. We need you, all of you, to stand with us as nations united. My fellow world leaders, we must take action and make bold decisions today. Our actions today is our global prosperity tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President, and God bless our United Nations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President and Head of Government of the Federated States of Micronesia for the statement just made. and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hussein Abdelbagi Akol Agani, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Hussein Abdelbagi Akol Agani, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa bihi nasta'in. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to address the 77th UN General Assembly today on behalf of His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, the President of the Republic of South Sudan. I wish to congratulate the President-elect, His Excellency Mr. Saba Korosi of Hungary, for being chosen to lead the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. The government of South Sudan welcomes his themes of solution through solidarity, sustainability, and science. We stand to support sustainable policies and positive social transformation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we commend the Secretary General for convening Transforming Education Summit, which successfully concluded this week. I'm pleased to report that South Sudan is committed to transform its education system through increasing its budget allocation for education to 17.5% of the national budget. This investment in education will enable us to build more schools and improve teachers' pay, and hence set the country on track to achieving SDG 4 by 2030. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, signed on 12 September 2018 between the government and the opposition group, ended the internal conflict in South Sudan. The parties are committed to the implementation of the peace agreement, which has improved the security in South Sudan. Owing to relative peace, the internally displaced and refugees have been voluntarily returning home. Although more formal reintegration remains a challenge due to limited resources. However, the government is doing whatever is possible to resettle the internal displaced persons and refugees. On the same note, I'm pleased to inform you that the command structure of National Unified Forces had been established. This is a major leap toward transformation and regularization of forces. Since the unification of the command structure in April 2022, there has been this escalation in clashes between South Sudan People Defense Forces and the SPLA-IO. In addition, the graduation of the first batch of 53,000 National Unified Forces was successfully graduated on the 30th of August 2022. I am equally pleased to inform you that the parties to the agreement have agreed on a roadmap to complete remaining tasks in the peace agreement, which will pave way for a peaceful, fair, and credible election at the end of transitional period in 2025. Fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, through the thoughtful and targeted action, South Sudan has been able to contain the spread of COVID-19. The health effect of the pandemic in South Sudan has been surprisingly less pronounced than expected, more by the very low morbidity and fertility rates. As of 9 May 2022, only 17,513 confirmed COVID cases, including 138 deaths, have been reported since the start of the pandemic. The current vaccination campaign continues to be effective with a coverage of 45% entire population over the age of 18. Excellencies, despite this positive health news, the pandemic had negative effect on the economy, starting with the dramatic decline in domestic production and revenue collection, followed by a rising cost of living. These economic consequences are far-reaching, severely weakening. For example, human capital formation, especially in education, as the lockdown deprived school-age children of learning opportunities. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in April 2016, South Sudan ratified the Paris Agreement that seeks to solidify a global response to the threat of climate change by keeping global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius. South Sudan has strategized to build on nature-based solutions, green infrastructure, and foster socio-economic recovery pathways centered on the climate change and national disaster. Recently, it became evident to us that the climate change is real. The impact of climate change and the global warming has seen manifested in the various parts of South Sudan. 70 to 80% of South Sudan has been affected by flood for the last 3 years in a row. Excellencies, the government of South Sudan, in its analysis of food insecurity between the period of February to March 2022, estimated 6.83 million people, 55.3% of the population, are facing acute food insecurity. 2.437 million are on emergency level. The severe food insecurity is worsening by combining of shock, including flooding, prolonged drought, physical insecurity, and the effect of COVID-19. Excellencies, South Sudan is surrounded by the countries afflicted by conflict. As a part of obligation to promote peace and stability in the region and beyond, South Sudan successfully mediated the armed conflict in Sudan, which resulted into the signing of peace agreement in Juba, 2020. South Sudan is ready to mediate the current conflict between the arms and the forces of freedom and change in Sudan, so that Sudan can finally enjoy lasting peace. Recently, South Sudan also offered to mediate tension between Egypt and Ethiopia over the disagreement for the construction of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. We further demonstrated willingness to mediate the internal conflict in Ethiopia between the Ethiopian government and the people and the Tigray People Liberation Forces. The Republic of South Sudan, furthermore, availed itself ready to mediate border issues between the Republic of Sudan and the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. By participating in bringing regional peace and stability, South Sudan has demonstrated its ability as a reliable partner in quest for the region and international peace and security. Further, the Republic of South Sudan is contributing 1 battalion of peacekeeping forces to be part of the East Africa forces to bring peace in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The current war between Russia and Ukraine is unfortunate and devastating to the lives and livelihood of the citizens of both countries and beyond. The war has led to a severe humanitarian crisis where millions are in dire need. This war has not only affected the two warring parties, but it has far-reaching effect on global economic. From the moral point of view, South Sudan government is calling on Russia and Ukraine to cease all forms of hostilities and resolve the dispute through diplomatic and constructive dialogue to avert further consequences. Excellencies, the government of South Sudan appreciates the critical humanitarian and technical support by member states in this forum, and it looks forward to its continuation. To mitigate the effect of flooding on the population and livelihood, South Sudan is donating $10 million to the WFP to alleviate the suffering of the affected displaced communities. However, we need the support of the international community to reach all the floods and drought-affected areas and communities. The President of the Republic of South Sudan will call a conference of all humanitarian organizations in South Sudan to coordinate humanitarian activities. The government of South Sudan is committed to providing security and protection to the relief workers. Together, we can save our planet by playing our roles and by supporting each other to mitigate the effect of climate change and to come up with alternative methods and solutions based on available protocol. Finally, the implementation process of the revitalized peace agreement is facing numerous challenges, and sanctions imposed by international partners on individuals and entities are deserve this cause. As we make progress in implementation of the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, we are calling upon international community and UN in particular to revise individual and targeted sanctions, arms embargo imposed on South Sudan to enable successful completion of remaining provision of the peace agreement outlined in the new roadmap. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mr. Philip Isdor Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. I invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the United Nations General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. I wish to begin by conveying to this august body fraternal greetings from Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who could not attend this year's session due to pressing national commitments. It is therefore my distinct honor and privilege to address the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly on behalf of the government and people of the United Republic of Tanzania. Let me join those who have spoken before me in congratulating you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I assure you of Tanzania's support and cooperation as you discharge your responsibilities. Let me also extend our appreciation to the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, and the entire UN Secretariat for their dedicated service as guardians of the common interest of all peoples and all states, particularly during this time of unprecedented global challenges. Mr. President, this Assembly is convening at a critical point when the world is engulfed in dangerous flames ranging from conflicts and mounting geopolitical tensions, devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, food and energy insecurity, environmental carnage and extreme climate change-related events, to barriers to education, technology, and opportunity for shared prosperity. These challenges are in turn inextricably linked with and propelling stubborn global poverty. Furthermore, with only 8 years remaining before 2030, the world is still way off the mark in meeting many of the targets that we set in 2015. The root cause of all these challenges is human greed, selfish desire, and unilateralism. Yet we know for sure that unilateralism, driven by greed, is leading us, rich and poor, strong and weak, to a catastrophe. For it is now evident that these challenges have and continue to inflict enormous disruptive impacts on economies, ecosystems, and social lives worldwide, with sub-Saharan African countries and other developing countries being hit disproportionately. We have a famous proverb in Kiswahili which says, where there are problems, ingenuity increases. In this spirit, we in Tanzania are convinced that transformative solutions to the global challenges we face are already at our disposal, but subject to two conditions being met. First, there must be a passionate belief in the need to uphold a caring spirit about needs and happiness of other peoples and nations. And second, there must be solemn adherence to the credo of multilateralism and a collaborative effort. Fortunately, both conditions are a restatement of the ideals, values, and principles of the United Nations Charter. Mr. President, specifically on the COVID-19 pandemic, it had devastating effects on Tanzania's socio-economic systems and performance. Just like most other developing countries, the pandemic robbed us of precious lives, overstretched health infrastructure and healthcare workers to the limit, led to severe budget constraints, as well as economic deceleration. Real GDP growth declined from 6.7% decadal growth attained in the pre-pandemic period to 4.8% in 2020. The key lesson we have learned from the COVID-19 pandemic is that the world needs to be better prepared in terms of national and global health systems to be able to handle future pandemics. This entails investing more in building health infrastructure and beefing up the health workforce, as well as enhancing national and regional capacity to manufacture drugs, supplies, vaccines, and medical equipment. In addition, Africa's marginalization in the provision of vaccines underscored the need for African countries to work together in the development and nurturing of indigenous solutions through joint medical and scientific research. The pandemic also brought to the fore the need to invest more in public health education, especially preventive medicine, to build individual resilience, including body fitness, healthy diet, and habits. However, I wish to acknowledge that although international support to Africa in taming the spread of the global pandemic through provision of diagnostic equipment, medicines, vaccine support programs, and financing came late, it was critical in winning the war against the pandemic. And therefore, Tanzania would like to thank all our development partners who have been working with us to deal with the pandemic and put the country on a bright post-COVID-19 recovery path. Currently, the government continues with the vaccination campaign, whereby, as of 11th September, we had already vaccinated 60.56% of the targeted population. Mr. President, with respect to climate change, we are indeed at a tipping point. The United Republic of Tanzania appreciates all individual efforts and other collective measures taken thus far in implementing interventions geared at upscaling, mitigation, and adaptation as stipulated in the Kyoto Protocol of 1997 and the Paris Agreement of 2015. However, despite the efforts, we are observing unprecedented changes across the whole climate system in every region. The fact remains that the most vulnerable countries, including Tanzania, have been disproportionately affected, and nor do we possess the capacity to effectively respond. Tanzania has put forward ambitious targets on both adaptation and mitigation through national determined contributions. The government spends on average $500 million per annum on adaptation measures and up to 3% of its GDP on mitigation and building community resilience. With the help of the international community, we are committed to continually update our nationally determined contributions and make important progress to tackle climate change. Yet, unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, limiting warming to at least 2 degrees Celsius will be elusive. As much as we remain committed, most of the developing countries have insufficient fiscal space and weak debt sustainability status to address increasing demand for climate resilience interventions. Hence, addressing the climate crisis requires reliable access to climate finance. It is on this note that Tanzania calls on the international community to live up to its commitments made under the Paris Agreement. Enhanced capacity building, technology transfer, support for adaptation and mitigation measures, as well as the creation of independent loss and damage financial facility must be implemented in order to scale up the fight against climate change. We need to take actions and walk the talk as a matter of urgency. I must at this point emphasize that Tanzania and the rest of Africa need a just transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Africa must be given time to adjust, since the majority of Africans have no access to energy. The well-established principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities must be observed. In this regard, we call upon the lifting of opposition to global financing and implementation of transformative projects in our countries that aim to harness our hydrocarbon deposits for energy and other equally important uses to address our critical development needs. As long as robust environmental, social, and impact assessments have been done and concrete measures taken, to effectively address environmental and democratic governance concerns of our citizens, our sovereign rights to pursue transformative projects should be respected. We also call upon transparency in the conduct of carbon credit markets so that Africa benefits fairly from our earnest effort in taking care of the carbon sinks that we are holding for the world. For example, Tanzania has preserved over 30% of our total land area, almost equivalent to the size of Germany, which includes forests and wildlife parks. Mr. President, in maintenance of peace and security, Tanzania has always believed in diplomacy as the best instrument of resolving conflict. Experience has taught us that in war, everyone loses, including the non-warring parties. It is therefore our plea that in the wake of the global conflicts, our focus should remain to be that of safeguarding human lives, especially children and women, and the well-being of the people. More so, just recently, we have witnessed disruptive effects on global supply chains, dramatic increase in food and fuel prices, as well as food shortages and decline in agriculture and industrial production around the world. All the more reasons that we must have a stake in pursuit of peaceful resolution of conflicts. As we do so, we must also leverage our abundant resources and human capabilities to address some of the impacts. Mr. President, in the same spirit, peacekeeping operations remain one of the most dependable instruments for promoting world peace and security. Tanzania is proud to have contributed men and women in 5 out of the existing 16 peacekeeping missions across the world. Despite this state of affairs, Tanzania stands ready to contribute more if requested to do so. We also continue to actively participate in regional peace initiatives, and more so now in our capacity as a member of the African Union Peace and Security Council, as well as the East African Community and SADC. Hence, we call upon the United Nations to enhance its support to the regional efforts in peace building and peacekeeping. Mr. President, the credibility of the United Nations rests on a well-represented and responsive Security Council. We therefore wish to reiterate the common African position as elaborated in the Al-Alimi Consensus and the Sirte Declaration with respect to the long-awaited reforms of the Security Council. It is well past time the United Nations Security Council reflected the present-day realities of the United Nations membership and not that of the 1940s. Mr. President, it would be remiss of me not to end my statement without acknowledging that the world celebrated Kiswahili language for the first time this year on 7th July, following the historic declaration of the United Nations Educational and Scientific Organization, UNESCO, designating 7th July as the World Kiswahili Language Day. As the birthplace of the Kiswahili language, Tanzania commends the efforts of the United Nations in promoting multilingualism as a core value essential in achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the African Union Agenda 2063. To conclude, let me once again reaffirm the resolve of the United Republic of Tanzania to uphold the 3 pillars of the United Nations, namely peace and security, development, and human rights. I also call upon all of us to renew our commitment and prioritization of actions, especially on those SDGs where we lag behind. We remain committed to working closely with the United Nations and its member states in the spirit of multilateralism, and global solidarity towards a sustainable future. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. I invite her to address the Assembly.
The President of the UN General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election as President of the 77th session of the UN General Assembly and assure you of Uganda's full support. I would like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his stewardship of the 76th session, and I pay tribute to the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for his commitment to the work of the United Nations. This session is being held in person for the first time since 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic made it impossible. It is a timely reminder of the urgent need to strengthen international cooperation, collaboration, and solidarity for the world to take transformative actions to address the common challenges that include poverty, health, pandemics, climate change, food insecurity, and biodiversity loss, among others. As we celebrate 77 years of the United Nations, we need a revitalized organization that is fit for purpose. We need this organization stronger than ever before. We believe that multilateralism is a fundamental and crucial in addressing our common challenges. We believe that by acting together as nations in solidarity, the world can effectively address the current and emerging challenges. Responding to COVID-19 has taught us a lot. We should scale up cooperation in vaccine production capacity and resource mobilization to support efforts to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. We are thankful to our bilateral and multilateral partners that supported our response to the COVID-19 challenge. Mr. President, the government of Uganda attaches importance to the 2019 Agenda for Sustainable Development and continues to register progress in its implementation. It has continued to strengthen institutional coordination to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and the National SDG Secretariat has been strengthened to support the coordination architecture to ensure that the country stays on track in implementing the SDGs. The government of Uganda has fully mainstreamed the SDGs in the National Development Plan and is working together with the UN family and other stakeholders. This will sustain and strengthen collaboration with all actors. However, effective implementation of the agenda will require support in areas such as transfer of technology, capacity building, and financing. Mr. President, climate change remains one of the greatest challenges of our time. Our collective effort to fight climate change is an irreversible process that must continue. However, we must note that despite contributing an insignificant amount of global greenhouse gas emissions, the African continent, like many developing regions of the world, suffer the effects of climate change to a disproportionate degree. Uganda, for instance, continues to experience prolonged droughts, melting of ice caps at its highest mountain, Mount Rwenzori, floods, erratic rainfall patterns, and landslides. But like His Excellency, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has said before, the climate change problem is almost a result of irresponsible and sometimes greedy human actions. Likewise, if underdevelopment persists, we should forget about conserving the environment. It is regrettable and hypocritical that some of the regions and nations that mismanage the environment and are disproportionately responsible for global warming have embarked on a rigorous campaign to thwart efforts of other countries to responsibly and sustainably develop the oil and gas sectors. Our view is that development should be environmentally friendly, inclusive, and provide benefits for all. It should leave no one behind. Uganda has continued to scale up investments in climate adaptation and mitigation measures. In particular, increasing access to clean energy to enhance production and increasing forest and wetland cover, among other interventions. Climate change actions must uphold the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities consistent with national context. We therefore urge the developed countries, in line with the Paris Agreement, to fully deliver on the US $100 billion goal commitments per year to assist developing countries in their climate change actions to mitigate the adverse effects. Mr. President, South-South cooperation, a framework of international cooperation within the Global South, continues to play a vital role in supporting developing countries in their efforts to address interlocking challenges. We applaud countries in the Global South for their solidarity in responding to global challenges. Uganda will continue to work and support the strengthening of the North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation with the United Nations. As host of the Third South Summit, we look forward to welcoming the leaders of the Group of 77 and China to Kampala from 10th to 12th December 2023. Mr. President, the world is currently facing many challenges that undermine international peace and security. The Russia-Ukraine military conflict continues to cause more suffering, destruction, and displacement of the civilian population, mostly women and children. The longer it persists, the more suffering and destruction and displacement we shall witness. We are deeply concerned about the loss of lives and the serious humanitarian situation. Uganda supports dialogue with a view to reaching a peaceful resolution to the crisis. My president has said many times, I open quotes, we think the best way is to negotiate. everybody who wants peace in the world should support negotiations in order to get a balanced peace that ensures safety for all. I close quote. Mr. President, terrorism is one of the major threats to peace, security, and stability, as well as social and economic development in the world today. No region of the world has been safe from the scourge of terrorism. Terrorism and violent extremism continue to bring death, suffering to innocent people. Terrorist groups such as Al-Shabab and the allied democratic forces continue to commit terrorist acts in our region. As a community of nations, we must be unwavering in our resolve to prevent and combat terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. We should act in a coordinated manner at the national, regional, and global level to counter the threat. Uganda will continue to support and actively participate in the global and regional counterterrorism efforts. Mr. President, peace, security, and development are inextricably linked and should be pursued simultaneously. In the recent period, we have seen some progress in our quest for peace and security in our region. Uganda, working with partners in the region and beyond, continues to support and advance peace and security efforts in the region. We remain actively involved in the regional initiatives such as those of the African Union, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, East African Community, International Conference on the Great Lakes region, and are encouraged by the progress that we are making and continue to make. We believe that long-term and sustainable solutions lie in these collaborative processes. The international community and the United Nations in particular should therefore continue to support conflict prevention initiatives undertaken by this regional and sub-regional organization. Experience has shown that when and where this happened, the chances of success have been very high. The conflicts in our region and beyond have led to an inevitable refugee influx into Uganda. Currently, we have over 1.5 million refugees in the country, the largest refugee population on the continent of Africa and the third largest in the whole world. We are committed to working with the refugee-sending countries, regional and international partners to address the causes of the refugee crisis. We urge the international community to continue supporting our efforts in the region in this direction. Mr. President, the need to reform the UN Security Council is now more urgent and imperative than ever before. The present geopolitical realities are more compelling for a comprehensive reform of the Security Council to make way for equitable representation. Africa, with more than 1 billion citizens and with over 70% of issues on the agenda of the Council, continues to suffer the historical injustice of having no representation in the permanent category of the Security Council and is underrepresented in the non-permanent category too. It is time this long-standing injustice and imbalance perpetuated by the present configuration of the Security Council is addressed. Uganda supports the comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council and we urge member states to continue working towards achieving progress in the intergovernmental negotiations so that Africa can assume its rightful place in the Security Council. Mr. President, the non-aligned movement remains a strong pillar in addressing the global challenges within the United Nations. We remain actively involved in the NAM in line with its purposes and principles. In this regard, Uganda will continue collectively to work with other NAM countries to further strengthen the critical role that the movement plays within the United Nations. As the host of the 19th NAM Summit, we look forward to welcoming the leaders of the non-aligned movement to the next summit in Kampala, Uganda, from 5th to 9th December 2023. I thank you for your kind attention.
En nombre de la Asamblea. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency José Gabriel Carrizo, Vice President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency José Gabriel Carrizo, Vice President of the Republic of Panama. I invite him to address the Assembly. Madam President, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Mr. President, first of all, I would like to thank God and the Virgin Mary for allowing us to be gathered here, and I ask them to illuminate the work of this plenary session. I convey to you the greetings of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Panama, Laurentino Cortizo Cohen, who has tasked me with representing our country before this General Assembly. Moreover, our country fully aligns itself with the fundamental themes proposed for this session of the General Assembly. We share the view that to overcome the global health crisis and advance in realizing the post-pandemic transition, we must promote creative solutions, share a greater level of solidarity, and encourage science as a fundamental ally in the face of the challenges lying ahead for humankind. The necessary transformations call for knowledge, research, and education tools, especially in nations with high levels of poverty, where millions of people continue to lack the options to live a decent life. Too many continue to die of hunger, while others simply have indigestion. It is a selfish act to concentrate rather than to share knowledge. President, the current government of the Republic of Panama has been in office for 38 months, 30 of those during a pandemic. No other administration in the history of Panama has faced such complex challenges. In light of this situation, we are focusing on saving lives, avoiding the collapse of the health system, and maintaining social order. 2.5 years later, we stand on the cusp of recovering from the damage caused by the global health crisis, and we continue to move forward. Indeed, here we have exceptional results to show the world. Ladies and gentlemen, our national strategic plan has been designed to combat the causes driving poverty and inequality. We took the helm of the government, committed to laying the foundations for deep-rooted transformations. It's true that we are a country with robust growth rates, yes, but with unacceptable levels of inequality. In light of this, we are fighting tooth and nail to redress the balance. Our administration aims to lay the foundations for a fairer country, to consolidate democracy and strengthen the independence of the justice system. For the first time in our history, the President, as head of the executive, has dispensed with his prerogative to unilaterally appoint the Supreme Court justices and has established an independent assessment system based on professional merit. For the first time in the history of our country, the majority of our Supreme Court justices are women, and none of its members have any relationship, link, or subordination to the President of the Republic. President, in Panama, as in the rest of the world, we have had to tackle the pandemic. Protecting human life, particularly of the most vulnerable, was our inalienable goal. We demonstrated creativity and innovation, developing technological tools to provide direct care, access, and equality to help our population. We transformed our national identity document into a tool to allow us to transfer resources, a true free debit card, if you will. We were the first on the continent to implement a centralized traceability and monitoring system for communicable diseases. Every infected person is registered in the National Epidemiological Surveillance System and in real time. We prevented disruptions to schooling for school students during the lockdown using the ESTA computer platform. This is an example of a resilient educational transformation strategy. We guaranteed free internet access to the vast majority of the student population, including in remote communities. The Medic app platform is currently under development. This is an innovative digital inventory that lets citizens know which medicines are available, where they are for sale, and comparative prices in real time. We offered to share these experiences and advances that have been recognized by international organizations, including the United Nations, with the international community. President, I fully share with our President Cortizo the steadfast belief that dialogue, civic participation, and consensus build social peace. By way of example, in the full throes of the pandemic, we promoted the initiative that we called the Bicentennial Pact to Close Gaps. It was designed to be a meeting point for Panamanian society, to outline the sort of country that wants to look ahead to the future. A country with common welfare that is prosperous, safe, and peaceful. 186,182 proposals were freely submitted as possible solutions to problems felt by the population. From this broad consultation, national agreements emerged, responding to the true concerns of the Panamanian people and designed to extend beyond government terms. Instability of fuel prices also caused demonstrations and protests in Panama, fundamentally due to the rise in the cost of food, medicine, and gasoline. Instead of confrontation, President Cortizo chose dialogue. In our country, we did not have to mourn a single death during those protests. Our style of government has enabled agreements and consensuses on the needs most felt by our population. The national government has set out specific provisions and measures, and it's very important to note this. We have been able to guarantee social order during this time. In the global context, dialogue is the only way to shrink the space available to extremism. Ladies and gentlemen, affordable medicines are the difference between life and death. With courage and political will, President Cortizo has decided to tackle this situation. With that in mind, he instructed me to form and coordinate the National Medicines Commission to ensure a supply of medicines for our population with much lower prices than we see currently. The pharmaceutical industry, the manufacture, supply, and distribution of medicines around the world is supposedly an ally in terms of health. However, we are concerned to see that millions of people are unable to access medicines. The situation has become both mercantile and mercenary. Oligopolies make disproportionate profits from the medicines they distribute and sell to states and individuals. Such a system, which is shameful to humanity, cannot continue. It is everyone's responsibility, and its global implications must be examined and addressed. Access to medicines must be valued as a human right and not seen as an expensive and luxury commodity. Panama proposes to this General Assembly, President, the adoption of a global initiative that resolves excessively high prices and the lack of access to medicines for citizens of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Panama is a transit country for irregular migration. Thousands cross the Darien Gap on the border with Colombia every day. This is a dangerous and hostile journey where they risk their lives, they fall sick and die. But the situation extends beyond transit migration. It includes and conceals criminal organizations whose main activity is the nefarious business of human trafficking. Our government has adopted a state policy to address the needs of and to help migrants, guided by a sense of humanity and solidarity. We stress the possible solutions to this painful and regrettable situation must include countries of origin in which poverty and social marginalization fuel irregular migration, as well as those of us who are the recipients of these flows of migrants and, in particular, host countries. President, our government believes that the current development model needs to be transformed. This means considering the value of biodiversity, seeking healthy and sustainable ecosystems. Panama is one of the 3 countries in the world that have been declared carbon negative. 35% of our national territory and 30.5% of our seas have been declared as protected natural areas. More than 80% of our electricity generation comes from renewable sources. In July this year, we set a new record. 95% of our national grid was fed by clean energy. We are 8th in the world in clean energy generation. President Cortizo's energy transition agenda has cemented Panama's global leadership in combating climate change. As Panamanians, we are historically aware of the value of our geographical location, defined by the presence of the Panama Canal and the role it plays in the world economy. We are a country with a vocation to protect natural resources. We hear harsh criticism from young people about the series of fora, summits and declarations on climate change and environmental and natural resources protection, all playing out against the backdrop of unchecked rises in emissions, deforestation and water, aquifer, river and ocean pollution. How can we gain the trust of new generations while the planet on which we live and on which our descendants will have to live is being decimated before their eyes? How many more lives must be lost? How many more natural disasters unfurl? I wonder, when will they stop the ecocide? To the large emitters of gases, to those who promote deforestation, to those who pour away the chemicals that pollute and kill, we remind you that the survival of the earth and the species on it is at stake. Panama declares today before this Forum of Nations that the time has come for the world to have an international body that demands accountability from all those who cause damage to the planet. President, the future depends on every decision we make now. Going in the wrong direction and then trying to correct it is no longer an option. The path of conflict and war leads to further calamities and disasters. It is the wrong path. Panama, due to its location, its ethnic and cultural plurality, is an open country and a meeting place. Panamanians living alongside one of the main maritime shortcuts in the world, at the center of the American continent, are always ready to serve humanity, as we have done for centuries. Today, before this General Assembly, we want to decisively say to the world that it can count and will always be able to count on Panama. Recent times have changed our era. The world that was is no longer. The challenge ahead is to build another world, a better world, with the right answers to ensure human health and life on this planet, our home. A world with more solidarity and peace. We must do this. We will always be much stronger together. Thank you very much. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Vice President of the Republic of Panama for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Antonio Costa, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Mr. President, Excellencies, in 1945, delegates of 51 countries met in San Francisco to found the United Nations. They made a commitment to maintain peace, international peace and security, develop friendly relations among nations, and spare future generations of the scourge of war. 77 years later, we still haven't achieved these goals. Around the world, many children and even many adults have never known peace. In Europe today, we are confronted with the unjustified and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine in a flagrant violation of the international law, primarily the Charter of the United Nations. A war with devastating effects for the Ukrainian people, brutally affecting the civilian populations. The gravity of the acts committed make an independent, impartial, and transparent investigation imperative so that the crimes committed do not go unpunished. We cannot, therefore, fail to condemn once again the Russian aggression and here to reinforce Portugal's support for the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Russia must cease hostilities and allow the creation of a serious, sustained ceasefire and peace-oriented dialogue. This is not the time for Russia to escalate the conflict or to make irresponsible threats to resort to nuclear weapons. We welcome the efforts of the entire United Nations system, in particular its Secretary General, to resolve this conflict and to mitigate its damaging effects, such as the food crisis. Once again, it has been the most vulnerable who have felt the impact of the energy and food crisis. The most have been buffeted by almost 3 years of health crisis. That is why we reiterate our solidarity with all the peoples around the world, and particularly in Africa, who are suffering the impact of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. That is why we want to make it very clear and unequivocal that the necessary sanctions applied to Russia cannot affect, directly or indirectly, the production, transportation, and payment of cereals and fertilizers. Excellencies, peace was not definitely won in 1945, but the world has changed radically since then. We need a representative, agile, and functional Security Council that is able to respond to the challenges of the 21st century without becoming paralyzed, and whose actions are scrutinized by the other members of the United Nations. A Security Council that incorporates a comprehensive view of security, recognizing inter alia the role of climatic change as an accelerant for conflict. A Security Council where the African continent and at least Brazil and India have seats. And where small countries are fairly represented. A global vision of security is essential, and the new agenda for peace advocated by the Secretary General. An agenda focused on the conflict prevention and capable of ensuring the adequate, predictable, and sustainable funding for peace building. As an international community, it is our duty to support the efforts of the African nations for the stability of their continent, seeking African solutions to African problems. The worsening security and humanitarian context in the Sahel also requires a concerted, multidimensional effort, ensuring humanitarian assistance to populations affected by the multiple crises that plague the region. The evolving terrorist threats around the world, but in particular in Mozambique, the Sahel, and the Gulf of Guinea, requires a targeted and effective responses from states. Over the past decades, my country has established itself as a reliable partner for global peace and stability. Currently at the services of the United Nations, we are present in 4 theaters of peacekeeping operations, namely MINUSCA. I am very proud of the recognition our military and our security forces have received for their contribution to the crisis and conflict management on all continents under the aegis of the United Nations or NATO or the European Union. Excellencies, it is undeniable that there is a link between climate and security. Today, more than ever, we are feeling the effects of climate change. Heat waves or intense cold, droughts, fires, floods, and storms. Countries like Portugal, which suffer from coastal erosion, increased droughts, and the drama of forest fires, clearly understand the urgency of climate action. It is not necessary to explain it to countries like Pakistan, which today is suffering the truly devastating consequences of the rest of the world's climate inaction. Or to coastal countries, particularly small island nations, which are feeling their livelihood being threatened year after year by the rising seawaters. We hope that the next COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh can be a moment that leads to an inclusive transition, ensuring a more balanced allocation of climate finance between mitigation and adaptation. Portugal has been at the forefront of the decarbonization process, having been the first to commit to achieve carbon neutrality by 2025, a commitment that we assumed in COP22 after Marrakesh. We believe that this goal is feasible from an economic and technological point of view. It will be a promoter of employment and a generator of social justice. We will seek to accelerate these commitments as we have already done so with our goal of ending the electricity production through coal, which we achieved last year. By 2026, we want to increase from 60 to 80% the weight of renewables in the electricity consumed. For this, we will continue the strong investment we have been making in solar, wind, and ocean energies, and invest in the use of renewable gases such as green hydrogen. Excellencies, the sea is one of the platforms for where climate is projected. We welcome the active participation of all states in the Second Oceans Conference, which we had the honor of co-organizing with Kenya. The Lisbon Declaration constitutes real action plans for achieving the SDG 14 on the conservation and sustainable use of ocean resources. As part of the commitments made by the various countries and the entities present, Portugal also reiterated its commitment to protect at least 30% of the marine areas by 2030. We went further. By then, we want 100% of the maritime space under Portuguese sovereignty or jurisdiction to be assessed as being in good environmental status. After Lisboa, there's still a lot of work to be done on the ocean agenda, and I am sure that France and Costa Rica will pursue this mission with redoubled energy. This effort that Portugal and Kenya has developed. So we therefore call on the conclusion of the negotiations of the post-2020 Global Diversity Framework that enshrines the 30 by 30 goal. We also advocate the progress of the negotiations on the Treaty of the Marine Biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction by the end of this year. Excellencies, the transition to a prosperous future, a green and digital future, cannot leave anyone behind. Social policies that must be at the heart of our action, of the development of our economies, of the fight against climate change. We therefore support the preparation process for the social summit proposed by the Secretary General. And we need to respond in a more quicker way to the crises. We need to work on a pandemic treaty to deal with all of these for the implementation of all the sustainable goals, especially in those countries that are most vulnerable. All these challenges are highlighted. All these challenges highlight even more the universal, indivisible, and interdependent nature of the human rights, whose respect, protection, and promotion are a top priority for Portugal's internal and external action. Imbued with the humanist spirit that our historical responsibility as forerunners of the abolition of the death penalty impose on us, we continue to fight for its universal abolition. No future will be truly transformative without pluralist, inclusive societies that promote gender equality and combat racial discrimination, racism, xenophobia, and all forms of intolerance. The fight for gender equality and women's empowerment is, in this respect, absolutely crucial. Without winning it, it is not possible to meet our human rights obligations, nor the successful implementation of the Agenda 2030 and the Agenda for Sustainable Development. It is also crucial that we pay particular attention to the impact of conflict situations on the rights of women and girls and the fundamental role that they can play in peace building and the consolidation processes. I therefore want to reiterate our support for the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda of the United Nations. Excellencies, as a country of immigration and immigration, we will continue to participate constructively in the discussions of the global governance on migration. And we will continue the good path we have been following on national territory for the integration of immigrants to the promotion of regular pathways for labor mobility. We have played an active role in welcoming migrants and refugees. In a clear expression of solidarity, having welcomed refugees from Ukraine and Afghanistan, among others. Excellencies, the transformative potential of the United Nations is immense, but it must be given the tools to realize the high expectations placed on it by the people around the world, particularly the expectations of the young people. 1/3 of the world's population is under 20. It is therefore essential to ensure that young people participate in the decision-making process and that their voices be heard effectively. We will therefore continue to take a leading role in the youth agenda and support the work of the UN Office for Youth. Excellencies, the United Nations is a global forum for consultation among peoples. The challenges we face today make it unavoidable that we must continue to adapt our common home, making it more efficient, fairer, and more representative. Portugal is ready to make its contribution, and therefore we are candidates to the Security Council for the biennium 2027-28. We hope once again to deserve your confidence, because only together all countries can build a more peaceful, more sustainable, and a more inclusive future. With the strengthening of multilateralism is no longer just an option, it's an absolute necessity in order to face the global challenges. It is time to move from words to actions, with more cooperation, more solidarity, and more multilateralism. Portugal will not miss this call. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to return to the General Assembly, though I wish I was here with a more positive message, given all the challenges and tribulations the world has been through in the past few years. But my statement will focus on the latest Azerbaijani unprovoked aggression against the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia and its overall impact on the stability in the South Caucasus. On September 13, Azerbaijan launched an unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Armenia, using heavy artillery, multiple rocket launchers, and combat UAVs. The Azerbaijani armed forces shelled 36 residential areas and communities, including towns of Goris, Jermuk, Varteniz, Kapan, Geramasar, deep within the sovereign territory of Armenia. This was not a border clash. It was a direct, undeniable attack against the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Armenia, which was condemned and addressed during the latest UN Security Council meetings and beyond. The Azerbaijani attack deliberately targeted civilian population and vital civilian infrastructures. Jermuk is one of the main health, tourism, and resort places of Armenia, and now, as a result of Azerbaijani aggression, all the hotels, resort, and health centers of Jermuk are closed. All the residents of this town are displaced. Overall number of those temporarily displaced from Gegarkunik, Vayodzor, and Sunit regions of Armenia is more than 7,600 persons, mostly women and elderly people, among them 1,437 children and 99 persons with disabilities. Around 192 houses, 3 hotels, 2 schools, 1 medical facility partially or completely destroyed, 7 electrical infrastructures, 5 water infrastructures, 3 gas pipelines, 1 bridge were damaged, 2 ambulances, 4 private cars were shelled. The Keabetswe water reservoir was targeted and shelled. Journalists and ambulance vehicles were targeted and shelled as well. As a result of the aggression, the number of victims and missing persons at the moment exceeded 207. Among them, 3 civilians were killed and 2 civilians are missing. 293 servicemen and 8 civilians were wounded. At least 20 servicemen were captured. There are evidences of cases of torture, mutilation of captured or already dead servicemen, numerous instances of extrajudicial killings, and ill treatment of Armenian prisoners of war, as well as humiliating treatment of their bodies. The dead bodies of Armenian female military personnel were mutilated and then proudly video recorded with particular cruelty by the Azerbaijani servicemen. The videos featuring such gruesome war crimes and crimes against humanity are being shared and praised on the Azerbaijani social media by individual users. No doubt, committing such unspeakable atrocities is a direct result of decades-long policy of implanting anti-Armenian hatred and animosity in the Azerbaijani society by the political leadership. In the wake of this offensive, the official narrative and other sources of information suggest that Azerbaijan intends to occupy more territories of Armenia, which needs to be prevented. I want to stress that the risk of new aggression by Azerbaijan remains very high, especially taking into account that every day Azerbaijan violates the ceasefire and the number of casualties and those injured could change any moment. Another factor for further escalation can be inappropriate reaction to this situation by the regional security organizations, which raised very hard questions among Armenian society. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the above-mentioned facts, Azerbaijan is trying to pose itself as a country seeking peace in our region, peace with Armenia. Hearing from a side what Azerbaijan is saying, you can even be impressed by its devotion to peace efforts. And for staging this impression, Azerbaijan is using the subjects of peace treaty with Armenia, border delimitation, and regional communication opening agenda. Why we have no tangible progress in these directions? The reason is very simple. Azerbaijan is using all those topics for territorial claims against Armenia. For example, one of the most important subjects of peace treaty is bilateral recognition of territorial integrity between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We have already declared that we are ready to do so, but Azerbaijan hasn't done it so far. On the contrary, Azerbaijan has been publicly voicing that the entire south and east of Armenia and even the capital city of Yerevan is an Azerbaijani land. On the other hand, Azerbaijan is keeping under occupation tangible territories of Armenia, and as I said, the risk of new aggression by Azerbaijan remains very high. In this regard, I'm posing an official and public question to the Azerbaijani president. Could you show the map of Armenia that you recognize or are ready to recognize as the Republic of Armenia? Why I'm asking this? Because it can come out that from the point of view of official Azerbaijan, only half of Armenia and even less is the Republic of Armenia. If Azerbaijan would recognize territorial integrity of Armenia, not theoretically but concretely, I mean the integrity of our internationally recognized territory of 29,800 square kilometers, it would mean that we can sign peace treaty by mutually recognizing each other's territorial integrity. Otherwise, we would have a phantom peace treaty, and after that, Azerbaijan will use border delimitation process for new territorial claims and occupation. As you may know, bilateral commission of border delimitation and border security was formed in May, and 2 meetings of the commission have taken place. Before the formation of the commission, last year, Azerbaijan occupied more than 40 square kilometer territories of Armenia. And then one of the excuses of Azerbaijan about the reasons they have done this was that Armenia, according to them, refuses to form border delimitation commission. Of course, we didn't refuse to do that, but only insisted that simultaneously a mechanism of border security should be established. In the end, according to our international partners' request, who argued that the border commission work itself will be a reliable factor for border security, we agreed to start the work. And now that Border Delimitation and Security Commission has been formed and is working, Azerbaijan initiated a new phase of aggression. And some of those international partners are silent. But what is now the explanation for aggression of Azerbaijan? You know, if someone has excess of aggressiveness, the reason always will be there. As it is said in a movie, it is always possible to find the reason. For example, why they killed Prince Hamlet. Who killed, how, when, and why? It doesn't matter. The reality is that Azerbaijan is trying and will continue to use the delimitation process for territorial claims against Armenia. Another such a topic is the opening of regional transport communication links. Azerbaijan is trying to represent Armenia as a destructive side in this discussion. The reality is that Armenia is ready to open its roads for Azerbaijan in the framework of our national legislation. Moreover, recently, the draft decision of government was published that supposes to open 3 checkpoints in the border with Azerbaijan for implementation of the Article 9 of the trilateral statement from November 9, 2020. According to that draft, citizens and goods of Azerbaijan would be eligible to use the existing roads of Armenia to commute from main Azerbaijan to the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic. The Armenian government had political will to unilaterally accept that decision, but Azerbaijani officials tell us that they don't want to have those routes. What do they want? They want a new route to be constructed. It is also acceptable for Armenia, but according to the 9th article of the trilateral statement from November 9, 2020, a new route can be constructed with the consent of the sides. Armenia is ready to construct such a route which would operate according to the legislation and within sovereign control of the Republic of Armenia. So what is the point of Azerbaijani claims? Azerbaijan is hinting that Armenia has to provide an extraterritorial corridor, and according to them, the 9th article of the trilateral statement from November 9, 2020 is supposed to do that. The trilateral statement is a public document, and in the 9th article, there is nothing about corridor, extraterritoriality, etc. So what is the purpose of Azerbaijan? To create a new crisis as a pretext for a new aggression against Armenia and for a new territorial claim. We have shared packages of proposals with Azerbaijan on the topic of opening communications, and if Azerbaijan accepts that those routes must operate according to national legislations, we can decide on this very quickly. By the way, the trilateral statements from November 9, 2020 and January 11, 2021 imply that not only Armenia should provide roads to Azerbaijan, but Azerbaijan should provide roads to Armenia too, and we haven't received anything so far. As for the corridor wording, it is very important to note that in the trilateral statement from November 9, only one corridor is mentioned, and it is the Lachin corridor for Nagorno-Karabakh. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the crucial factors of regional stability is the comprehensive settlement of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, where the rights and the security of the Armenians living in Nagorno-Karabakh will be addressed and guaranteed. Latest aggression is happening while the humanitarian consequences of the 2020 war in Nagorno-Karabakh have not been addressed yet. The post-war rehabilitation of Nagorno-Karabakh, the psychosocial issues of the displaced population, the repatriation of Armenian prisoners of war, and the preservation of cultural and religious heritage remain on the agenda of our government. Nevertheless, the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh are in need of the support of international community. We call to support the secure and unhindered access of UN humanitarian agencies to Nagorno-Karabakh in order to assess the human rights situation and ensure protection of cultural heritage on the ground. We think that the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees and the independent fact-finding mission of UNESCO should have access to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict zone. Unfortunately, Azerbaijan has been blocking both missions by making artificial political preconditions, essentially blocking the access of an independent fact-finding mission in Nagorno-Karabakh. It is also reprehensible that Azerbaijan stalls the repatriation of Armenian prisoners of war, inter alia subjecting them to artificial trials in gross violation of international humanitarian law, its own commitments, and contrary to the calls of the international community. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable regional peace and stability is our objective. Last year, through democratic snap elections, our people strongly supported the peace agenda of the government and reconfirmed the commitment of Armenia to pursue the democratic path. It is very important to state that the target of Azerbaijani attacks isn't only the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Armenia, but democracy of Armenia too. Despite the expectation of some forces, Armenia stayed democratic after devastating war of 2020, using the tool of free, fair, and democratic elections as a way out from internal political crisis. International community unanimously recognized and praised this fact. The Armenian democracy is struggling in an atmosphere when Azerbaijan is using force every day to impose its plans unilaterally to bring to the end the Armenian statehood, independence, and democracy. But I'm here to announce that we are determined to defend our democracy, independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity by all means. I want to underscore that diplomatic solutions are an absolute priority for us, and the full engagement and support of international community is crucial. In this regard, I would like to mention that the international observation mission to the Armenia-Azerbaijan bordering areas would be an important factor for regional stability. Undeniably, in the interests of regional stability and in accordance with norms and principles of international law, Azerbaijani military forces must be withdrawn from the sovereign territory of Republic of Armenia. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to stress again, we are determined to build peace in our region, but we need the full support of international community, which will stand by the sovereign and democratic country and people subjected to aggression against the norms and principles of international law. I believe in the potential of establishing long-term stability, security, and peace, and Armenia is committed to continuing diplomatic efforts to this end. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear the address by His Excellency Michael Martin Tausich of Ireland. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Michael Martin Tausich of Ireland. I invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, Secretary General, Excellencies, friends. This year, Ireland marks the centenary of our independence. The Irish Free State was established on the 6th of December 1922, and we began our journey as an independent sovereign nation. From the start of this journey, we were a nation that looked outwards. And one of our first acts was to apply to join the League of Nations. In his first address to the Assembly of the League of Nations the following year, the then President of the Irish Government's Executive Council, W.T. Cosgrave, spoke of Ireland's commitment to, quote, avert the ancient evils of warfare and oppression, to encourage wholesome and to discourage unwholesome relations between nation and nation, to enable even the weakest of nations to live their own lives and make their own proper contribution to the good of all, free even from the shadow and the fear of external violence, vicious penetration, or injurious pressure of any kind, unquote. These are the ideals that guide Ireland's foreign policy. These same principles, articulated 100 years ago as the League's newest member, continue to inform our actions today. The belief that all countries have an equal right to live in peace, that all countries, no matter how small, have a contribution to make to international peace and security, and to economic and social development, that all people have the right to live in dignity, to have their human rights and fundamental freedoms respected. President, Excellencies, 100 years on, we as a global community are very far from living up to these principles. We convene here at a time of crisis, a time when yet again we are facing the threat of widespread global hunger and food insecurity. When we see daily the devastating impacts of climate change with those who bear no responsibility for the causes being most affected. When we have witnessed the most blatant disregard for international law and for the UN Charter on my own home continent of Europe. When much of the progress that we were making towards achieving these sustainable development goals has stalled or gone into reverse as we grapple with the continued effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. It does not have to be this way. We have the tools and the systems to address these issues. We have, in this General Assembly and in the other bodies, institutions and agencies that make up the United Nations, the spaces to discuss, to negotiate, to share experiences, to craft solutions. We have an interlocking web of charters, of treaties, of norms, of resolutions, of international jurisprudence, of political declarations, of agreed conclusions. Our global structures are not perfect. We know that. No structures ever are. There is much that needs reform. But it is not our systems or our structures, nor our treaties or charters that are fundamentally failing us. It is the lack of political will to implement and to uphold them. President, Excellencies, I opened by quoting a former Irish leader speaking to the League of Nations Assembly almost 100 years ago. Let me quote another Irish leader and former President of Ireland, Eamon de Valera, also speaking to the League of Nations exactly 90 years ago today. Eamon de Valera believed in the League's potential to protect small nations through collective security. But he recognized that to be effective, the League covenant had to be enforced. Member states had to fulfill their obligations. In his speech in September 1932, he warned that world opinion was losing faith in the capacity of the League to protect peace and stability. People, he said, are complaining that the League is devoting its activity to matters of secondary or very minor importance, while the vital international problems of the day are being shelved or postponed or ignored, unquote. 90 years on, we cannot continue to shelve or postpone or ignore our existential global challenges. President, Excellencies, as an elected member of the Security Council, Ireland has seen firsthand that political will and a commitment to the principles of the United Nations Charter can deliver results. On Syria, Ireland has worked in partnership with Norway and with all Council members to ensure that humanitarian aid can continue to reach the millions who need it. During our 18 months on the Council, we have twice renewed the UN cross-border operation, which provides crucial aid to 4 million people in the northwest of the country. Ireland will continue to work to keep that critical lifeline open, and we urge other members of the Council to support a further renewal. To do otherwise would have devastating consequences for the people of Syria. We have worked with our partners on the Council to extend and renew the mandates of the 14 UN peacekeeping operations and the many UN special political missions that require the approval of the Council. Day after day, across the globe, the military and civilian personnel in these missions protect civilians, monitor ceasefires, support peace building, facilitate negotiations, and verify the implementation of peace agreements. Amongst them are hundreds of Irish men and women who carry on our proud tradition of peacekeeping and crisis management. We are deeply proud of their service. And echoing that tradition last year, Ireland led work on Resolution 2594, the Council's first ever resolution on peacekeeping transitions. Adopted with the support of all Council members, it will help to ensure that the hard-won gains of peace are maintained when a peacekeeping mission ends. It puts the protection of civilians at the centre of the UN's planning when transitioning from military peacekeeping operations into civilian-led political missions in countries emerging from conflict. We have also seen progress on the Women, Peace and Security agenda. As co-chair, along with Mexico, of the Council's expert group, Ireland has ensured that the role of women as peace builders and as agents of change is at the heart of UN peacekeeping and political missions across the globe. We have brought the voice of grassroots women peace builders to the Council table, with a record 16 women civil society briefers during our presidency of the Council last September. Our commitment to the protection of civilians has also informed our work in leading negotiations to agree a political declaration on the use of explosive weapons in populated areas earlier this year. This declaration is a significant milestone which recognises the humanitarian consequences of the use of explosive weapons in populated areas and includes a number of ambitious actions to address these impacts. I look forward to its formal adoption at a high-level international conference in Dublin on the 18th of November next. Presidents, Excellencies, we have been encouraged by these successes, incremental though some of them are. But at times we've also been deeply frustrated by the Security Council's failure to act. A year ago, I stood before you and spoke of our ambition for the Council to adopt a resolution on climate and security. Along with Niger, we worked tirelessly to craft a resolution that reflected the reality that climate change is increasingly driving insecurity and acting as a threat multiplier. We challenged the Council to take on its responsibilities to address the impact of climate change on international peace and security. 113 countries, 113 of the members of this Assembly supported us in our efforts. One country, Russia, vetoed these efforts. It frankly beggars belief that in 2022, the UN body charged with the maintenance of peace and security has still not taken on its responsibilities in this area. It is a singular failure of political will and political responsibility. A year ago, I also spoke to you of Ireland's deep concern at the situation in Tigray in northern Ethiopia, at the looming humanitarian catastrophe, at the violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. I spoke of the vital need for a negotiated ceasefire, unfettered humanitarian access, and the restoration of basic services and a political solution to the crisis. Yet, a year later, we continue to raise the alarm. We continue to urge the Council to act decisively. We continue with our determination to support a political solution and seek accountability for gross human rights abuses. President, Excellencies, each month the Council meets to discuss the situation in Palestine. Each month, Ireland, along with many of our fellow members of the Council, has reiterated our firm commitment to a two-state solution with a viable Palestinian state based on 1967 borders, living in peace and security alongside the State of Israel, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states. But we are no nearer today to that aim than we were when we joined the Council 18 months ago. And truth be told, long before that. Israeli settlement building continues to undermine, it would seem knowingly and deliberately, the viability and territorial continuity of a further Palestinian state, and to jeopardize the two-state solution. Settlements are a clear violation of international law, and today stand in the way of a just, lasting and comprehensive peace. Let us be clear. The situation in the occupied Palestinian territory is untenable. We cannot and must not become inured to it. We cannot tolerate a situation where young Palestinian people have no confidence in political progress and no hope for the future. The risk, the very real risk, is that the space for the political middle ground is being squeezed out, lessening further the prospects of a just and lasting solution. The international community must renew its efforts. Progress will not be possible without addressing the root causes of the conflict. The Security Council must fulfill its responsibilities. Crucially, it must work for compliance with its own resolutions. On Afghanistan, since the Taliban takeover of Kabul, Ireland has resolutely defended the human rights of the Afghan people, particularly women and girls, and we've increased our humanitarian aid. We helped to ensure that the mandate for the UN mission in Afghanistan, adopted in March, was directly informed by the courageous activism of Afghan women, and we have pushed for accountability for the Taliban's actions. But we continue to witness the ongoing erosion of the rights of Afghan citizens, particularly women and girls, but also those of ethnic and religious minorities and the LGBTQI+ community. September is a month when many students around the world return to school. For girls in Afghanistan, there is no return. They have now been out of school for more than a year. This is a clear violation of their fundamental rights and freedoms. Their potential will not be fulfilled, and that of Afghanistan weakened if this situation continues to prevail. President, Excellencies, at this time of heightened nuclear threat, it is deeply regrettable that one country alone, Russia, prevented agreement at the 10th Review Conference of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty last month. The heightened nuclear risks arising from Russia's aggression against Ukraine and the threats to nuclear safety and security resulting from military activity in and near civilian nuclear facilities in Ukraine are unprecedented. The Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty must remain an essential element of international peace and security. The urgency of its full implementation cannot be overstated. President, Excellencies, in the past few days, many of my colleagues in this hall have spoken of Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine. For European member states in particular, this carries dark echoes of our continent's past. We face an expansionist power brutally invading and occupying a peaceful neighbour. We faced this many times in Europe in the 20th century. We did not think we would face it again in the 21st century. But this is not just a European issue, not just a concern for the West. All states, and particularly small countries such as my own, should fear a world where might equals right, where the strong can bully the weak, where sovereignty and territorial integrity can be blatantly violated, and where the UN Charter, the charter that all of us in this Assembly have faithfully put our trust in, can be flouted with impunity. In Ukraine in July, I heard first-hand accounts from civilians of the brutality and violence visited upon men, women and children by occupying Russian forces. And where Russia's forces have been pushed back, we have seen the wanton destruction and the uncovering of mass civilian graves, such as in Bushehr and more recently in Izium. We have seen the targeting of nuclear facilities and of civilian infrastructure. And now we see President Putin plan sham referenda in eastern Ukraine, aimed at forcibly changing Ukraine's borders in clear violation of the UN Charter. We have to name what we are seeing. These actions taken collectively show Russia behaving as a rogue state. We are also seeing how the impact of Russia's aggression reaches far beyond Ukrainian or European shores and borders. From the Horn of Africa to the Sahel and beyond, food insecurity has reached a critical tipping point. Some of the countries which have been worst affected by the current food insecurity crisis are those most reliant on imports of wheat from Russia and indeed from Ukraine. Combined with the impact of climate change and of conflict, severe drought and other extreme events, weather events, we face a crisis that needs urgent action. Like many others represented in this hall, Ireland has responded by increasing our humanitarian aid. And this has included direct humanitarian support of €78 million for the Horn of Africa and sustained and early funding to other severely affected countries and regions, including Yemen, Afghanistan and the Sahel. And yesterday, along with the US, UNICEF and others, Ireland led a pledging event at which we committed an additional €50 million over 3 years, specifically to tackle acute child malnutrition. We've also increased our core funding to the UN Central Emergency Response Fund in recognition of the critical importance of enabling UN agencies to respond rapidly as crises unfold. We have prioritised gender responsiveness in our humanitarian work, addressing the particular vulnerabilities faced by women, girls and boys in emergency settings. And we have adapted our funding and our programming so that we respond to humanitarian emergencies in a way that underpins our climate, development and peace-building interventions, in a way that builds the resilience of individuals, of families and of communities. President, Excellencies, the link between conflict and food insecurity is irrefutable. And this is why we focused on hunger and conflict as a priority for our term on the Security Council. Conflict is now the main driver of hunger, reversing gains made over the last decades. We are failing in the challenge to reach zero hunger. Ireland's long-standing commitment to food security will guide our international cooperation for many years to come. Ending world hunger and ensuring the right to food must be placed firmly at the top of the political agenda. At major summits over the past 12 months on food systems, on nutrition for growth, and at the EU-AU summit, Ireland has committed to helping partner countries on their journey towards sustainable, resilient and nutritious food systems. This transformation is more urgent now than ever. And at COP27 later this year, we will be at the forefront of efforts to combat the existential threat of climate change. Adaptation to climate change and its impacts will remain a key focus of our international engagement and support. We must make progress on averting, minimising and addressing losses and damages that are a direct result of our changing climate. On global health, Ireland has strongly supported the work of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis and malaria since the fund's inception 20 years ago. This week, we announced a significant new contribution of €65 million over 3 years, a 30% increase on our previous such contribution to support the important work against these diseases and the related strengthening of health systems. President, Excellencies, The United Nations and the rules-based international order is central to who we are as a nation. But multilateralism can only succeed if it is effective, and it can only be effective if we, the member states, allow it to be so. That takes courage. It takes political will. It takes commitment to collective solutions to global challenges. It takes a readiness to compromise. It takes a genuine belief in the principles of the United Nations Charter. When, in 100 years' time, a future Irish leader marks the bicentenary of Ireland's independence and returns to this hall, I hope he or she will be making a very different speech. One which celebrates substantive, sustained progress in ending conflict, tackling global inequality, poverty, and hunger. One in which they will not cite frustrations over the use of the veto at the Security Council to thwart the will of the majority of member states, because the veto will be an anachronism that has long ceased to exist. One which refers to a strengthened and reformed United Nations system, structured and equipped to tackle the challenges of its day. One which remarks on the common will to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter. One which looks back with relief at the collective action which brought this planet back from the brink of catastrophic collapse. Thank you very much indeed.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Taoiseach of Ireland for the statement just made. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Robert Abela, Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear friends. The theme for this General Assembly is indeed an appropriate one, for it is truly a watershed moment. And as I was preparing for my address of today, I thought to myself, what is it that the people we represent want most? What do they expect of their leaders? Peace, equality, prosperity. Every person wants to live in peace, be free and equal, and have a decent quality of life. These are the three themes that I would like to focus my address of today on. All three are equally important, are interlinked, and go hand in hand. This institution shall be focusing on delivering on them through concrete actions rather than words. For far too long, I would say, world leaders have allowed disparities to grow in this world between the rich and the poor, between those who have access to fundamental rights and needs, such as healthcare, water, food, and technology, and those who are deprived of even the most basic of needs, between those with different sexual orientations. Peace, equality, and prosperity are what we, as world leaders, should aspire to deliver to our people, to the world, and to future generations. That is, if we truly want to make a positive difference in their lives. Mr. President, Excellencies, I want to start with discussing peace. Peace builds, it restores, it strengthens. Without peace, without security, and without stability, we will never be able to focus on the more important challenges which we face to bring about growth, equality, and prosperity. This is what Malta and its people stand for. It is what our predecessors had in mind when they enshrined the following words in our Constitution. Malta is a neutral state actively pursuing peace, security, and social progress among all states. A declaration of principles that is also echoed in the core values and principles of the UN Charter, which we should all be committed to uphold. Today, peace is threatened by what Secretary General Guterres rightly referred to as the cauldron of crisis, which we find ourselves in. And unless we come together to work for global peace and world peace, we stand no chance. For no single state can do it alone. In 1989, Malta played an important role in bringing an end to the Cold War by hosting the Bush and Gorbachev summit, and remains today more committed than ever, I would say, to contribute to the re-establishment and maintenance of world peace, order, and security. As an island state in the Mediterranean, we have seen firsthand the effects of conflict in our southern area. Over a decade of conflicts that led to instability, wars, and violence, causing irreparable harm in Libya, in Syria, and Yemen, which also then led to mass migration. Equally tenuous are the situations in the Sahel, Afghanistan, and also in the Middle East. And naturally, at this moment in time, the most prominent is the war in Ukraine. Following decades of peace in mainland Europe, this is a stark reminder that peace can never be taken for granted. Dear friends, thousands of civilians have been killed and millions are suffering devastating losses. Close to 12.8 million people are estimated to have been displaced in Ukraine, which is a third of that nation's population. The largest human displacement crisis in the world today. The international community cannot afford to lose sight of any of these situations. Sustained support from the international community is urgently required to address these humanitarian needs and put an end to the devastation, to end the suffering of innocent civilians. Let us not underestimate the effects of this war. Failure to act will also mean that instability will spill over to neighboring regions with all its negative consequences: mass migration, human trafficking, and terrorism. Yet, as the war rages on in Ukraine, we must not forget the other issues which require our attention and our action. Allow me to speak briefly about our brothers and sisters in Northern Africa, particularly those in Libya, a country that neighbors Malta. Under the auspices of the United Nations and without, and may I repeat, without interference from foreign actors, I augur that this country and its people transition to more peaceful, secure, stable, and prosperous times. For that to happen, however, decisions must be taken to immediately put aside vested interests in Libya once and for all. This is what the Libyan people deserve, and what's best, not just for the region, but for the Mediterranean continent and the African continent in general. Mr. President, we are indeed living trying times as a result of these wars. Times when, despite our efforts, equality remains a remote concept. Today's global supplies, food supplies, and energy markets have been shaken like never before, mostly because of the war in Ukraine. The knock-on effects will be felt by our people in different ways. Right now, these effects are taking the shape of constraints in the purchase of grains, fertilizers, agricultural equipment, and livestock feed, the shortages of which then have inflated the prices of key basic imports. This has then, in turn, negatively affected the purchasing power of consumers around the world. This continuous rise then in the rate of inflation on food products and food scarcity and insecurity is a major cause for concern and should be at the top of our agenda. These pressures then impact small islands like my country even harder due to their insularity and other specificities. In Malta's case, we took a calculated strategic decision to support and stand behind our people all the way in the best possible manner. If we do not support our people until the situation betters, we will have failed them. We cannot leave our people alone to carry the burdens. At the same time, we need to keep aware that this prolonged situation will lead to increased pressures on the economic, social, and the environmental sustainability of us all. It is also then a duty as citizens of a global, interconnected world to work towards more sustainable food systems, fulfilling our commitment towards zero hunger. But in order to end hunger, we must also end conflict and war. The right to food is a recognized basic human right, and the consequences of not acting to safeguard this, compounded with the devastation caused by climate change, could be severe and may lead to famine and further displacement of people. Global poverty is estimated to have risen so far by over 70 million people. And with the probability of further marked increases in the coming months, this is something which we cannot afford. Our appeal is for the United Nations to address the global needs for resilience as a counterpart and a counterbalance to the dynamics of globalization, as a matter of top and urgent priority. In this regard, my country is a firm believer that international fair trade is a key element for the development of nations, and is particularly important for smaller economies, economies that are largely dependent on external demand and supply for economic growth and increased social well-being. The pandemic then has made a severe dent in the historically declining poverty rate. Food insecurity and price hikes will exacerbate the plight of millions of people around the globe, as the effects of war in Ukraine could continue pushing the number of people falling below the at-risk of poverty line even further. Mr. President, solutions in the 21st century are not found through the use of force and weapons. We can only prevent further deterioration of this situation if we manage to resolve war through dialogue and meaningful negotiating efforts. The 21st century should not be an era of war. The search for peace requires that all the players in this war put the best interests and priorities of all peoples first. We all know what the best interests of the people are. Our absolute priority should be to re-establish peace and order, to end war. This is what our people are telling us. This is what they deserve. This is what we have to deliver to them without any further delays. 3 years. Almost 3 years of continued crisis, including a pandemic. The most vulnerable in our societies are the ones that have been the hardest hit. Social unrest will increase if our people's quality of lives deteriorates. That is why, yes, we must intensify our pursuit for peace, equality, and justice for all. Malta continues to stand with the people of Ukraine as they keep facing unprovoked aggression. We will continue to provide humanitarian assistance to innocent civilians and will condemn tactics and recent statements that do not augur well and will most probably mean a further deterioration of the situation. Mr. President, prosperity is the third theme I want to delve into. Economic resilience is now more important than ever. Only through economic ties and interdependence, through the freedom of movement of people and capital across countries, can we hope for long-lasting world peace. For decades, globalization has been hailed as the next frontier of economic growth. By enabling human, financial, and capital resources to find their best possible deployment. By fostering jobs, or rather careers, through international trade, creating wealth through technological advancement and dissemination, and allowing for better diversification against risk through the creation of multiple investment opportunities. Our time is now. If not now, when? Let us turn the challenges which we face into opportunities to transform our economies and make them future-ready, to focus on our green objectives. It is imperative that, yes, during these trying times, we avoid any temptation to put climate on the back burner. Make no mistake. The future is green. The future is digital. I'll focus on the latter first. The digital sphere is one which Malta has recognized and embraced. We have invested heavily in our digital economy, both in the public administration as well as in the business and social sphere. Today, we rank first in the EU in terms of e-government and fifth on the EU Digital Economy and Society Index. And this is no coincidence. It is the result of our strategic vision on digitalization. Our priority is to keep our citizens always at the very heart of our policies and strive to improve their quality of life at multiple levels, from providing excellent quality services, increasing the number of high-quality carriers, and reducing the digital divide to avoid anyone falling behind on the use of technology. Digital is the future, and we are committed to it. In parallel then to the digital transition, we have to work on the green one. And in both areas, we must continue advocating the need to close the digital gap across all nations to ensure a level playing field. The displacement of people due to climate change, particularly due to droughts and sea level rise leading to loss of territory, is taking place, unfortunately, on our watch. Though no one is safe from climate change, it is those who are the most vulnerable that are impacted the most. In Pakistan, floods have already claimed thousands of lives. And what about the heat waves and droughts in China, California, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia? The cyclones and typhoons in Japan. All these are climate disasters that happened in 2022, but may become the order of the day if we do not intensify our efforts. There is no quick fix, far from it. Here, I must reiterate, global challenges require global solutions. Together, we must keep the 1.5 degrees target alive. ensure that nobody is left behind, and continue working towards building decarbonized nations and societies. As my country is proudly about to embark on its 2-year term on the UN Security Council, we intend to do our utmost to continue to keep climate change on the international peace and security agenda. Climate change poses a serious threat to all of us, but particularly to small island developing states and many coastal communities. It threatens state sovereignty, brings about loss of territory, and causes damage to the infrastructure of states, as well as their existing rights under maritime zone boundaries. As the Prime Minister of Malta, I am fully aware of the threat that climate change is posing to small island states all over the world. No matter how near or far, we truly share similar climate challenges. Malta was one of the founding members of the Alliance of Small Island Developing States and aims to become a leader in small island state governance. A lot has already been done in recent years. Malta has been channeling overseas development aid for decades now, and we are committed to continue offering support through scholarships, dedicated learning, and training programs in various areas. One such area is water management. Water scarcity will be one of the biggest impacts of climate change. Our practices in water management, particularly through the sourcing of water through desalination and the recycling of wastewater, can serve as a model for addressing our world's future needs, especially in view of the increasing recurrence of droughts brought about by climate change. Moreover, small states may serve as platforms where innovative ideas and technologies can be tested and eventually identified as international best practices and adopted on a wider scale. Malta had then launched the Islands for Islands initiative at COP26 in Glasgow last year, and we intend to continue to build on this even further. Our aim then is to bring to the fore the realities of small island economies as we strive to decarbonize and digitalize and fulfill the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Safeguarding then our oceans remains one of our key priorities. The interplay between climate change and the health of our ocean is important for Malta as we draw from our maritime legacy and our historical contribution at the United Nations. The ocean plays a pivotal role in combating climate change, but it is also vulnerable itself to the impact of climate change, such as the changes in sea temperature, the rise in sea levels, and the effects on sea currents. That is why, as members of the UN Security Council, we will place particular emphasis on bridging the gap between science, policy, and lawmaking to address global security concerns, especially for the ocean, as the single largest habitat on our planet. Mr. President, allow me to take this opportunity to thank you for placing your trust and confidence in my country to serve on the Security Council for a 2-year term starting in January 2023. As a member state, a proud member state of the European Union, located between 2 continents, we are committed to promote dialogue and understanding with a view to strengthen cooperation and social progress. And whilst the challenges which we face are many, together, and if we concentrate our efforts, I am sure that there are no obstacles which we cannot overcome. It is through cooperation and exchange that we can see our societies grow and thrive. Now is the time for nations to reach out and deepen ties with existing partners and develop new relations with others. As a UN member and as a member of the UN Security Council from next year, Malta stands ready to work with other member states to maintain and foster international peace and dialogue, to finding transformative solutions to today's challenges by fostering peace, strengthening equality, and delivering prosperity, keeping security, sustainability, and social justice at the very heart of our efforts and priorities. I would like to conclude by conveying a message that my 10-year-old daughter, Georgia May, who is here with us in the audience, wished me to pass on when I explained to her that I would be addressing this meeting of world leaders. She said, "Papa, I would like the world leaders to be an example to us children and leave behind a beautiful earth. May the simple yet poignant message enable us to deliver what is expected of us." Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Malta for the statement just made, and I request Portugal to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Nawaf Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait. I request Portugal to escort His Highness. I have great pleasure in welcoming His Highness Sheikh Ahmed Nawaf Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most gracious, may the peace and blessings of Allah be on the Prophet Muhammad and his kith and kin. Your Excellency, President of the General Assembly of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations. Ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. It pleases me at the outset to congratulate Your Excellency personally and to congratulate your friendly country, Hungary, on your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We assure you of our total support in everything that would facilitate the discharge of your tasks. On this occasion, I also would like to express our sincerest gratitude for the efforts of your predecessor, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, on assuming the tasks of the presidency of the previous session. I'm also pleased on this occasion to pay tribute and commend the great and appreciated effort exerted by His Excellency, the Secretary General, in leading this august organization. Under sensitive and delicate circumstances in our world, his work is based on achieving the lofty vision and mission of the UN. He is working armed with the provisions of the Charter centered on the maintenance of international peace and security. Mr. President, the historic journey of the UN over the course of almost 8 decades will lead us to arrive at key facts, namely that this organization has faced changing events and many challenges and chronic crises that the world has encountered. The multiplicity and diversity of challenges and dangers facing humanity include the following: the spread of deadly epidemics, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, the growing phenomenon of terrorism, in addition to the threats related to natural disasters, climate change, poverty, and the hike of food insecurity. All these challenges and dangers require international cooperation that would steer away from unilateral solutions. This is why this organization has had the most prominent role in addressing all emergencies and chronic risks. All these were translated in the initiative of the Secretary General entitled Our Common Agenda towards achieving the SDGs on a more comprehensive foundation that takes into account addressing a set of obstacles and develops innovative, scalable solutions to chart a clearer future. In this regard, we renew the adherence of the State of Kuwait to the international multilateral system and to the principles and purposes of the Charter of the United Nations, which ensures the realization of the lofty mission of this organization in serving the entire humanity, as well as fostering mediation and preventive diplomacy to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and conflicts. Mr. President, the world is following with great interest the accelerating developments in the situation in Ukraine and its related complexities, whose effects and repercussions on security and stability have become tangible. Here, we affirm our principled and firm position of adhering to the principles of international law and the United Nations Charter. It is a principled position that rejects the use of force or the threat of the use of force, or even hinting to the threat of the use of force in resolving international conflicts between countries. We emphasize the importance of adhering to the principles of the Charter. In this regard, the State of Kuwait supports all UN endeavors and all other international efforts towards de-escalation and a ceasefire in order to find a peaceful solution to this crisis, because the experiences of contemporary history have proven that peace and its related mechanisms of mediation and dialogue have always been and will continue to be the optimum choice for resolving conflicts, no matter how long they last. Mr. President, the question of Palestine has a central and pivotal place in our Arab and Muslim worlds. Tensions and instability shall remain prevalent in our region unless the proud Palestinian people obtain all the legitimate rights. And Israel, the occupying power, ceases its continuous violation of international humanitarian law. Here, we stress the need to make efforts to relaunch the negotiations within a fixed time frame in order to achieve a just and comprehensive peace. According to the terms of reference of the peace process and the resolutions of international legitimacy, as well as the Arab Peace Initiative that would end the Israeli occupation and lead to the establishment of an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital along the borders prior to the 4th of June 1967. Mr. President, the absence of international unity from one side and the frequency of external intervention on the other were a major reason for the prolongation of the Syrian crisis that entered its 12th year, reflecting one of the ugliest scenes of human suffering. Here, we renew our firm position that there is no military solution to this crisis. We stress the need to work towards a political settlement in accordance with relevant Security Council resolutions, especially Resolution 2254 of the year 2015, towards realizing the hopes and aspirations of the brotherly Syrian people. As for the crisis in the brotherly country of Yemen, we renew our welcome of the truce agreement between the Yemeni parties. We stress the need to implement all of its provisions. We also commend the efforts of the Special Envoy of the Secretary General for Yemen, as he works to strengthen compliance with the truce, which was brokered under the auspices of the United Nations and within the context of the peace initiative announced by the sisterly kingdom of Saudi Arabia in March 2021. Towards ending this crisis and reaching a comprehensive political solution based on the three agreed upon terms of reference, namely the initiative of the GCC and its implementation mechanism, the outcomes of the national dialogue, and the resolutions of the Security Council, particularly Resolution 2216. At the same regional level, and proceeding from basic premises related to the rules of good neighborliness contained in the Charter of the United Nations, we renew our call to the Islamic Republic of Iran to take serious trust-building measures to start a dialogue based upon the respect of the sovereignty of states and non-interference in their internal affairs, as well as to reduce tension in the Gulf region and to preserve the safety, security, and freedom of maritime navigation from any threats. Mr. President, the state of Kuwait is about to celebrate the 60th anniversary of joining the United Nations, through which we have had many experiences and very important landmarks, most notably of which was the experience of the invasion of my country and the liberation of my country. This was a success story of this organization in its strict implementation of the resolutions of international legitimacy, most important of which the relevant outcomes of the Security Council and the General Assembly. This has made us believe more in the inevitability of multilateral international action and the importance of its activation towards achieving the ambitions and aspirations in a world where security, stability, and prosperity prevail, and where the voice of the peoples is the main compass for our action. Mr. President, the state of Kuwait is celebrating its democracy in the holding of the parliamentary elections of the National Assembly based on very clear and high-level directions from the political leadership. Hence, the government has provided all means and capabilities to all senior officials at official entities so that we can meet the needs of the citizens and endeavor to resolve all obstacles within the framework of the law. This emanates from our belief that any effort for development would not pay off or have the expected results in the absence of listening to citizens. This is in line with our multilateral vision for development to create a new Kuwait in the year 2035. Mr. President, next November, our Arab region will witness a world sporting event presented by the FIFA World Cup, organized by the sisterly state of Qatar, which is in pace with the economic and cultural renaissance it is witnessing. This confirms its ability to host such major sporting events. We wish Qatar an exceptional success, being the first Arab and Muslim country to host such an international competition. May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
Thanks.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the State of Kuwait for the statement just made and request the protocol to escort His Highness. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, President of the Government of Spain. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Pedro Sanchez Perez Castejon, President of the Government of Spain, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente, Secretario General.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General,
heads of state and government, ambassadors, and delegates. Rarely have the foundations of this institution been shaken as strongly as in the early hours of 24 February, when cities throughout Ukraine felt the terror of Russian bombardments. More than 6 months later, we are still witness to the horror of an invasion that takes us back to times we believed we had left behind in Europe. Yesterday, Putin continued his headlong rush with totally unacceptable statements. And from this platform and what it represents, I want to say to all of you that I wish to condemn in the strongest terms the announcement of the annexation referendums in the occupied territories of Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kherson. These false referendums would constitute a new violation of international law by Vladimir Putin. Let me be clear, the results will never be recognized. We will continue to support what we've always supported here, that being independence, sovereignty, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Precisely now is when we need to act united in defense of the principles, those enshrined in the UN Charter, and in support of a country that has been attacked, Ukraine. This war seeks to rob the sovereign people of Ukraine of their legitimate right to exist in peace and freedom, and it has condemned the entire world, because this is a global crisis, to an era of uncertainty going on right now, right when we were on the cusp of a well-deserved era of optimism, just after humanity had successfully set in motion the greatest scientific and humanitarian cooperation effort of its entire history to combat COVID-19. In these uncertain times, the economic and social consequences of the war are a threat to global prosperity, especially the most vulnerable countries. A food crisis that has been central to the General Assembly's debate here at the United Nations. We also see an energy crisis provoked by an autocrat who will stop at nothing to stay in power. He will use any instrument as a weapon of war. The impact that this has had on prices, already rising due to the supply chain disruptions that we've seen over the last year, threatens to leave the world's poorest even poorer. It's not hard to understand why many people feel that they have had enough, especially young people. That's who I'm thinking of, born at the start of this new millennium, a generation that, as well as confronting this new crisis in their lives, is living under the very real threat of the climate emergency and its consequences for the world that they will inherit. But despite all that, I am certain that there where danger lies, there too lies our salvation. That is why today I would like to extend an unequivocal message of trust and confidence. Trust in the capacity of the international community to overcome any adversity. And confidence. Confidence in the strength of an institution such as the United Nations to rise up against challenges that know no borders. Allow me to focus this reflection on 5 major challenges for all of you. The first one being the commitment to global health. The second is the food crisis. The third, the ecological transition. The fourth, the digital transition. And fifth, true effective equality between men and women. Concerning global health, it is essential that we learn from the lessons of our fight against the pandemic, COVID-19. On November 9th, 2020, the whole world came together to celebrate the news that the first vaccine against the virus was proving successful. Barely a month and a half later, the first doses began to be administered. With these vaccines, not only did we start to invert the trend of the pandemic, we also reversed the pessimism of a world that had come to question whether things would ever return to normal. The vaccine represents many things, but above all else, as far as I'm concerned, it's the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. Because in just 2 years, the world has managed to develop not 1, not 2, but 40 vaccines against COVID-19. Through COVAX, more than 2 billion doses have been allocated to developing countries. Massive vaccination campaigns have enabled us to control the spread of the virus and return to normality in many countries. However, it is clear that much remains to be done. That cannot be refuted. There is so much still to be done in this pandemic, because there is an outrageous degree of inequality between countries as regards to access to the vaccine. It's insulting. Also, it's to the detriment of humanity as a whole, because a virus cannot be eradicated if its spread is not halted in every corner of the planet, in every country. Spain, my country, was impacted significantly by this pandemic, and we want to be a part of the global solution for this enormous challenge, this pandemic and future pandemics that we may have to face. We will contribute 15 million euros to the Financial Intermediary Fund for Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness and Response, and we support the adoption of a legally binding international instrument for this purpose by the World Health Organization, and thereby strengthen an institution that has been key to the global response in face of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our indebtedness to science also demands that we act in other areas that may have been neglected in the race against the virus. We must, for example, step up our efforts and promote scientific research to guarantee universal access to medical care and treatment. And Spain, in this regard, intends to allocate more than 237 million euros of its official development assistance to health-related issues over the next 3 years, including 130 million euros for the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. The second major challenge that I would like to share with all of you, and that I want to speak of, has to do with the food crisis currently threatening millions of human beings. This is a complex problem that has the potential to deteriorate yet further in 2023 if we do not implement measures, because this has been heightened by Russia's blockade of grain exports from Ukraine, but also by selfish decisions to erect barriers to trade in agricultural products and fertilizers. As co-sponsor of the Leaders Network Reinforcing Multilateralism Together, I co-chaired, together with the President of Senegal and Chairperson of the African Union, the President of the European Council, and the U.S. Secretary of State, the Food Security Summit. This looked at the current food crisis that everyone all over the world is facing. It gathered world leaders from all regions, especially those most affected by this crisis, and we adopted a joint declaration renewing our commitment to deal with the crisis. The meeting had a very clear purpose, I believe, to address this challenge and to seek solutions with urgency. And I also said at this meeting that Spain would lead by example. We will mobilize 151 million euros in donations and a further 85 million euros in loans over the next 3 years to this end. Ladies and gentlemen, this action is consistent with Spain's commitment to combating inequality and poverty the world over, a commitment that is exemplified in the new Cooperation Act, which provides that Spain will allocate 0.7% of its gross national income to official development assistance by 2030. The third major challenge I wish to discuss moving forward has to do with the climate emergency and the need to foster an ecological transition with urgency and determination. It's clear that the current energy crisis requires us to invest decisively in more sustainable energy models and to increase our energy independence, thereby making us more resilient. We must diversify, electrify, and decarbonize our energy mix for the following two reasons. Firstly, to prevent countries from using their energy resources as a weapon of war, which is what Putin's regime is doing, which is done in an effort to blackmail the entire planet, pushing up inflation and jeopardizing the necessary recovery of many economies who have suffered, truly suffered, because of the pandemic. And secondly, because in order to respond to the fundamental and increasingly evident challenge faced by our generation and those yet to come, that of climate change, we have to redouble our efforts in this transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that this is something that drives us to be more determined than ever to fulfill the commitments made to decarbonize our economies and our societies. It's not a matter of whether or not this is convenient for us, decarbonizing our economies. It's a matter of how to do so fairly and with the speed demanded by science because time is running out. Spain, in this respect, also wishes to put forward specific solutions within the United Nations. Together with Senegal, we will support the creation of an international alliance for drought resilience to promote innovation, technology transfer, and the mobilization of resources to combat droughts in countries exposed to this threat. Spain is also a country that suffers this potential threat. We will present this initiative at the COP27 in Egypt in conjunction with the Secretary of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification and with other interested countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that the energy crisis is placing a strain on every country in Europe, including my own, and it is because of how hardly hit the majority of our societies have been, especially the middle and working classes, because all measures being adopted to reduce its impact are based on a common principle, that this time the costs and sacrifices will not be borne by that vast majority of citizens which has already suffered too much in previous crises. I'm talking specifically here about the financial crisis. That is what comes to mind. And Spain has promoted far-reaching regulatory reforms to reduce the impact of rising gas prices. But we are well aware also, and this has been mentioned by the Secretary General of the United Nations, we are aware of the need to continue working, and we have done so over the last year, to overhaul the electricity sector throughout the European Union. This is the moment to bring the sector closer into line with today's reality by limiting and distributing the costs and benefits of price increases more fairly. And that is the commitment that my country has adopted. The fourth great challenge that I want to address concerns the digital transformation and its impact on the future of education and employment today and tomorrow. Just this Monday, Spain participated in a session of the Transforming Education Summit that was dedicated to digital transformation of education. At this session, we evoked the lessons of the pandemic, stressing that technological solutions had made it possible to overcome the barriers that were making in-person teaching impossible. I'm talking here about our children, our sons, our daughters, and in this particular context, Spain aspires to playing a leading role in this sphere. For example, the UN Technology Center for the Digitalization of Education, GIGA, will be established in Barcelona thanks to Spain's collaboration with UNICEF and the International Telecommunication Union. Education, ladies and gentlemen, is the key. It is the path towards making our societies more informed and aware, and hence freer, more inclusive, and more equal. If we wish to achieve further advances in human rights, in our human rights agenda, then we must continue to support the right to education for all, but especially for girls. It is there, in school, where the path towards gender equality and the empowerment of women really starts. That said, I would now like to talk about the fifth and final topic that I want to address today, namely the feminist agenda and the struggle for gender equality. We are living in times in which demanding basic rights is still a revolutionary act. The global threats to women's sexual and reproductive freedom are yet another example of how painfully slow the glacial pace at which the world is moving towards guaranteeing full equality between women and men. Worse still is the fragility of our past social gains, which have fallen victim to backsliding in certain advanced democracies, something quite inexplicable at this stage of the 21st century. Spain will continue to be at the forefront of this endeavor with the adoption of the new organic law for the comprehensive guarantee of sexual freedom and the future Act on Sexual and Reproductive Health, which will help ensure that public health services continue to attend to women and meet all their needs throughout our country. In this respect, I would like to announce that Spain will lead by example, and we will contribute 100 million euros over the next 3 years to organizations that work on matters of gender equality, especially reproductive and sexual rights, looking at UN Women particularly here. It is essential that we listen to women's voices, that we eradicate the barriers, all barriers, preventing them from taking their rightful place in companies, in governments, and in working for peace. And so I invite each one of you to compare images from 20, 30, or 40 years ago. Compare your family photos, the ones you have at home, with the images that appeared in the media at that time in your countries. In both cases, you may be surprised. If you look at Spain, for example, you might even be amused to see how much we've changed in fashion, appearance, customs, smoking indoors. Everything has changed. But comparing such images, you will notice an inexcusable discrepancy: the presence of women in your family photos and their absence from public images, reflecting the political and economic realities of the times. We have made great progress in equality between women and men, but much remains to be done, and nothing is guaranteed, as we saw just a few months ago in Afghanistan when the Taliban returned to power. Ladies and gentlemen, last month I had the privilege of visiting the Center for Memory, Peace, and Reconciliation in the capital of Colombia, Bogota. I was able to witness firsthand the efforts made by an entire people, and especially its women, to move on from the past, to pay reparations to the victims, and to build a society free from violence. Colombia is embarking upon a new era of hope and of peace building, and Spain will be at its side, ready to lend our support. The countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have a fundamental role to play in the world, beginning with the defense of democracy, all to support multilateralism. However, the region also needs international support, including in the fight against drug trafficking. Spain is more committed than ever to Latin America and the Caribbean, and we will work to tighten EU relations with this region during our presidency of the Council of the European Union in the second half of the coming year. We want Europe to strengthen its perspective concerning Latin America and the Caribbean, looking at things so basic as revitalizing a fundamental alliance between these two regions and giving more attention to our southern neighborhood. Our intention is for the priorities I have just mentioned to inform and guide our actions during those 6 months in Europe, and that is precisely what I believe will occur during that second half of the year 2023. We'll look at the green transition, the digital transition, as well as the social one, which will set the path that Spain will take during its presidency of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union is a project of stability and harmony, a project of peace, which we would wish to see reflected in other areas of the planet, beginning with Ukraine. It is clear that we must continue to work to ensure that other countries and regions, in addition to Ukraine, also recover their stability. We are making headway in the negotiations to reach a nuclear agreement with Iran, in which the European Union, I believe, is playing an essential role. But we have seen, very recently, how the tensions in the East China Sea are threatening the status quo in a region that is key for both the present and the future of humanity. Asia's importance to global security was made very clear at the NATO summit held last June in Madrid, earlier this year, with the alliance's Pacific partners participating for the first time ever at the highest level. We adopted a new strategic concept for the organization for the next 10 years. In Madrid, we welcomed 2 new members, consolidated democracies, Sweden and Finland, and approved the alliance's new strategic concept, which will guide its future in the coming years. That concept offers a refined diagnosis of an increasingly complex strategic environment. It features a significant mention of the alliance's southern flank, and in particular the Sahel, a region afflicted by growing instability, as well as growing terrorism. We must pay attention to the risks that are highly present in the region, such as irregular flows of migrants and, again, the threat of terrorism. Said threats may soon be exacerbated by the cumulative effects of the food and energy crises, climate change, and demographic trends. We must leave the conflicts of the past century behind. That is why, as regards Western Sahara, Spain supports a mutually acceptable political solution in the framework of the UN Charter and Security Council resolutions. In this regard, we fully support the work of the UN Secretary Special Envoy, work that we deem to be absolutely crucial. Spain will also continue to support the Sahrawi population in the refugee camps as it always has done, as the principal international donor, as the main international donor of humanitarian assistance in this context. Also, as I had said during last year's session, on 31 December 2020, Spain and the United Kingdom reached a bilateral understanding in the context of the United Kingdom's departure from the European Union with respect to Gibraltar. We have been working since that date to ensure that said understanding serves to lay the foundations for the future relationship of this territory with the European Union, trusting that, as quickly as possible, an agreement may be reached between the European Union and the United Kingdom in relation to Gibraltar. This agreement must fully respect UN doctrine regarding said territory, with which Spain is fully aligned, and it must too respect the legal position of my country as concerns the sovereignty and jurisdiction thereof. We wish to work for the development of an area of social and economic prosperity encompassing Gibraltar fully and the Campo of Gibraltar in its entirety. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, as I had said in the beginning of my statement, I spoke of two feelings: the trust I have in the future and confidence in this institution, the United Nations. 2 years ago, just 2 years ago, we feared we might never again live in a world in which people could shake hands, hug each other, kiss each other. We came to the point of believing that such gestures of courtesy and affection would be additional collateral victims of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, that world, which seemed out of reach, is already back, something we've seen many times throughout human history. Something that arises when society has been faced with seemingly insurmountable challenges, and yet hope, as always, will lead the way, sometimes with a push from science and knowledge, and other times simply due to our will not to repeat the fatal errors of the past. I think humanity will always find a way to overcome the blows it is dealt and continue moving forward, because what matters, what makes us a difference, is how we deal with these crises, how we heal the wounds inflicted upon us along the way, while at the same time protecting the most vulnerable, the most exposed. We must be guided, ladies and gentlemen, by the values and principles that we all adhere to as members of this noble and important organization, in which Spain once again wishes to express its utmost trust. We must preserve in our efforts an ambition to build a world that is freer, more prosperous, and more just. And to this end, we must strengthen rules-based multilateralism and, in short, that we strive to guarantee peace, the most valuable asset we can possess. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Government of Spain for the statement just made and request the protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Andrew Holness, Prime Minister of Minister of Defense, Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency. I have a great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election to the leadership of this distinguished body. You can be assured of our full commitment to the successful execution of your mandate, including from our position as a Vice President of this session. I also acknowledge your predecessor for his sterling stewardship of the General Assembly during his presidency of hope. This year, Jamaica celebrates 60 years of independence and membership in the UN. We reflect with pride on the significant contributions which Jamaica, a small island developing state, has made to global efforts for peace, development, and human rights, as well as in the field of music, culture, and sports. At home, our Diamond Jubilee of Independence has provided the impetus for us to reignite our nation for greatness. It is our intention to bring that same energy to the work of the 77th session. We gather as the world faces unprecedented overlapping crises, the ongoing impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in the Ukraine, inflation, debt, energy and food insecurity, and natural disasters fueled by climate change. We do not all have the same capacity to withstand and recover from shocks. Indeed, recovery from shocks has been uneven, and there has been further widening of pre-existing development inequalities. As we search for solutions, let us acknowledge the differentiated needs and vulnerability of all members of our global family. Small island developing states and some middle-income countries have particular vulnerability to climate shocks and external economic shocks, which have an oversized impact relative to their national budgets, and often crippling impact on their infrastructure. For small island developing states to survive economic shocks and recover lost and damaged infrastructure, they are forced to borrow, only to be confronted again in a few years with another round of natural disasters, which could wipe out significant infrastructure and force us to add to our already high debt. As I speak, I am monitoring a tropical storm system that is threatening the Caribbean. Jamaica believes that a comprehensive and targeted approach to accessing development finance is needed. We fully support the work of the high-level panel developing the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. We eagerly anticipate an era of truly equitable access to concessional financing and other funding support, which will enable us to invest in resilient infrastructure and create fiscal buffers so that we can withstand and recover quickly from the next economic, health, or climate shock with little borrowing. Without the acknowledgement of vulnerability as a basis for access to finance, small island developing states will continue to struggle and will be unable to achieve the SDGs. Even as we call for reforms of the global financial architecture to account for vulnerability, Jamaica is exercising great fiscal discipline. It has been a long and hard struggle, but we have lowered our debt to GDP ratio from stratospheric levels a decade ago, and we continue to pursue policies to ensure we can drive down our debt. We are building fiscal buffers to ensure that we can respond quickly to shocks. We are working with our development partners using innovative financing tools, such as floating a catastrophe bond, to ensure against climate disasters. But most importantly, we are mainstreaming climate resilience in all our infrastructure investments. Mr. President, small island developing states like Jamaica are always mindful that despite our best efforts to improve our fiscal management and debt sustainability, a single climate event could wipe out 100% of our economy in a few hours. Climate change is an immediate existential threat for small island developing states like Jamaica. Concerted action to slow down and halt temperature rise is literally a question of our survival. While we continue to develop our own resilience and play our part in mitigating climate change, we cannot, by our action alone, change the trajectory. Jamaica looks forward to the convening of COP27 in Egypt later this year. We call on all countries to meet their commitments and contributions to climate targets. And we call on the developed world to increase their commitments and ambitions in climate financing, particularly for adaptation and loss and damage. As an island, Jamaica is keenly attuned to the importance of protecting and sustainably using our ocean and marine resources. We recognize that urgent action is needed to address the health and sustainability of the oceans. Jamaica joins the global community in celebrating the 40th anniversary of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, which opened for adoption in Montego Bay, Jamaica on the 10th of December, 1982. The convention is a testament to the power of multilateralism. As the constitution for the ocean, the convention has yielded immense benefit since its entry into force. Since 1994, Jamaica has welcomed delegates to the International Seabed Authority who have brought to life the important deliberations on the preservation and exploitation of resources of the International Seabed Authority, which forms part of the common heritage of mankind. Mr. President, the pandemic has made clear that major inclusive transformation is required in technology and innovation for developing countries. While all countries suffered during the pandemic, they didn't all suffer equally. A country's economic resilience was often a reflection of how digitally advanced it was. Many countries lag far behind in digital access, penetration, and capability. We must make a priority of bridging the digital divide, both within and between countries, to create a level playing field and to spur transformation of critical sectors of the economy and the society. As the world prepares for an even more digitally engaged future, we must take effective steps to protect cyberspace and its physical infrastructure to ensure that it is safely and securely available to all users across the world. Cybercrimes are an increasing threat, and international cooperation is required to deal with this in a comprehensive manner. Jamaica fully supports the work underway in the UN to elaborate a cybercrime treaty and to work towards guidelines and a framework for cyber security. Mr. President, several countries in Latin America and the Caribbean are facing an epidemic of crime and violence. Since the pandemic and the disruption in education, challenges with mental health are being increasingly expressed in violent ways. The propensity to resolve conflict or cope with social and mental stresses through violence requires a public health response. And Jamaica has not only engaged in global initiatives such as the Partnership to End Violence Against Children, but we have recently empaneled a National Commission on the Prevention of Violence to advise the government on building out an articulated public health and social service response. However, the situation is exponentially complicated and exacerbated by the influx of illegal and unregistered small arms into our country. From organized transnational criminal enterprises to street-level gangs to the misguided youth in the inner city, the availability of guns is driving an ever-increasing homicide rate. In the same way that a war on drugs is being prosecuted, in which we have been faithful partners in policing what comes through our waters or leaves our shores, there now must be a war on guns. Jamaica does not manufacture guns, but our population suffers from the effects of widely available guns. The countries that manufacture weapons that are available to the public must implement stronger measures to ensure that those weapons do not end up on the streets and in the hands of people for whom they were not intended. In the same way that there is a concern about illegal drugs on the streets of the rich countries, there must be concern about guns on the streets of developing countries like Jamaica. Mr. President, the situation in our sister CARICOM country of Haiti is one of deep concern for Jamaica and the region. The challenges there, political, economic, environmental, and social, are long-standing challenges, and they present serious obstacles to peace and the dignity of the Haitian people. And indeed, they present challenges for the region, particularly in crime and other security concerns. We support a Haitian-led process to arrive at sustainable solutions to the challenges, and we are committed, together with CARICOM and the international community, to moving beyond just standing with Haiti, to working more closely with Haiti to provide consistent and meaningful support. Mr. President, Jamaica also joins the call once again for the discontinuation of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against our closest Caribbean neighbor, Cuba. Mr. President, we cannot properly make use of this watershed moment to benefit the future without adequately addressing the past. Jamaica reaffirms its determination to further the call for international recognition of reparatory justice as a necessary path to healing, restoration of dignity, and progress for people of African descent. The world cannot turn a blind eye to the systemic imbalances which persist after centuries of exploitation. If our moral standards today, on which we claim a higher civilization, acknowledges that actions in the past, which generated wealth for some by depriving others of their freedom, were wrong, then that same moral standard must lead those who benefited from the wrongs of the past and claim a higher civilization today to repair that which their morality now acknowledges to be an injustice. There is an inescapable duty for economic redress, for historical injustices, and recognition of the dignity of affected states and people. the arc of international morality would not have completed its bend for the peoples of the African diaspora without open and inclusive exchanges on the dispensation of reparatory justice. We recognize the complexities associated with this sensitive issue. Yet, as with all complex global challenges, we must summon the determination to take the bold and creative steps to meet the moment. Mr. President, since attaining independence 60 years ago, multilateralism has been a core principle of Jamaica's foreign policy. It continues to underpin our cooperation with member states and other stakeholders within the United Nations system. Transformative global solutions will only thrive within a robust multilateral framework. The current global political and security environment is cause for great alarm. We have witnessed a nuclear-armed superpower, permanent member of the Security Council, acting with impunity to launch a military offensive against its neighbor. Russia's military incursion in the Ukraine can only be condemned as a flagrant violation of the UN Charter. We must never return to the days when military might is considered right. Jamaica strongly cautions against actions which could signal the demise of a peaceful multilateral order. Mr. President, I commend the Secretary General and his team on the initiatives undertaken within his purview to fulfill relevant mandates. For their part, member states must also address long-standing issues of reform and restructuring, including the Security Council. This critical organ must work more transparently and responsibly, be more representative of the world of today, and be more prepared for the world of tomorrow. A rotating seat for small island developing states will ensure that the unique perspectives, challenges, and contributions of small island developing states are permanently available to the Council, improving the quality of its service and work for our people. Mr. President, as a highly tourism-dependent country in the most tourism-dependent region in the world, Jamaica has invested heavily in building resilience in the tourism sector. During the pandemic, we pioneered the introduction of resilient corridors on the island, which served as a focused, protocol-based and data-driven blueprint for safely reopening the tourism sector. The corridors assisted greatly in fast-tracking the recovery of our tourism sector. We have been engaging countries across the world in our efforts to bolster resilience in global tourism, and Jamaica is proposing the official designation of February 17th annually as Global Tourism Resilience Day. This annual commemoration would serve to encourage a consistent examination of resilience building in the tourism sector in the face of persisting global disruptions to sustainable tourism and sustainable development. We encourage the global community to work with us towards commemorating the first Global Tourism Resilience Day in 2023. In closing, Mr. President, while our current reality presents complex challenges, I believe that the capacity and capabilities exist within this body to overcome our challenges. The gap between challenges we face and solutions which exist or yet to be created is the human will. This assembly is about developing the common global political will to see this as a watershed moment to deploy and accelerate transformative solutions to the interlocking challenges we face. The people of the world are counting on us to lead and work together as one humanity, one love. Jamaica is committed to doing our part in this, our 60th year of membership, and in the years ahead. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Alexander Schallenberg, Federal Minister of European and International Affairs of Austria.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when we met in this hall last year, I was cautiously optimistic that the world would slowly but surely find its footing after the COVID-19 pandemic. My call then was to look forward and to focus on strengthening our resilience, on preserving the hard-earned development goals. Little did we know then that only 1 year later, we would find ourselves in a very different world, facing another crisis with tremendous global consequences. Consequences that actually reach beyond the pandemic. On February the 24th, war returned to Europe, when Russia brutally attacked Ukraine, an independent and sovereign country. Russia is trying to redraw borders using tanks and rockets, something the world hasn't seen since Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. It is using explicit nuclear blackmail and fake referenda in a clear violation of international law. This war of aggression against Ukraine destroyed many illusions. The illusion that the security architecture we had created after the fall of the Iron Curtain would continue to pay a peace dividend guaranteeing stability and security. That the European peace project would prevent war on our continent. And that crises and tensions can and would ultimately be solved by peaceful means, through dialogue and through diplomacy. Russia's attack was like a geopolitical ice bucket thrown at our face, brutally tearing us from our daydreams of a post-historical, post-national Europe. Deep within us, we clung to the belief that Francis Fukuyama might still be right with his end of history, at least as far as Europe was concerned. And we trusted that we had learned our lessons after 2 horrific world wars, after half a century of a Cold War and an Iron Curtain dividing our continent. Looking back, we have to admit that we were perhaps delusional, naive, yes, maybe even foolish. Indeed, our holiday from history is over. Ladies and gentlemen, many in this room might think now, why do the Europeans make such a noise, make such a fuss about it? They might point to the fact that war and military conflict are an everyday reality in many parts of this planet. And they might even accuse us of applying double standards, that we only react so strongly to Russia's invasion because of its geographic and cultural proximity, or because the Ukrainians look like us. I firmly reject such a narrative. Let me be very clear. This is a war in Europe, but it is not a European war. In fact, it is an assault against the rules-based international order. which we all have established together over the past decades. It is a flagrant and deliberate breach of the founding charter of this very organization, our United Nations. And in this charter of the UN, every single state in this room has committed itself to settle international disputes by peaceful means and to refrain from the threat of use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. And what is worse, this breach has been committed not by any state, but by a permanent member of the Security Council of the United Nations, the very organ which is meant to uphold the Charter, to ensure international peace and security. This puts into question the very foundations of our stability, of our security. All of a sudden, we find ourselves in a world in which the rule of law risks being replaced by the law of the jungle. And honestly, such a world poses a fundamental threat to all of us, especially to smaller countries such as Austria, countries that rely on international law as their shield, as their protective cloak against unilateralism and against the use of force. I firmly believe that the ideas and principles laid down in the UN Charter are as valid today as they were 77 years ago. Then, in 1945, in his address to the San Francisco Conference, the former US President Harry Truman said, and I quote, "We can no longer permit any nation or group of nations to attempt to settle their arguments with bombs and bayonets. If we continue to abide by such decisions, we will be forced to accept the fundamental concept of our enemies, namely, that might makes right." End of quote. These words, ladies and gentlemen, have not lost their truth and validity. Are we really incapable of learning from history? Because we are again facing a country which is attempting to settle its neo-imperialistic score using bombs and bayonets, and by targeting civilians and committing atrocities which may amount to war crimes under international humanitarian law. And these bombs and bayonets are not only targeting Ukrainians, no, they're also targeting the world's most vulnerable countries, pushing them into a triple crisis, a crisis of shortages of food, energy, and finances. And let me be very clear here. We should not confuse cause and effect. We have to put the responsibility firmly where it belongs. Some try to spread the narrative that this triple crisis of food, energy, and financing is somehow connected to the sanctions imposed by the European Union on the Russian Federation. This, ladies and gentlemen, this is simply wrong. To put it very clearly, there are no sanctions whatsoever on the exports of grain, oilseeds, or any other foodstuff, on the exports of fertilizers or on gas to third countries. Instead, it is actually the Russian Federation which is cynically using food and energy as a weapon, pushing millions of vulnerable people around the planet into poverty, hunger, and debt. According to the United Nations Global Crisis Response Group, the triple crisis of energy, food, and finance now affects 1.7 billion people around the planet. Not even the Soviet Union went that far. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are living through an era of transformation with the COVID-19 pandemic, the global food and energy shortages, the soaring cost of living, the rapid technological change, the climate change, and the prospect of a very bumpy road ahead of us as far as the world economy is concerned. These are scary perspectives indeed. No wonder that our citizens feel anxious and feel insecure. A storm is brewing. a storm that would seriously affect millions of people, especially those most vulnerable. This is a recipe for disaster, potentially leading to mass migration, social and political tensions. We rapidly have to take countermeasures, not only nationally, but in a global solidarity. This year, Austria is spending more on development assistance and humanitarian aid than ever before. And next year, we will even further increase our respective budgets. But we all know in this room that no government can shoulder these challenges alone. We desperately need a functioning multilateral system. We need a rules-based international order with the UN at its core. Our security depends on states respecting our sovereignty, our territorial integrity. Our political stability rests on the principle of pacta sunt servanda. And our economic prosperity requires functioning export markets and secure supply lines. The war in Ukraine is not a conflict of East versus West, or North versus South. The dividing line runs clearly between the rule of law and the law of the jungle. International law is valid for everyone, no matter the geographical, religious, or ethnic context. There is no first-class and second-class international law. Citizens need to be protected, whether in Mariupol or in the villages of Yemen. Fundamental freedoms and human rights, especially the rights for women and girls, need to be respected, whether in Crimea or in Kabul. Using hunger as a weapon is simply unacceptable, whether by blocking shipments out of Odessa or by preventing humanitarian aid from reaching the province of Tigray. There needs to be accountability for war crimes, whether they happen in Bucha or in Aleppo. I'm proud that Vienna is host to the UN Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine. And we Austrians will continue to actively support the efforts by the International Criminal Court to shed light into the savage acts committed in Ukraine. Effective multilateralism and the respect for the rule of law have been at the core of Austrian foreign policy for decades, symbolized by the UN headquarters in Vienna, and by our willingness to take on even more responsibility as a candidate to the UN Security Council at the elections in 2026. We count on your support. Constructive dialogue and pragmatic diplomacy will continue to be our guide. It is what Austria as an open and democratic society simply stands for. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe that we are facing the most challenging time of our political generation. Our actions today will shape the future of our international system, a system that rose of the ashes of two horrible world wars and the end of the Cold War. I'm not saying that the system is perfect, far from it, but at least it is a system where we are trying to create a world where the rights of our people and the sovereignty of every nation are respected, where we are trying to create a system where peace, sustainability, and social justice are possible. Obviously, these times are heydays for doomsayers. And yet, I remain confident that we can, yes, that we will prevail. Why? Because I simply deeply believe that our society is based on freedom, based on pluralism, based on individual rights, are remarkably resilient, and have proven so during the pandemic. Not despite, but because of our vibrant political debates. Not despite, but because of opposing opinions, of critical media and civil society. They are the key reasons, the key ingredients why we continue to innovate, to adapt, to learn from our mistakes, to rise in the face of adversity. I want my children and my grandchildren to be able to grow up in the world where rules are applied and respected, where they can live their lives in freedom and without fear, where might does not make right. Yesterday's speech by the Russian President Vladimir Putin made obvious that this conflict won't be over very soon. But let us not give in to fear, self-doubt, and defeatism. Let us be steadfast. Let us be ready to defend our values, the values of our United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the Federal Minister of European and International Affairs of Austria. Now I give the floor to His Excellency Marcelo Ebrard Casaubon, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, President, distinguished colleagues. A warm welcome from President Andrés Manuel López Obrador and the entire people of Mexico. In 2022, we faced one of the most serious crises in recent times, which had a severe effect on the global order, international peace and security, the economy, basic product supply, and essential services. The need for humanitarian assistance has multiplied. Inequality, sadly, has grown, and the effects of climate change have worsened as well. Health security has worsened because of the pandemic, and add to that a major threat to the food security for various sectors of the population in the poorest and most marginalized countries. This is also a context characterized by a rise in geopolitical tensions between world powers. When it seemed like on the horizon was the recovery from the greatest effects that the pandemic had because of COVID-19, we saw the war in Ukraine with a risk of a nuclear incident and catastrophic potential consequences. In addition, beyond just security and stability in Europe, in addition to high costs in human lives and millions of people displaced internally and refugees in other countries, the war in Ukraine has had an effect on the availability of food and fuel all over the world. This is added to many other armed conflicts that have remained without solution, that are a weight on the international harmony and order based on international law. Mexico, as a responsible country and committed to the promotion of a peaceful solution for conflicts, attends this assembly with a proposal of dialogue and peace for Ukraine that we'll explain now. The Security Council has been unable to fulfill the mandate that the UN Charter gives it because it was unable to prevent the war. It wasn't able to implement measures that would halt armed aggression either. Much less has it been able to launch any kind of diplomatic process to seek a solution via dialogue or negotiation. We should say that it has also been unable to make sure that the necessary humanitarian assistance is delivered, and sadly it hasn't been able to openly support the work of the Secretary General either, or other actors, to manage access to grains and fertilizer markets produced by the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Given this paralysis, we've had to take recourse to the General Assembly in a special session, emergency session, in which Mexico, along with France, proposed an adequate framework to channel such humanitarian aid through Resolution E-11/2, which undoubtedly was helpful but was insufficient given the wake of destruction and suffering that the war has left behind it. For those reasons, the President of Mexico believes, aware of the responsibility that each one of us has, proposes a caucus of heads of state and government that would help and support the efforts by the Secretary General to promote measures that would further progress trust-building measures between the Russian Federation and Ukraine, and that would allow us to make use of a peaceful resolution mechanism that would be within the framework of the UN Charter. That said, we must all provide a complementary mechanism so that we can interact with the parties to this conflict, so that we can bring about the necessary mediation. This proposal was circulated to the Secretary General in recent days and involved parties as well as delegations from India and the Holy See. The President believes that the Secretary General should participate in this caucus as well as His Excellency Narendra Modi and His Holiness Pope Francis. We will continue with the necessary consultations with the sole goal of contributing as impartial actors and in good faith to generate the greatest support possible to the management and good offices of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres and the caucus, and we hope that the creation of this caucus will have the support of the UN's member states. In these last 2 years, as an elected member of the Security Council, Mexico has sought to deeply analyze the structural causes of conflicts and to promote preventive diplomacy as central elements for peacekeeping as well as for the maintenance of international security. We've brought up to the Security Council things that have been brushed aside, like poverty, corruption, and inequality as underlying factors of conflict, and we have also brought up mental health as an important goal for humanitarian aid, the notions of masculinities for preventing radicalization and terrorism, the importance of respecting the system of the collective security system established in the Charter, and the need for coordination and cooperation for peace between main UN bodies. Illicit flows of small arms and light weapons violate international and regional security. That is why Mexico has promoted the implementation of measures to bring down such flows. We also managed to adopt Resolution 2616 in 2021, which seeks to strengthen national authority capacities in the fight against the illicit trafficking of arms and their diversion. We have worked for transparency, effectiveness, and accountability within the Council. We will continue to advocate for a comprehensive reform in Security Council, which will include more chairs, longer terms, and different categories of members so that it's more representative, transparent, and efficient. The paralysis of the Security Council is the result of the abuse of the so-called right to a veto by some of its permanent members. Actually, in this assembly, 2 of them explicitly referred to the need to restrict its use to exceptional situations. In that regard, Mexico and France have proposed that members should abstain from using the veto and only use it in mass atrocities. We invite all states who have not done so yet to join this effort, which already has the support of 106 states. In the meantime, Mexico and 83 other states will be promoting a mechanism for accountability so that when a veto is used, the General Assembly can come together to debate on that and invite the author or authors of the veto to explain their position. This proposal was adopted unanimously through Resolution 76/262 and has been implemented twice and is a step in the right direction. We must now make a decision about whether or not we want to take further steps to avoid this system from suffering greater paralysis when facing mass suffering. Nuclear weapons are still the worst threat to humankind's survival. Mexico laments the lack of political will, particularly by those states who have nuclear weapons, to achieve agreements that would help us to accomplish this goal, something that was confirmed in the recent review conference for the NPT, which did not result in any conclusion, even when the risks of nuclear proliferation grow every single day. My country agrees with the vision of the Secretary General that a world that is safer, a world of peace, must sit squarely within international law, cooperation, and solidarity, and not in an incessant accumulation and modernization of nuclear and conventional arsenals. In fact, this was the vision that brought the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to establish the first nuclear weapon-free zone in a densely populated area through the Treaty of Tlatelolco, which led to the conclusion and implementation in recent years of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Mr. President, colleagues, Mexico reaffirms that the United Nations remain a unique, a singular tool within the international community for the peaceful resolution of conflicts and for the achievement of the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Our country will continue to promote multilateralism, international solidarity, and cooperation as the best paths to overcome global challenges. We cannot close the door on political dialogue or diplomatic negotiation. Current international tensions will not be resolved through force. We must guarantee political understanding and mechanisms for trust building. That's right. Recovering trust is one of our greatest challenges today. Mexico makes a call to all member states to work together to achieve the peace that we all aspire to work together on the post-pandemic recovery with a sustainable and resilient focus that will include the needs and priorities of all countries, and that will put people at the center of our actions. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdulatif bin Rashid Al-Zayani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bahrain.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate, Your Excellency, Mr. Kasaba Koroshi, President of the 77th Session of the General Assembly, Your Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, may the peace of God be upon you. It is with pleasure, Mr. President, that I congratulate you and your country on your election as the President of the General Assembly in its current session, and I wish you success in managing its work. I would also like to express thanks and appreciation to the former President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Shahid, for his efforts in leading the previous session competently and professionally. May I also express the Kingdom of Bahrain's appreciation and support to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for his distinguished efforts in reinforcing the international role of this organization and its contributions to preserving international peace and security, the protection of human rights, coordination of humanitarian relief operations, and support for the Sustainable Development Goals, climate action, and environmental protection. The general debate of the current session is taking place amidst armed conflicts in most parts of the world and shared economic challenges of great importance and danger, which if left unresolved, along with the increased threat of terrorist organizations in various parts of the world that have not been comprehensively addressed, would lead to wider conflict with greater destruction, killing, misery, human deprivation, displacement of innocents, whilst threatening the lives of those living in peace, especially women and children, preventing individuals and societies from realizing their most basic rights to a dignified and stable life. These threats impose the inevitability of international partnership and joint coordination at the bilateral and multilateral levels to end wars and conflicts and to resolve them through dialogue and peaceful means, as well as constructive cooperation between great powers to achieve international peace and security, combat extremism and terrorism from its financial, organizational, and ideological foundations, and address any political, economic, or social problems that may fuel conflicts, disputes, or hatred. My country believes that the only way to resolve the existing regional and international crises is through adherence to the principles of the United Nations, including, most importantly, respect for sovereignty and international law, non-interference in the internal affairs of countries, achieving consensus on more effective mechanisms in order to avoid future conflicts, and resolving disputes before they break out, ending the heavy loss of lives and properties, with the channeling of financial resources to lift millions of people out of hunger, poverty, and illness, instead of wasting wealth on igniting hostility and hatred. In order for us to avoid or prevent future conflicts, we must do everything in our power to resolve disputes or disagreements before they turn violent. To do so, we must believe in the key role of promoting the values of tolerance, coexistence, mutual respect, and dialogue, in preventing the outbreak of conflict and preserving security, whilst building cooperation and confidence between countries. The United Nations remains a key element in supporting dialogue and peaceful coexistence among cultures and civilizations, reinforcing human solidarity in addressing the problems of poverty and hunger, allocating more resources to assist the least developed countries and the most disadvantaged groups, and encouraging scientific research and exchanging experiences in preserving the environment and treating diseases and pandemics. Mr. President, the security and stability of the Middle East region is a fundamental pillar of international peace and security. With this vital and strategic region facing wars and crises that have caused enormous human and economic losses, displaced millions, threatened navigation, trade, energy, water, and food security, and deprived millions of the young people of the region of hope and optimism for a better and more prosperous future. Under the leadership of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, the Kingdom of Bahrain, in all its diplomatic positions and effective international responses, has always stressed the need for international cooperation and partnership on the basis of brotherly relations, understanding, and principles of good neighborliness, respect for the sovereignty of countries, and non-interference in their internal affairs, giving priority to dialogue and diplomatic solutions in settling regional and international conflicts and tensions, as well as consolidating peaceful coexistence among all religions, civilizations, and cultures based on the Charter of the United Nations and the principles of international law. The Kingdom of Bahrain has prioritized strengthening integration and interdependence between the countries of the Cooperation Council for the Arab States of the Gulf and their people, and building on the achievements made in following up the outcomes of the Al-Ula Summit while fulfilling the requirements for economic unity and joint development programs, as well as defense and security systems, in a way that enhances the security and unity of the GCC countries and its effective regional and international role. The Kingdom of Bahrain is also keen to preserve the security, stability, unity, and territorial integrity of Arab countries, which is an integral part of our national security. And we have confidence in the ability of brotherly countries to resolve their crises and overcome any differences through political dialogue. The Kingdom believes that achieving a just and comprehensive peace in the Middle East region depends primarily on settling the Palestinian-Israeli conflict in accordance with the two-state solution, resolutions of the international legitimacy, and the Arab Peace Initiative. Based on these established principles and values, the Kingdom of Bahrain has taken serious initiatives by hosting the Peace to Prosperity workshop, signing the Abraham Accords and the Declaration Supporting Peace, which has entered its third year, embodying the importance of cooperation instead of confrontation and conflict, and working to build trust and partnerships in order to meet the aspirations of people for security, peaceful coexistence, prosperity, and sustainable development. In this regard, the Kingdom of Bahrain welcomes the existing truce in Yemen with the support and sponsorship of the United Nations, in line with the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and its efforts to reach a comprehensive and sustainable political solution to the Yemeni crisis, in accordance with the Gulf Initiative and its executive mechanism, the outcomes of the Comprehensive National Dialogue and Security Council Resolution 2216, reaffirming the importance of opening all humanitarian corridors and enhancing economic and development support for the Yemeni people. We also affirm our support to the legitimate historical rights of the Arab Republic of Egypt and the Republic of Sudan to the waters of the Nile River and for the protection of their water security, while supporting their endeavors to reach a binding legal agreement on filling and operating the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam in a way that benefits all parties in accordance with the rules of international law. We renew our firm stance and solidarity with the Kingdom of Morocco in preserving its security and territorial integrity, and we value Security Council Resolution 2602 of 2021 on the Moroccan Sahara. The Kingdom of Bahrain affirms its interest in establishing friendly and balanced relations with all the countries in the Middle East, including the Islamic Republic of Iran, in compliance with the United Nations Charter and international law, the principles of good neighborliness and non-interference in the affairs of other countries, with respect to international law and the sovereignty of states and their religious and cultural values, and refraining from the use or threat of force, calling upon Iran to fully cooperate with the International Atomic Energy Agency and to work to make the Middle East, including the Arabian Gulf, a zone free of weapons of mass destruction. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Bahrain, under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa, with the direction of the government under His Royal Highness Prince Salman bin Hamad Al Khalifa, the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, has been able to turn challenges into opportunities and success stories, thanks to the teamwork characterized by its responsibility and united spirit, placing at the forefront of its priorities respect for human rights, dignity, freedoms, welfare, and security, which is the real wealth of the country and the focus of the comprehensive development process and its purpose. Team Bahrain presented a pioneering and civilized model in overcoming the repercussions of COVID-19 pandemic, as the Kingdom provided free health services and examinations to all citizens and residents without discrimination, granting nearly 3.5 million doses of vaccines, representing more than 230% of the total population, 67% of whom have received the booster dose. This is in addition to the launch of a financial and economic package since March 2020 worth $12 billion, equivalent to a third of the gross domestic product, to support the most affected individuals and sectors, and to reduce the economic and social repercussions, leading the Kingdom deservedly being placed first in the world in the recovery rate according to the international indicators, with Manama becoming the first health city in the Middle East according to the World Health Organization. In order to further enhance its development process, the Kingdom of Bahrain has continued to implement an integrated plan for economic recovery that included the completion of an advanced national program for employment and training of citizens, updating legislation and commercial procedures to attract foreign direct investment, launching major strategic development projects, modernizing infrastructure, establishing new investment and industrial zones, and developing oil and non-oil economic sectors, along with the shift to the fourth industrial revolution, with support for the digital economy and artificial intelligence technologies, tourism, logistics, and financial sectors, as well as promoting programs for financial sustainability, economic stability, and fiscal balance. The Kingdom of Bahrain is also keen to follow up on its commitments to achieve the SDGs and looks forward to presenting its second voluntary report on the implementation of the SDGs next year. Out of its awareness of the interdependence between the environment, natural resources, and human food and water security, the Kingdom of Bahrain has affirmed its support for the 4 major international initiatives in the field of climate change and its commitment to achieving net zero by 2060, reducing emissions by 30% by 2035, doubling green spaces, and enhancing the effective use of energy and renewable energy sources. My country stresses the importance of strengthening international cooperation in protecting the environment and addressing climate change in a sustainable and equitable manner, while ensuring energy security, expressing its support for the Green Saudi Arabia and Green Middle East initiatives, and wishes the Brotherly Arab Republic of Egypt success in hosting and chairing the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, next November in Sharm el-Sheikh. My country will soon witness a new blossoming chapter in its democratic path, with the 6th round of parliamentary and municipal elections this November, so that the Parliament continues to enact its legislative and oversight powers, whilst expressing the true will of the electorate within the framework of the coordination between the Shura and Representative Councils, where the fully elected Council of Representatives provides all Bahrainis the opportunity to participate, while the Shura Council will ensure the inclusion of different groups, including minorities from all parts of society. The Kingdom of Bahrain is proud of having modern legislations compatible with its accession to 7 of the 9 major human rights instruments, which match the highest international human rights standards, the most prominent of which is the Alternative Sanctions and Measures Law, which has benefited more than 4,200 convicts since its implementation in May 2018. as well as its current approach towards open prisons in line with modern criminal justice systems, and the adoption of the law on restorative justice for children and the protection of children from ill treatment, in addition to other legislation that support human rights in a society based on freedom, equality, justice, security, and social solidarity. In order to enhance its human rights and developmental gains, my government has this year approved the National Human Rights Plan 2022-2026, which includes 102 projects prepared in cooperation with the Office of the United Nations Resident Coordinator and in consultation with the representatives of the legislative, executive, and judicial authorities, national human rights institutions, and UN organizations, which is currently being implemented through an approach of dialogue, interaction, transparency, and community partnership as firm principles in line with the reform approach of His Majesty the King and the Economic Vision 2030 and its principles based on sustainability, fairness, and competitiveness. The Kingdom of Bahrain, under the leadership of His Majesty the King and the support of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, is continuing its reform and diplomatic approach that supports international partnership in consolidating the values of peace, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence, rejecting extremism, hatred, and terrorism, promoting and protecting human rights, and supporting sustainable development and service to humanity. Calling on the permanent members of the UN Security Council to de-escalate and to work on resolving disputes through dialogue and diplomatic means. It also calls on all countries to reaffirm their commitment to the values of tolerance, coexistence, mutual respect, and dialogue, and to intensify their work together to confront and overcome all challenges for the good and happiness of all humanity and for their rights to build a better future in which safety, peace, and tranquility prevail. I wish you, Mr. President, success in your presidency of the current session of the General Assembly and in strengthening constructive cooperation between member states in partnership with the United Nations and its main bodies and agencies in order to face the current challenges, as well as taking joint action for the sake of a world that enjoys security and peace and which is filled with growth and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bahrain. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Jeppe Kofod, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates and fellow member states, as we gather for the 77th opening of the General Assembly, the unique and indispensable convening power of the UN is evident for all of us to see. Having listened to speeches from around the world, it is equally clear that the UN Charter continues to inspire and fill us with hope for a better future. And still, our world is in crisis. We are, in the words of the Secretary General, gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction. 6 months ago, war erupted again in Europe. Unprovoked, Russia attacked Ukraine, a shared neighbor of Russia and Europe. The military aggression is a vicious onslaught on the people of Ukraine. Their resilience and bravery in the face of brutality is inspiring. Throughout the week, we have heard many perspectives on the Russian aggression. We have heard the concerns of fellow member states geographically remote from the war, worried about being caught in the middle of a new Cold War, and we have heard the despair over the consequences on food supply and energy prices worldwide. We acknowledge these concerns, but also feel the need to stress that they are caused by Russian aggression, not by international sanctions. Importantly, we have heard no one, apart from a few self-interested voices, denying the evident that Russia's aggression against Ukraine is a direct violation of the UN Charter. So let me be clear. Russia's invasion of a neighboring state, President Putin's blatant imperial ambitions, his horrifying allusions to using nuclear weapons, these are unprecedented threats against not only Europe, but international peace and security, and we are extremely concerned. So yes, we rally fellow member states to take a stand for the territorial integrity of Ukraine, just as Denmark has stood up in support of the independence and sovereignty of other nations throughout the history of the United Nations, against apartheid and for decolonization. This is an appeal to all member states to stand firmly on the side of the UN Charter, to fight back against an international disorder where might makes right. We appeal to the rest of the world to see Russia's aggression for what it is, an attempt to expand its own territory by force. And this is completely unacceptable. Not just to European neighbors who rightly worry that we could be next in line if Putin has his way in Ukraine, but for all who believes in the sanctuary of the Charter and the principles of territorial integrity and political independence of sovereign states. We appeal for your understanding. A war in our backyard, waged by a permanent member of the Security Council and a nuclear power, the influx of millions Ukrainian refugees to Europe, this will obviously tap a great deal of our resources and political focus. This is inevitable by the case until the territorial integrity of Ukraine is restored and respected. This being said, we do not neglect other crises and global challenges. We know that our other joint challenges remain and have in many cases been aggravated by Russian acts of aggression. The most pressing crises of our time are all truly global. Climate, pandemic, violent conflict, instability, forced displacement, food insecurity, we feel them everywhere. Regardless of where we live, in our everyday life, as the price of food or energy rises, rising inequality, as extreme weather and climate-induced disaster hits. Yet, even as these events affect us all, there's no doubt that they are all felt mostly and strongly by the most vulnerable, the most fragile, and the poorest among us. Developing countries are unfairly and unjust hit the hardest by the global crisis of our time. This was and is clearly the case with COVID-19. The lingering repercussions of the pandemic continue to inflict human and economic wounds on societies in the global south. Collectively, we must do more to address both the problems at hand and the fundamental imbalances of the world we share. And we must do it now, for the sake of both current and future generations. None of us can steer through pandemics or counter climate crisis alone, or nor should we. In the 21st century, it is, or rather it should be, clear to us all that the future we share depends on solidarity and in our ability to address and overcome the fault lines and divisions that increasingly drive us apart. Solidarity is an investment in prosperity, in security, in peace. And Denmark is one of the very few countries that live up to the UN target of 0.7%. We've done so for more than 40 years. Today, more than anything, we need climate solidarity. The industrialized world must acknowledge our responsibility to deliver on the climate crisis. Climate solidarity means climate financing. As Denmark strives to reduce our own footprint, we have made major global commitments on climate adaptation and climate financing. We have massively scaled up Danish grant-based climate finance to at least $500 million a year by 2023. We are dedicating 60% to adaptation in poor and vulnerable countries. And we are strengthening our efforts to mobilize public and private finance from other sources. In total, Denmark aims to contribute at least 1% of the collective target of $100 billion, way above our relative share. And we call on others to follow, and to do so urgently. If a small country like Denmark can, the G20 also can. We also need to step up and listen to those affected the most by climate-induced damages. We were proud to be the first contributor to the Santiago network at COP26, and this week we have followed up with several new initiatives for those hardest hit and the world's poorest. And we look towards COP27. Denmark will also be among the founding members of the Systems Observation Financing Facility, an initiative taken by the Secretary General Guterres to ensure that early warning services reach everyone in the next 5 years. It is a small step, but it is important because it will make a difference in the lives of people and societies living on the brink. The UN most essential task is to save the world from the scourge of war. This might sound like a lofty ideal, but in essence, it is about providing the space for the difficult conversations, restoring trust, finding the spaces for common ground on those issues where we stand far apart. The UN needs to deliver on this, but the UN is all of us, and the UN is only as good as what we as member states put into it. We all need to put in the work and take responsibility to ensure that the trenches between us do not grow deeper. We cannot free ride on multilateralism. We must not neglect to maintain and protect the global common that the United Nations is. Denmark is ready to do our part. Just a few hours ago, Denmark announced that we are running for a seat in the United Nations Security Council for the period of 2025-26. If elected to the Security Council, Denmark will do all we can to help ensure that the Council fulfills its vital mandate of maintaining international peace and security. As a small country with a long history of global engagement and international solidarity, Denmark takes pride in being a bridge builder. We know simply by virtue of our smallness that if we want to achieve anything, we must work with others. And we must do so on the basis of partnership and dialogue. We pursue cooperation where all voices are heard. We seek honest conversations with partners about the challenges we face. And we work to find ways of confronting them together. This is the spirit of cooperation, and we hope to bring this spirit also to the Security Council. The candidature is a natural extension of our long-standing and unwavering commitment to multilateralism in general, but to the United Nations in particular. We all need a UN system that is fit for the future and able to deliver effectively for today. Denmark is a long-time advocate for UN reforms, both at the highest level and in everyday working of the organization. We championed the reform of the UN development system. We continue to support the implementation of the reforms both financially and politically. Earlier this week, we launched the Pledge to Predictable Payments initiative. It is a small yet pragmatic step paving the way for a UN better able to act. We urge you all to help the UN help us all by recommitting to a goal of making our payment patterns predictable and transparent. Giving the UN this predictable and transparent ability is a small act with no cost to us as individual member states, but it is of significant value to United Nations' ability to serve us. The UN, however, also needs more fundamental reform. In particular, it needs a Security Council that better reflects the world of today. During the 76th General Assembly, Denmark co-facilitated the intergovernmental negotiations on Security Council reform. We will continue to advocate for reform towards a more accountable, representative, transparent, and effective council. This also means that even as we call on fellow member states to stand up for the UN Charter and its universal principles and also aspirations, we must not settle for simply defending the status quo. We need to do more, we need to do better, and we need to do it together. The good news is that we know what needs to be done. The UN Secretary General has presented us with a sobering analysis of the state of the world in our common agenda and presented a clear path forward. Denmark fully supports the SG's vision and remains unwavering in our commitment to a revitalized multilateralism with the UN at its center. We look forward to working with fellow member states in translating this vision into reality. And we'll do our part to ensure that we, as a collective, make the most of the upcoming sister summits, the SDG Summit in September 2023, and the Summit of the Future in 2024. Because these two agendas, the 2030 agenda and our common agenda, they are mutually reinforcing. The twin agendas and the sister summits provide us not only with a sense of direction, but also with the tools to get there if we work together. Moving forward together on the twin agendas of these summits provide us a way out of the current gridlock of global dysfunction, a way for us to live up to the expectations of future generations. And let us not forget that this remains the decade of action, so let's act. Thank you so much.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Denmark. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We'll continue the general debate tomorrow at 9:00 a.m. at this hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the exercise of right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by the delegations from their seats. I call on the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, I am taking the floor to respond to the unfounded accusation made against my country early this afternoon by the representative of Israeli regime, who, as its customary and yet another desperate attempt, misused this UN platform to make false claims against others. The Islamic Republic of Iran categorically rejects all allegations and baseless accusations leveled against it, which are entirely based on false flags and fictitious assumptions designed to conceal the Israeli regime's destabilizing, audacious, and malicious policies, as well as terroristic activities in the region, under the guise of Iran-phobia. Paradoxically, the Israeli regime has falsely accused Iran of being source of the regional insecurity and a threat to the region, while this regime, as a primary source of insecurity in the region, continues its malign and destabilizing activities by flagrantly and systematically violating international law and the UN Charter. The Israeli regime is notorious for its atrocities and apartheid policies against the people of Palestine, by targeting and killing innocent people, including the women and children. In the occupied Palestine, the Israeli regime continues to commit flagrant and systematic violation of human rights and all norms of international humanitarian law, especially the core crimes of genocide, crime against humanity, war crimes, and crimes of aggression. The Israeli regime also openly supports terrorism in the region and beyond. As stated in the letter of the Permanent Mission of the Islamic Republic of Iran to the UN Security Council, dated September 7, 2022, addressed to the President of the Security Council and Secretary General, and as published in the UN document S/2022/679, the Israeli authorities have unequivocally acknowledged the regime's involvement in the criminal terrorist acts against Iranian officials, scientists, and civilians, as well as sabotage operations against Iran's peaceful nuclear infrastructure inside Iranian territory. This regime also continues to work closely with the terrorist groups designated by the Security Council resolutions to further its sinister and political agenda in the region, and will go to any lengths to prevent terrorist groups from being defeated, and yet to cover up its illegitimate and illegal actions and distract the international community's attention as a long-lasting pattern of its ill-intended policy. The Israeli regime blames the Islamic Republic of Iran. This regime itself utilized the weapons of mass deception. Yet this is not the end of the story. The representative of the Israeli regime has claimed that Iran's peaceful nuclear program, which has been under the comprehensive safeguard of the IAEA, posed a threat to the regional and international security, whereas the true threat to international peace and security is the Israeli regime's development, production, stockpiling of various types of weapons of mass destruction, and its actual threat to use them against the regional countries. This regime is the only one in the Middle East that has not acceded to the NPT and refuses to subject its nuclear facilities to the IAEA's comprehensive safeguard regime. Furthermore, the Israeli regime refuses all international efforts to free the Middle East of the nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction. The Israeli regime has taken advantage of every opportunity to threaten the use of force against other UN members of the United Nations. And now the representative of this regime abused this high-level meeting in flagrant violation of Article 2 of the UN Charter, threatening to use force against my country by its military capabilities, which include its nuclear weapons. Given the long and dark history of the crimes and malicious activities in the region, the weapons of mass destruction held by this criminal regime, which has no qualms about the publicly threatening other UN members to use force, are true source of the terror, insecurity in the region, and endanger the international peace and security. Therefore, the international community must strongly condemn the belligerent and threatening statements of the Israeli regime's representative and compel this regime to abide by the rules, eliminate all its WMD arsenals under the transparent, verifiable, and irreversible verification regimes, and stop all of its persistent threats along with its disruptive and malign activities in the region. It's well-known fact that peace and security in the Middle East will not be achieved until the international community and the United Nations fulfill their responsibility to combat and to put an end to the persistent threat posed by this dangerous regime against international peace and security. Last but not least, the Islamic Republic of Iran reserves its inherent right to self-defense under international law, the United Nations Charter, to decisively respond to any threat or wrongful act perpetrated by the Israeli regime. As a responsible member of the United Nations, the Islamic Republic of Iran is committed, consistent with its right and obligation under the international law, to actively assisting in regional nations and governments in their efforts to combat foreign-backed terrorist groups in the region until they become entirely eradicated. Mr. President, as I have the floor, I would like to refer to the statement just made by the Minister of the Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Bahrain and should remind this delegation that the term Persian Gulf has been correct appellation for the body water situated between Arabian Peninsula and Iranian Plateau since 500 years before Christ and will remain so forever. I thank you, Mr. President.
Now I call on the distinguished representative of Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. The Algerian delegation responded to the statement from the Moroccan delegation at the general debate to reiterate its fallacious words on the question of Moroccan Sahara to try and shirk its historic, legal and political responsibility in this regional dispute. In doing so, the Algerian delegation is trying in vain to dupe the international community. My delegation has only referred to UN decisions and established facts. We will see this evening through political decisions, UN decisions and actions by Algeria itself, that Algeria is the main party to the regional dispute on Moroccan Sahara, and this dispute is a question of territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Morocco. In terms of the role of Algeria, 1. Algeria has mentioned 5 times in the most recent resolutions of the Security Council, including 2602 from October. It is mentioned the same number of times as Morocco. And the Security Council makes it a main party to this dispute. 2. Algeria says that it is a main party to this regional dispute. In its letter to the Security Council from 1975, the former Algerian ambassador to the United Nations said that it is an interested and concerned party in the affair of the Sahara with Algeria, Morocco and Mauritania. This is in S-Sound 1180 of the Security Council, if anyone wishes to consult it. 3. Algeria has officially responded to all the proposals made both by the UN Secretary-General and his personal envoys and by Morocco. Algeria has not refused the framework proposed by James Baker, the Special Envoy, and his letter to the Secretary-General on this topic is contained in the Secretary-General's report to the Security Council. 4. Algeria is almost breaking its diplomatic relations and taking economic measures against countries supporting the Moroccan initiative. 5. On the 2nd of November, Algeria submitted to Mr. James Baker, the Special Envoy of the Secretary-General, a proposal for partition of the territory of Moroccan Sahara and its people. This is something that Morocco categorically rejected. 6. Algeria created the separatist army Polisario and hosted it on its territory, financing it and providing it with weapons and diplomatic support, providing it with all resources necessary within its diplomatic apparatus. President, unlike the erroneous assertions of Algeria, this issue is an issue of Kingdom of Morocco and territorial unity and is not an issue of decolonization. I would like to recall to the Algerian delegation that it is Morocco that has put the issue of Moroccan Sahara on the UN agenda in 1963 to recuperate its southern provinces definitively. At this time, the separatist armed group of the Polisario linked to terrorism in the Sahel did not exist. It was created more than 10 years later by Algeria to try to counter the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Morocco. Secondly, Morocco definitively and irreversibly recuperated its Sahara through the signing of the Madrid Accords, which was co-signed by the UN Secretary-General on the 17th of November 1975 and adopted by the UN General Assembly in its resolution 35 second week B from 1975. Finally, the question of Moroccan Sahara is on the Security Council agenda under Chapter 6 of the UN Charter on Peaceful Resolution of Disputes as a regional dispute. President, the delegation of Algeria continues to refer to a claimed referendum. Should we need to remind the Algerian delegation that Secretary-General, after many years of sterile discussions, conclude that this referendum plan solution was not applicable, particularly in a report from 131 from the 23rd of February 2022. The Security Council no longer refers to the referendum, which was contained in none of its resolutions adopted since 2001. The claimed referendum is buried, dead and buried, and despite its initiatives in vain, Algeria will not be able to resuscitate it because we can't bring the dead back to life. The only solution that the Security Council is called for is a political solution, a realistic and sustainable compromise solution to this regional dispute in line with paragraph 2 of Resolution 2602. As reflected by the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. Now, in terms of the process for roundtables, and once again, and unlike Algeria, Morocco is fully in line with international law, and indeed the roundtable process was actively reflected by the Security Council in all of its resolutions since 2018, including Resolution 2602. The Security Council has also reflected the format and the participants. And in attacking the roundtable process, Algeria is attacking international law as encountered by the Security Council, which is the only authority that can deal with the issue of Moroccan Sahara. Algeria seems to have forgotten that its country participated in 2 roundtables with 2 foreign affairs ministers. Algeria should therefore actively participate in good faith in the roundtables, as the Security Council has requested it to do so, and it has done so twice before already. Now, on the biased references of the Algerian made by the delegation, I'd like to recall to this August Assembly that the preeminence of this initiative was reflected in all Security Council resolutions since it was presented in 2007. The same resolutions welcomed the serious and credible initiative, Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. This initiative, as part of the sovereignty, territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Morocco, is the only solution to this regional dispute, supported by more than 90 UN member states. And it is in line with international law and UN resolutions. I'd like to recall that the populations of the Moroccan Sahara enjoy all social, political, civil and rights. Its people have democratically elected its representatives in regional bodies and national bodies of the kingdom. These are legitimate representatives of these people who are working every day to manage the affairs of the 2 regions of the south of the kingdom. Indeed, the southern provinces of Morocco enjoy the highest levels of development of the whole North African region. Finally, 27 countries and regional organizations have opened regional and general consulates in Araoun and Dakhla in Morocco, showing how that this is Morocco. Now, in terms of registering and census of people in Tindouf camps, Algeria is once again wrong as to the international legal nature of this, because since 2011, all Security Council resolutions have called on Algeria to carry out a census of these people. The 1951 Refugee Convention imposed that Algeria, who is a party to this, to allow a census of the people to be held in the Tindouf camps and allow them to benefit from the 3 sustainable solutions. The HCR has a mandate to proceed to a census of all people in the camps, which is allowed around the world, except in Algeria. The absence of a census allows the misappropriation of humanitarian aid in the Tindouf camps. The delegation of Algeria is contradicting itself by saying that the census is a technical issue, but also providing conditions to it as a political solution. Now, in terms of the proven links between the Polisario links and terrorist groups, I would like to recall to the Algerian delegation that the Adnan al-Bawahid el-Sarari, member of the Polisario Front, has lived in Tindouf camps for a long time, and he was head of the terrorist group Islamic State in Grand Sahara, and he was killed last year. This is one case, but because of time constraints, I won't quote all of the cases of the proven links between the Polisario and terrorism in the Sahel. Finally, President, I would like to remind the Algerian delegation to prioritize reason, good sense, and to work in a serious way in the roundtable process as called upon by Resolution 2602 to find a definitive solution to this regional dispute on the basis of the Moroccan Autonomy Initiative. Thank you very much, President.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are no more requests to make interventions, so this meeting is adjourned.